Chapter 526, Huge Dragon. When he left Light Church of Light City by himself, the snow outside had already stopped. The believers of Light City were helping the church to shovel off the snow for free. Watching this scene bustling with labor, Long Yi smiled and couldn't help recalling that time he had gotten entangled with Yu Feng at the entrance of this church. Several years had already passed from that time in a flash. Long Yi turned his head and looked at this church made with white marble, then recalling that dust-covered light god statue in the secret room, he had a kind of strange feeling. That light god statue was nothing special other than the difference in the quality of material, merely. Why was such statues sealed in that secret room? Furthermore, why didn't Holy Priest Karen know nothing about that secret room? In addition, that strange matter that happened in that stone room made Long Yi have a knot in his heart. He was sure that those weren't his misconception. Sibai stayed behind in the church with Karen. One could say that Karen was more like Sibai's master than Judith. And Sibai was also closer to Karen than Judith. Since it had already been a long time since they last saw each other, they had many words to exchange, so Long Yi didn't oppose her staying here. Long Yi strolled around the square inches front of the church, and just when thought to return to Phoenix Inn, he suddenly saw a guard of Light City charging into the city lord's residence, which was located adjacent to Light Church, riding his unicorn. After that, he immediately dismounted and said to the guards of this mansion, "Quickly go and report to the city lord, young master has returned, he will be arriving here soon." That guard ran inside in a hurry, and not long after, bustling noise could be heard inside the city lord residence. Long Yi smiled faintly. That kid Yan Jian also returned at this time. 100 or more carriages fully loaded with goods entered Light City in a long line. The carriage in the front was a very luxurious carriage pulled by 6 pure white and sturdy unicorns. Yan Jian was wearing a silvery silk gown with a golden belt, and now, he was waving to the onlookers on the street. This profligate son who caused an endless headache to people just some years ago had changed greatly after meeting Long Yi. Unconsciously, he had even begun to dress like Long Yi. Nowadays, he had become the most popular merchant of Light City because only he had the ability to bring out the specialty of beastmen clans from Hengjuan Mountains in large quantity. In addition, he exercised restraint now. This stinking kid, unexpectedly, is flashier than this young master. Long Yi cursed in his heart, and he lightly flicked his finger, instantly shooting internal force towards Yan Jian. A yellow-colored light flashed around Yan Jian, the defense barrier that activated upon contact activated, but this was within the expectation of Long Yi. He had just used the right amount of internal force to break the barrier. The internal force penetrated through this barrier and hit the kneecap of Yan Jian. Involuntarily, Yan Jian rose his leg and kicked the BT of a horse, then fell down on the carriage pedal. As for the unicorn, it neighed in alarm and unexpectedly began to run wildly. Suddenly, screams of panic resounded in the air as both men and horses ran chaotically. In the study of city lord residence, Yan Jian watched Long Yi with hidden bitterness while rubbing his knee and said, "Young master, you are too evil. How can you treat your loyal subordinate like this?" "Are you sure that was me?" Long Yi asked with a smirk. "Other than young master, who else has such ability to embarrass me like that?" "I have rank 10 Earth Defense Barrier, but it was actually useless," Yan Jian said. "Okay, let's stop nonsense here. I heard that you have already mixed in Hengjuan Mountains. Did you find any useful news?" Long Yi asked. "Young master, recently, Hengjuan Mountains is very calm. Even that Baimeng clan is also not making any movement. They did nothing other than copulating every day." "But," Yan Jian said and hesitated to continue. "But what?" Long Yi asked. "Last time, when I reached Baimeng clan with Bertha, I heard from the little princess of Baimeng clan that Baimeng clan patriarch was doing something in secret and no one had come into contact with him in the past several days. But, when I asked the hidden pawn about it, he said that Baimeng clan however was not making any movement." Yan Jian said. "Because there was no news, He didn't report at that time. Long Yi frowned. The current patriarch of Baimeng clan had very big wild ambition. He would never be willing to live his life in seclusion in Hengchuan Mountains. He would definitely loot the burning house when Violet Dragon Empire fell into internal strife. Young master, it is already so late. My father should have already returned, and at this moment, he should be waiting anxiously. Yanjian looked at the sky color outside and said, "Then, let's leave. It just so happened that I have also some matters to deal with." Long Yi said and left the study together with Yanjian. From generations, Yan clan had always been on the side of Zemin clan. They had gradually expanded from the original small noble clan to current prominent clan under the protection of Zemin clan. They were completely loyal to Zemin clan, and since it was certain that second young master of Zemin clan, Zemin Yu, would take charge in the future, the arrival of Long Yi was an incomparably big matter for Yin Dang, the father of Yin Jian. Moreover, once Zemin clan successfully seized the power and become the overlord of Blue Wave's continent, then his Yin clan would also rise as the result. Perhaps, they might even be able to enter the capital city from this place, and replacing Betang clan that oppose Zemin clan will also not be an unattainable pipe dream, as Betang clan would be eradicated once Zemin clan becomes the imperial clan. Long Yi didn't like this kind of snobbish banquet, therefore, after casually drinking a cup of wine, he went to one side with Yin Dang and discussed some secret matters. Then, he left the city lord residence with Yin Jian and went to Bounty Hunter Bar. Long Yi didn't enter the special area of bounty hunters, rather looked around the hall with a warm atmosphere, then sat on one empty corner. Then, sipping warrior's glory, he listened to the idle chat of other people. This could also be regarded as a kind of pleasure. "What? You all don't believe? If this father is lying you all, then I will strip naked and crawl a lap around this light city." Not far away from the seat of Long Yi, a mercenary-like warrior slammed the table with a red face, attracting all eyes. "Shita-san, why are you blowing? Which eye did you see a huge dragon? You weren't dreaming when you see it, were you?" Another person laughed and several other people also laughed in succession. Hearing the word dragon, the ears of Long Yi stood erect. Chapter 527, Idly poke a stick in the mud and it grows into a tree to shade you. The man named Shita-san suddenly became angry and punched at the person who was ridiculing him. What he hated the most was other people putting him in an awkward position when he was talking. That person was unable to react in time and was punched right on his face. Immediately afterward, he cried madly and began to fight back. A few tables nearby were affected and this conflict immediately escalated. These fellows are out of luck. This bounty hunter bar is not a place they can create a disturbance. A man wearing a silk robe took pleasure in other people's misfortune and said to his companion with a smile, "Just a few small outlaws. If some noble young masters had created a disturbance, then would this bar dare to intervene?" His companion objected. "I say, brother, you have just come here so you don't know, the background of this bounty hunter guild is very strong. Last time, when I was drinking wine in the bounty hunter bar of Soaring Dragon City, I saw a person with several bodyguards creating a disturbance. Do you know who that person was?" "That was a young master of the branch family of the Imperial clan. Still, the result was, the people of Bounty Hunter Guild broke his legs and throw him out like a dog." "What, don't dare to intervene?" This man laughed. "Since you're a new rookie, you can learn a bit more, otherwise, you will not know how you die." As if to prove the words of this man was correct, several figures suddenly appeared inside the bar, and knocked those people who were creating the disturbance to the ground. "Throw them out. Dare to create disturbance in Bounty Hunter Guild. Did you eat the bear's heart and leopard's gall?" A person who looked like the person in charge coldly instructed. "Wait a moment." At that moment, Long Yi stood up. He still wanted to hear more about it. That person in charge ferociously looked over, but his expression changed seeing Long Yi. And when he wanted to greet, he noticed that he was unable to move his entire body. The person in charge and other higher-level personnel of all Bounty Hunter Guild knew that Long Yi was the boss of Bounty Hunter Guild. "Give me some face and let them stay," I am very interested in the words of this brother. Long Yi said with a smile as he retracted his spirit power that bound this person in charge. Of course, since this honored guest speaks so, there is no reason to refuse. This person in charge respectfully said. Then, he instructed people to put everything in order here and left. Everyone in the bar was surprised as they guessed the identity of these two people in their heart. But, when they saw Yin Jian beside Long Yi, they understood a little. Yin Jian was a well-known person in Light City. Almost everyone knew that he was the only son of the city lord, and the city lord Yin Deng was the vassal of Zemin clan, the foremost prominent family of Violent Dragon Empire. And many people had long guessed that Zemin clan was supporting Bounty Hunter Guild from behind. It seemed reasonable that way. These alcoholics were so shocked at this moment that their entire body was drenched with cold sweat. They thanked profusely for the help of Long Yi. All blamed them for being out of mind for a moment and causing a disturbance in Bounty Hunter Guild. This brother Shi, you just said that you saw a dragon. I wonder if that is true. Long Yi asked Shita-san. Originally, the attention of this entire bar was already attracted to this side, and when they heard such question of Long Yi, everyone was interested and all began to move around them to listen to this conversation. This young master, Shita-san, dare to guarantee this with my life. This matter is absolutely not an empty talk. Shita-san patted his chest and said. Then, looking at the crowd around him, he was somewhat proud of himself in his heart as he added, I just returned from Proud Moon Empire yesterday. Because I was in a hurry, I took the mountain path, but who would have thought that I would have diarrhea because of bad food? In addition, it was already getting dark, so I couldn't proceed the mountain path. Late night, I had a stomachache, so I squatted in the midst of thick bush to relieve myself. At that time, a strong wind suddenly blew, nearly sending me flying. I looked up and saw one black and one golden, two over 100 meters long dragons fighting each other. That momentum was simply devastating. Two mountains were crushed in an instant. In that battle, both dragons suffered. Among them, the black dragon fell on that mountain where I stayed, creating a huge crater, and its dragon tail slammed just 10 or so meters away from me. Fortunately, they didn't fight again. Otherwise, how could I still be alive to drink wine here? After Shita-san finished speaking, all began to make remarks in succession. Some people seemed to believe his words and some people expressed their doubts. I just arrived here today from Proud Moon Empire, and I also took that mountain path. There are indeed two mountains collapsed there. At that time, someone interrupted. Putting it that way, it should be real. Other than forbidden magic spells, only legendary dragon race have such tyrannical strength. But, the appearance of dragon race in Blue Waves continent, is this some kind of scheme? Another person added, if that is true, then it's terrible. Even a master archmage finds it very hard to deal with an adult dragon by himself. Moreover, our Blue Waves continent only have 5 master archmages. All kinds of discussion appeared inside the bar and the atmosphere heated up. That is still not the worst part. The worst part is, currently our Blue Waves continent is having an internal strife, and if we don't unite beforehand, then how can we resist the invasion of the dragon race? An old man wearing a magic robe sighed. Looking at the current situation, Zemin clan, directly or indirectly, controls Nelan Empire and Proud Moon Empire, so for the unification of Blue Waves continent, Zemin clan is the best choice. Since that is the case, it would be better to be unified earlier. Someone among the crowd said. Right. Imperial Long clan has already declined, how can they contend with Zemin clan? Another one in the crowd added. For a period of time, all people expressed their views. But, among the crowd, there were some people who were deliberately guiding the public opinion, infinitely exaggerating Zemin clan. It seemed the intelligence agents of Skynet were truly capable. Long Yi had never thought that this matter of dragon would lead to such heated discussion. Now, under the imaginary premise of dragon race attacking Blue Waves continent, Zemin clan could unify Blue Waves continent with the support of common people. As long as intelligence agents secretly stir up this matter, it would spread from 1 to 10 and from 10 to 100. striking root in the hearts of the people. Thus, when Zemun clan ascended to Dragon Throne, it would not provoke many public censures. Long Yi and Yan Jian appeared pleased as they exited the bar when the entire bar had fallen into the heated discussion. Young master, are those people arranged by you? Yan Jian asked. Of course not, this is, I'd only poke a stick in the mud and it grows into a tree to shade you. I didn't expect the result to be this good. It seems that various branches of Skynet should follow suit. Long Yi shook his head and said with a smile. His eyes however were shining. Young master, didn't you just think of some good ideas again? Nowadays, the observing ability of Yan Jian was increasing daily. Just looking at the current expression of Long Yi, he guessed that Long Yi seemed to have thought of some good plans. Yes, this young master will further make use of this rumor of dragon race attacking Blue Wave's continent. Hey. Long Yi smirked. How to use it further? Yan Jian curiously asked. You will know in the future. Now, I am returning to Phoenix Inn. You should also return to help your father investigate various military officers stationed in Light City. In particular, a number of high-ranking general officers and guards guarding the city gates. We cannot lose Light City. You have to properly handle this matter. Long Yi said to Yan Jian. Yes, young master. Yan Jian assures you to accomplish this task successfully. Yan Jian replied respectfully and returned to City Lord residence. Long Yi returned to Phoenix Inn and while passing through a long corridor, the blood skull mark on his left palm slightly vibrated. He immediately stopped and turned to look at the luxury suite on his right-hand side. Long Yi looked all around and seeing not a soul on sight, he extended his hand and gently touched the door. Immediately after that, a burst of magic fluctuation came from inside the door. Long Yi thought what a bad luck he had. He had not expected that the reaction speed of this alarm barrier was so fast. Who's there? A crisp and melodious voice came from inside. Hello, respected guest. I am a waiter of Phoenix Inn. I want to ask whether you need someone to send a dinner to you or not. The reaction of Long Yi quick. He immediately pretended to be a waiter. Oh, we don't need. A female voice resounded. Okay, if you need something, then please feel free to let us know. Our Phoenix Inn will serve you wholeheartedly. I hope your stay here will be pleasant. Goodbye. Long Yi had always stayed in Phoenix Inns when he was outside, so he clearly knew their speaking tone and manner. Creak. The door of the neighboring room opened, then Feng Ling poked her head out and looked at him with a smile yet not a smile. Long Yi awkwardly touched his nose and entered the room. My husband. When did you change your profession to Phoenix Inn's waiter? Did you take a fancy to some other girl? Feng Ling smiled while pinching Long Yi. Nonsense, am I, your husband, that kind of person? Long Yi opened his eyes wide and gently pinched Feng Ling's pert BT. So hateful, my husband is that kind of person. Feng Ling said in displeasure. Hey, since you say I am that kind of person, now, I take a fancy to you. I will see where you will run away. Long Yi picked up Feng Ling with a strange smile then tossed her to the soft sofa of the hall. Then, like a ferocious tiger, he pounced onto her, and these two people played on the sofa making noise. Needless to say, there was a spring scenery. Okay, my husband, I surrender. Younger sister Lai is still in the room. The beautiful face of Feng Ling had become bright red. Her beautiful eyes were watery and because Long Yi had mischievously pulled her clothes, a large expanse of her white skin was revealed. Is that so? That's just perfect. Tonight, you two should not think about running away. Long Yi grabbed plump of Feng Ling and gently kneaded it with a bad smile on his face. No, we are going to have a dinner soon, wait some time. To do whatever you want. Feng Ling's passion was also aroused but this was not the right time. Okay, this however is what you said. Long Yi's heart swayed and he nibbled the earlobe of Feng Ling as he said with a smile. Chapter 528, Demonic Dragon Princess. Just after Long Yi got up from above Feng Ling, Lai with bright red face came out of her bedroom. It might be assumed that she had heard the playing of these two people in the hall. Well, Lai, don't be bashful, let's call Lai Yuxu and go to eat dinner. Long Yi smiled and beckoned, then this little mermaid cried out in alarm as she flew into his bosom. The three people arranged their clothing and went out of the room. Then, they knocked on the door and called out Lai Yuxu, Nai-Er and Li Qing. As for Yu Feng, she had disappeared without a trace. Fenger? Long Yi asked in confusion. Younger sister Fenger has gone back to her clan, and she still hasn't returned yet. Lai Yuxu replied. Long Yi nodded his head, and holding Nai-Er, he walked towards the stairs with everyone. But, when he passed by that door with a strange alarm barrier, his step stagnated and a hint of strange light flashed through his eyes. Just when they were about to turn to downstairs, they however met a young girl wearing pitch-black clothing. This young girl had a pitch-black hair coiled up into a bun with sparkling ornaments all over her hair. She was very beautiful and her black eyes had a hint of mischievous innocence. At this moment, she was curiously sizing up Long Yi's group. Just when Long Yi brushed past this black-robed young girl, the blood-red skull mark on his left palm became burning hot for a moment. And newer in the bosom of Long Yi was also staring at the back view of this young girl without blinking her eyes. Li Qing, slow down and look which room she would enter. Long Yi used his spirit power to instruct Li Qing. After the group went downstairs, Li Qing approached Long Yi and said softly, "Young master, her room is located diagonally opposite to your room." The eyebrows of Long Yi slightly rose. Sure enough, although this young girl had well concealed her aura, the blood-red skull mark on his left palm still noticed her dark aura. "Father, that big sister of just now is same as us," Nai-Er suddenly said. Her words startled everyone. She meant that that young girl of just a moment ago was also a dragon. "Are you sure, Nai-Er?" Long Yi asked. "Of course, I am." "Do you think Nai-Er is mistaken?" Seeing Long Yi was doubting her words, Nai-Er immediately assured him, "Demonic Dragon Clan." Long Yi muttered, if that young girl was from dragon race, then because she had a dark aura around her, Long Yi was sure that she belonged to Demonic Dragon Clan. Just after Long Yi muttered two words, the complexion of Lai Yuxu who was beside Long Yi immediately changed. On the way to Light City, they had run into an elder of Demonic Dragon Clan. Now, they met a young girl who belonged to Demonic Dragon Clan in Phoenix Inn. She was definitely the junior that elder was looking for. If Long Yi didn't misremember, then at that time, that elder of Demonic Dragon Clan had said that he was looking for two playful juniors. If that young girl they had met just a moment ago was one, then that meant that there was another one in the room. And according to the story of Shito-san in Bounty Hunter Bar, one black and one golden dragons had fought each other resulting in both sides suffering. Then it was very likely that the other one in the room was healing injuries. In other words, they should not be leaving in a short time. Thinking of this, the corner of Long Yi's mouth slightly curled up as he leisurely led everyone to the Phoenix restaurant on the other side of the street. The curtain of night quietly befell, and a cold wind blew along with tiny snowflakes in Light City. And along with multicolored magic lights in the midst of fluttering snowflakes made the entire Light City appear mystical. Compared to the fierce wind and heavy snowfall of a few days ago, this kind of weather was much better. And as the Northern Trade Center, there was still a busy flow of people on the streets. Suddenly, a rumbling thunderclap resounded throughout the night sky and everyone immediately looked up in a daze. All of a sudden, a fierce wind blew over and a huge shadow suddenly appeared in the air, then a huge pressure that made all people tremble spread around Light City. "God, it's a dragon! A dragon want to attack our Light City!" Someone in the midst of the crowd shouted and the entire Light City fell into chaos in an instant. Roar! A dragon roared angrily and the entire Light City trembled, followed by an intense fluctuation of magic elements in the air. Some common people found it hard to breathe and collapsed. Suddenly, a huge light ball fell down and everyone closed their eyes waiting for the death. But, to everyone's surprise, this light ball that contained a large amount of magic power made a curve and flew towards the outskirts of the town. Then, along with a loud explosion sound, a cloud of dust rose to the sky and a dazzling light illuminated half the sky like daytime. When everything calmed down, frightened people looked up and discovered that the huge dragon in the sky had already disappeared. After that, many people flocked to the outskirts of the city, and seeing the scenery in front of them, they were agape and tongue-tied. They saw a 10 meters deep and more than 100 meters wide huge crater in front of them. The original forest of this place had already disappeared without a trace. In a luxurious compartment of Phoenix restaurant, Long Yi watched Lai Yuxi, who had just entered this compartment, from the window with a smile. Then, he suddenly got up and kissed her cheek. "You." The beautiful face of Lai Yuxi became slightly red, but she used her strength to stomp the leg of Long Yi, making him hiss in pain. "Keek, father is eating big sister, excellent." Nair, who desired to see the world plunged into chaos, chuckled. "Then, this father will also eat my good Nair." Long Yi smiled and nibbled the soft and tender cheek of Nair, causing Nair to chuckle and squirm. "My husband, why did you make big sister Liu go and scare people?" Feng Ling asked. "I want to make people believe that dragon race is attacking Blue Wave's continent. Like that, everyone will urgently hope for the unification of the entire Blue Wave's continent to oppose the dragon race. And now, since Mizaman clan holds a very superior position, a large section of people would definitely tilt towards us. Like that, there are hundreds of benefits without any harm." Long Yi smirked and said, "My husband played a good scheme. I see you are becoming more and more like an old fox." Feng Ling said with a smile. Long Yi nevertheless gladly endured hardship, as if this was the best compliment to him, causing everyone to laugh. A hint of black shadow entered the Phoenix Sin and hastily opening the door, entered the room. "Big sister Charmin, I went to look, it was truly a dragon." The black-robed young girl pushed open the door of the bedroom and yelled. On the big bed of the bedroom, a matchlessly beautiful young girl was half lying with her black hair hanging down loosely. She had a pair of dragon horn on her forehead, but her facial features were very exquisite and her skin looked very delicate with a kind of unhealthy blush. At this moment, brocade quilt covered up to her chest, but her shoulders were bare. One could see some black dragon scales on her shoulders. Was that our demonic dragon clan or divine dragon clan? Charmin looked up and asked, appearing somewhat nervous. "I don't know." The remaining aura in the air seemed to have the aura of both demonic dragon and divine dragon, but on the way, I heard people saying there was only one dragon. Truly is strange. The black-robed young girl sat on the bedside and said with confusion. Charmin frowned and pondered for a long time, then she suddenly sat up and said excitedly, "Could it be that it's her?" "Wow, big sister Charmin, that place is so big." The black-robed young girl didn't pay any attention to what Charmin said, but looking at the exposed bosom of Charmin, she exclaimed, "Damned Crystal, talk nonsense again and I will tear your mouth." Charmin ferociously glared Crystal and pulled up the brocade quilt to cover her. Crystal mischievously smiled and said, "Big sister Charmin, do you know who that dragon was?" "Crystal, you should also know the matter of my uncle Fandy. At that time, he violated the rule of our clan and fell in love with the princess of Divine Dragon Clan. He would rather give up the position of Dragon King of Demonic Dragon Clan to elope with that princess of Divine Dragon Clan. Afterward, I accidentally heard my father saying that they had a daughter, so I guess that the dragon that appeared just a moment ago might be my cousin that I have never met. Only the dragon who possessed the bloodline of both Demonic Dragon Clan and Divine Dragon Clan would simultaneously have the aura of both clans." Charmin sighed softly and said, "Then, let's go to look for her." "You were injured by that damned princess of Divine Dragon Clan. If we got the help of a dragon that has the aura of Divine Dragon Clan, then you will recover fully in no time." Crystal said, "I am not too sure now. You must not leak even a bit of your dragon aura, as we don't know how many people of Divine Dragon Clan has come out. In addition, there is Elder Pierre looking for us all around. No matter which side discover us, we will land ourselves in serious trouble." Charmin frowned and said, having heard what was said, Crystal said, feeling depressed, "Didn't we just come out to play for a bit? But we are unexpectedly being chased like this. truly is hateful. Why can't we dragon race come out to play in Blue Waves continent? Staying for thousands of years in that island, it is boring. Perhaps I will become the first dragon in the history to die out of boredom. At that time, Demonic Dragon Clan and Divine Dragon Clan made an agreement before gods to not step onto the human world, perhaps to maintain the balance between all races. But, as long as we are a bit more careful, mixing with humans and playing for a few years should not be a problem. Charmin said. The human world is much more amusing than that broken island. This place is so big and bustling. Furthermore, there are so many delicious foods to eat. We have to play sufficiently now. At that time, after we are caught and brought back to the clan, we will be punished according to the rule of the clan. The depressed mood of Crystal disappeared as quickly as it came. She immediately became cheerful. She seemed to be optimistic by nature. At that time, the eyelids of Charmin suddenly jumped up and she felt as if someone was peeing on her. Her nerve tightened and her body was instantly covered by a layer of black scales and she shouted, "Who's there?" Chapter 529, Intruding Lady's Chamber. Crystal was shocked and she nervously looked all around but didn't see a soul in sight. Where is someone? Even the barrier is still fine. After a while, Crystal said. Charmin frowned and jumped out of the bed, then examined the entire room without leaving a single inch. And she didn't feel that feeling of being peeped again. Could it be that that was truly her misconception? Crystal, let's go out and examine the drawing room and bathroom, Charmin softly said. At this moment, she was severely injured. If her feeling was right, then she was not the opponent of the other party. Even the elder of Dragon Race would find it very difficult to pass without anybody knowing through the detection and alarm barrier she had personally arranged. When the two women just reached the doorway, they heard a voice coming from behind them. "No need to go through such trouble, I am behind you." Reflectively, Charmin attacked backward, sending a pitch-black dragonora slash. Before she carefully looked at the person behind her, an explosion sound resounded and along with that brocade quilt, that big bed become broken bits and pure white feathers inside the brocade quilt fluttered throughout the room like snowflakes. Hey, don't be so impulsive. Impulsive is a devil. Long Yi sat on the windowsill and said with a smile while watching vigilant beautiful female dragons not far away from him. Human? Charmin was somewhat shocked in her heart. When did the strength of humankind reach this level? Could it be that those legends of dragon-slaying warriors were real? Ah, it's you. You are that fellow that lives next door with many women. Crystal exclaimed, pointing towards Long Yi as if she discovered the new world. Beautiful little girl of Demonic Dragon Clan, your memory is truly good. Long Yi said with a smile. That's natural. Crystal proudly raised her head. She didn't have any thought that Long Yi might be their enemy. Perhaps, that smiling appearance of Long Yi made her feel he was less hostile. Charmin was clearly more mature than Crystal and she was also more experienced. She carefully sized up Long Yi for a while, then said, "Human, you enter our room without our consent, we have no choice but to doubt your objective. If you don't make it clear, then don't blame us for being impolite." Logically speaking, your Demonic Dragon Clan should not appear in Blue Waves continent. You have violated the agreement by appearing here. I also have no choice but to doubt your purpose. That is why I am here. Long Yi leisurely said with a smile, returning back the words of Charmin. We have no malicious intention against humankind. We were simply bored staying for a long time in Dragon Island, so we thought to come out and play. The innocent Crystal quickly explained. Charmin glared at Crystal. This girl, what was her brain filled with? Originally, this fellow was at fault, but now, they were at a fault. How did you know our identity? Charmin still didn't dare to relax her vigilance. I just heard. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and said. Charmin was startled and her beautiful face suddenly stretched taut as she ferociously glared at Long Yi. This damned human has been peeping her for a long time. Didn't this mean he saw her body? Don't misunderstand, I didn't see anything, truly nothing. Why on earth are you attacking again? Long Yi truly wanted to close this chapter, but when he was halfway through explaining, Charmin sent out several dragon aura slashes again. Long Yi fled all around the room and was utterly hopeless watching this violent Charmin. Crazy female dragons were truly not to be trifled with, because the room had a barrier, and in addition, Charmin's attack power was limited because of her severe injuries. The barrier was not broken, otherwise, this Phoenix Inn would have already razed to the ground. At that time, how could he show his face to Matriarch Phoenix? Charmin stopped breathing heavily. Now she could only glare at Long Yi, and she also realized that she was not the opponent of Long Yi at this moment. In addition, the strength of this human was not something Crystal could resist, so she had to endure him for the time being. Tired? Do you want to take a tea break? Long Yi took out a cup of green tea as if performing a magic trick and handed it over to Charmin. Charmin nevertheless didn't appreciate this kindness. She slapped away the green tea in the hand of Long Yi and the tea inside flew everywhere in the air. Long Yi flicked his finger and shoot out his spirit power. Then, the teacup rotated in the midair and all the tea in the air poured into the cup. Then the teacup flew back to the hand of Long Yi. Seeing this scene, both Charmin and Crystal were dumbfounded. The strength of Dragon Race was very powerful, but they gave priority to destruction. So it was nothing strange for them to be dumbfounded seeing such skillful use of internal force. Even if you don't want to drink, you shouldn't waste. I am saying this in good faith. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and sipped a mouthful of this green tea. Then, he turned around and walked towards the hall. Charmin and Crystal looked at each other and followed Long Yi, then sat opposite to Long Yi. This is the right thing. Since you are not hostile to Blue Wave's continent, we are naturally friends, not enemies. If we fight here, then you will just attract that Elder Pierre here, and your playing days will be over. Long Yi said with a smile. Have you seen our elder? Crystal asked. Of course. That old man likes to purposely make a mystery of small things to intimidate people. Long Yi said with a smile. Don't listen to his nonsense. He has never seen our elder. He had heard us speaking just a moment ago. Charmin said. Don't doubt the word I say. My only drawback is that I never lie. Long Yi said, but he secretly despised himself. He never lied. Even a pig will not believe this. Hee, you are truly interesting. How about you take us everywhere to play hereafter? Crystal excitedly said, because there was no one to guide. In addition, Elder was chasing behind them. Since they arrived in Blue Wave's continent, they still hadn't played properly. Of course, not a problem. Long Yi readily agreed. His original purpose was this, but I have a problem. Charmin coldly said, no, you also have no problem. You are injured by Divine Dragon Clan, and you cannot recover fully in a short time, but I can cure your injury in a short time. Moreover, many interesting matters happens around me. I can guarantee that you will not be bored in Blue Wave's continent. Long Yi said with a smile. The two women suspiciously looked at Long Yi, because the physique and aura of Divine Dragon Clan and Demonic Dragon Clan were completely opposite. It would take a long period of time to heal the injuries suffered from the other party, unless the other party was willing to heal the opposite party. It seems you two don't believe in my words. It doesn't matter, just remove the barrier and let me invite a person. Then, you will quickly believe in me. Long Yi said. Charmin looked at Long Yi for a while as if she was discerning the intention of Long Yi. But, thinking about it, if Long Yi wanted to harm them, then he didn't need to take so much trouble. She was severely injured and Crystal wasn't his opponent. So, she decided to remove this barrier. After Charmin muttered an incantation, a radiance flashed and a spinning pearl appeared on her palm. Now, the barrier around this luxurious compartment was removed. Long Yi shot a glance at that pearl on her palm. This should be a rare barrier pearl. But, it was nothing surprising. If Dragon Race didn't have some unusual treasure, then that truly couldn't be explained. Not long after, the door was pushed open and Lai Yuxi carrying Nair walked in. Father, hug. Seeing Long Yi, Nair jumped out of the bosom of Lai Yuxi and entered into the bosom of Long Yi at lightning speed. Because Nair was too attached to Long Yi, this often made the heart of Lai Yuxi turn sour. Charmin and Crystal carefully sized up Lai Yuxi, but, since they were not as strong as their elder, they were unable to see through her concealed aura. There is another big sister dragon. Nair in the bosom of Long Yi said in her immature voice. Charmin was startled in her heart and her gaze moved to Nair. Just seeing that extraordinary speed of Nair, she knew that this little girl was not simple, but she didn't expect that this little girl could actually sense her dragon aura. In addition, she said another. This explained that she had already seen through crystal before. Lai Yuxu walked over to the side of Long Yi and sat down. She didn't talk superfluous words. She just emitted her aura, filling this entire room with a powerful dragon aura. Charmin was both startled and delighted. She could feel the dragon aura emitted by Lai Yuxu contained the aura of both demonic dragon clan and divine dragon clan. This already explained her identity. She was the daughter of her uncle Fandi. She was the cousin she had never met. Are you truly my cousin? Charmin said with some excitement. Lai Yuxu indifferently nodded her head. Along with the progress in her cultivation, her emotional control was far beyond her previous self. Besides, she had no good opinion of demonic dragon clan her father was affiliated to, and she also didn't have any sense of belonging. One could say that she even hated them. Feeling the coldness of Lai Yuxu, the excitement of Charmin settled down. Thinking for a bit, she could understand why Lai Yuxu was like this. If she herself was in Lai Yuxu's position, then she wouldn't be any different. You sisters can chat, I am going out first. Long Yi said, and nibbling the cheek of Nair, he put her down and walked out. After walking into the room of Feng Ling and Lai Lai, Long Yi heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom along with the laughter of two women. His heart instantly began to throb. In this endless night with allure in the front, if he did nothing, then it would truly be sorry for his identity as a man. Long Yi quietly pushed open the door of the bathroom and saw Feng Ling and Lai Lai sitting in the spacious bathtub playing while splashing water in the midst of mist. The two women had a rosy tint on their pure white skin with water droplets everywhere. This scene was inexplicably tempting and bewitching, and especially those two pairs of jade hair appearing indistinctly when they moved. They truly made the evil fire of Long Yi burn larger and his heartbeat accelerated. Little darlings, I am coming in. Long Yi quickly got into the bathroom, then without even removing his clothing, he shouted loudly as he jumped into that big bathtub. Chapter 530, Beiyu, Rebellion. The women cried out in alarm, but they discovered that their chests full were already captured. And since their body were incomparably sensitive, the two women felt their body going soft. My husband, take off your clothing first. Seeing anxious Long Yi, Feng Ling moaned and said, You help me. Long Yi lowered his head and sucked Feng Ling's one rosy bud as he ambiguously said. He also didn't know what was going on tonight, but he was very. These two women sighed at the same time. It was a very hard task for these two women to take off the clothing of Long Yi when their sensitive places were being teased. When they finished taking off all the clothing of Long Yi with great difficulty, the two women however had already reached the peak under the omnipresent devil's claws of Long Yi. In the matter of man and woman, compared to Lai Lai, Feng Ling was more open. In any case, she had already prepared to serve Long Yi together with Lai Lai tonight. And although she knew Long Yi was powerful, she wasn't passive tonight. She took the lead. Bad husband, today you are a little lamb, you have to obey us. Feng Ling's passion was aroused and her aura became incomparably charming. She stopped the big hand of Long Yi that was teasing the place between her legs, then used her jade finger to draw circles on the chest of Long Yi. Fine, then. Your husband will be a little lamb. I will see how my two little she-wolves will deal with me. Long Yi said with a smirk, then he just leaned on the bathtub. Changing the roles sometimes increased the fun. Now, Feng Ling and Lai Lai sat on either side of Long Yi, but the bathtub didn't appear crowded at all as it was sufficiently big. Lai Lai, you lift over there, I will lift this side. Feng Ling said as she reached out to the BT of Long Yi. Then, together with Lai Lai, they lifted Long Yi to the surface of the water. Because of the buoyancy of water, the two women didn't seem to struggle. This was a bit fresh, So Long Yi was secretly feeling pleased, thinking what kind of play Fang Ling would perform. Fang Ling spread open the two legs of Long Yi and hinting Lai Lai to enter into the water. She also entered the water. When they emerged again, the heads of two women were between the legs of Long Yi and the legs of Long Yi were on their shoulders. Fang Ling looked at the high-spirited little brother of Long Yi and stretched out her fragrant tongue. As for Lai Lai, under the signal of Fang Ling, she endured her shyness and followed suit. Long Yi inhaled a mouthful of cold air and his began to boil over, looking at two fragrant tongues moving up and down at his standing erect little brother. This physiological and visual stimulation nearly made him lay down his arms and surrender. He had never felt this kind of pleasure. These two women were truly his intimate good darlings. Long Yi felt a fire was burning in his stomach and his little brother swelled so much that it was almost painful. But, just when he thought to enter offensive mode from the passive mode, Fang Ling nibbled his little brother and rolled her eyes as she said, "My husband, you agreed to be a little lamb tonight. If you break your agreement, then..." Humph humph. Looking at the sparkling white teeth of Fang Ling, all the hairs of Long Yi stood erect and he said with a bitter face, "Ling, don't torment me like this." Fang Ling and Lai Lai nevertheless ignored him and their tongue, mouth and hands spared no effort to tease him more. When Long Yi would almost reach the peak, they would slow down, making Long Yi unable to reach the peak. After several times, the eyes of Long Yi were already bloodshot and he was ready to risk everything. But, the two women seemed to know that they were playing with fire here. After teasing a few more times, Long Yi spurted along with a low roar and he felt very comfortable and refreshed. His fast heartbeat also began to slow down as he felt as if he was riding the clouds and flying on the mist. Unknowingly, it had already become dark. When Long Yi was feeling comfortable and refreshed, the beautiful faces of these two women were flushed and they were breathing heavily because they had no chance to vent off there. Thus, regardless of Long Yi still enjoying lingering pleasure, the two women pounced onto Long Yi as if two tigresses. Instantly, soul-stirring moans resounded in the bathroom. When the sky brightened, the small snowfall of yesterday had already changed into a heavy snowfall in the early morning. The entire Light City was covered by snow and ice again. Now, everything was white within the sight of people and only a few people were walking on the road. Long Yi extricated himself from the midst of warm jades and went to the roof of Phoenix Inn that was covered with snow. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt somewhat ill at ease. Seemingly, something bad had happened. Li King, go to Phoenix Clan and see if there is any problem. Fanger didn't come back yesterday. Long Yi suddenly said. It was very reasonable for Yu Feng to visit Phoenix Clan, her home. But, according to her personality, she would have sent at least a message if she couldn't return, but she didn't, so Long Yi was somewhat worried. Just after he spoke, Li King suddenly appeared behind Long Yi. From the moment Long Yi left his room, Li King had followed behind him like a shadow. He was hiding in the dark because he didn't want to disturb the thought of Long Yi. "Yes, young master." Li King accepted the order and disappeared into the snowstorm. Long Yi felt his heart that was still beating rapidly and he frowned. He had lingered in front of the gate of hell many times. He completely believed in his intuition. His state of mind would not be in chaos for no reason. At that moment, a crane cry suddenly came from far away which startled awake Long Yi. "Beiyu?" The eyes of Long Yi flashed and jumping down, he disappeared from the roof. Something was wrong with that crane cry. Flying towards the origin of this crane cry, Long Yi quickly arrived at the mountain located at the outskirts of the city. But, there was no one in sight, and there was no other sound with the exception of fierce wind. Long Yi looked all around and used his spirit power to scan all around him. Finally, 100 meters away, he sensed a very weak aura. In the midst of the snow, Long Yi saw Beiyu practically buried in the snowland. It itself was pure white, so if it was not for those pure eyes, it would be truly hard to notice this buried white crane. Beiyu. Long Yi did get out of the snow as he had a hint of ominous premonition in his heart. Could it be that Mu Hanyan had a mishap, who had the ability to hurt her? Beiyu also had the strength that exceeded most of the magical beasts. In addition, although he had not seen its attack power, just its speed and perception ability were matchless. Other than some old monsters, basically no could injure it, unless it was Mu Hanyan who was fatally injured. The condition of Mu Hanyan directly affects its state, which was highly probable. Beiyu weakly cried in the bosom of Long Yi and suddenly spat out a milky white pearl. Long Yi carefully looked at this pearl, but he truly didn't know what this pearl represented. After a long while, Long Yi suddenly recalled that crystal ball which recorded video he found in Lost City. It activated after he injected his spirit power. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, Long Yi tried to inject a bit of his spirit power into this pearl. When his spirit power just entered this pearl, the sea of consciousness of Long Yi shook and a scene appeared in the mind of Long Yi. After a long time, Long Yi opened his eyes and his eyes shone with cold radiance. From the pearl, he saw the entire process of Mu Hanyan falling into the trap. It seemed that military advisor couldn't bear to not make a move, and as long as Mu Hanyan was trapped, there was no one who knew the method to completely destroy those dark warriors and magicians. Long Yi knew the terror of those dark warriors from experience. He might be able to deal with them, but what about others? Moreover, he didn't know how many killing machines that kill people like flies were refined by that military advisor. Long Yi knew the method to lay out that forbidden magic array, so it was not that difficult for him to destroy it. Merely, it would consume some time. This meant that he had to return to Soaring Dragon City as soon as possible, otherwise it would be too late. Honglong, honglong. At this moment, several explosion sounds resounded, and Long Yi saw flames rising from all direction in Light City. In addition, he could indistinctly hear the sounds of battle. Rebellion? The gaze of Long Yi became cold. Finally, it has begun. This was just perfect. Once he settled this, it would save him from future trouble. Long Yi flew back to Light City and discovered that the rebellion armed force was not as big as he had imagined. Unexpectedly was just trifling several squads of 400 or so people. Not long from now, it would be suppressed, but there was a conflict on the place he had not expected, which actually was the foremost clan of Light City, Phoenix Clan. Phoenix Clan was full of experts. They had more than 1,000 private soldiers, but the current circumstance was somewhat chaotic. According to the report, the experts of Phoenix Clan intruded the military camp and began to kill several higher-ranking general officers. As a result, the Phoenix Clan was attacked. Now, the army didn't know what to do. The conflict intensified even more. The estates of Phoenix Clan were spread all over the Light City, and all the people working there had picked up weapons and began to fight against the army. Now, Light City was in a chaos. Battle cries could be heard everywhere. The matter that was causing more headache was traveling merchants. These traveling merchants had dozens or even several hundred guards to escort them, and those who were affected joined the battle, making the situation even more chaotic. One could say that some fellows were taking advantage of this chaotic battle to reap benefits. At this time, Yanjian rushed over and asked Long Yi what they should do. Notify the soldiers outside to enter the city and suppress this rebellion. Ask 3 times to lay down their weapons and squat down holding their head. If they failed to comply, kill them on the spot. Long Yi gnashed his teeth and said. A large number of armed soldiers entered Light City and quickly spread to every street of the city. They shouted to lay down their arms, but many people didn't listen to them. So all of them were killed. Regardless of the status of the people who were fighting, everyone who didn't listen to lay down their arms was shot to hedgehog, and the smell of blood spread throughout the city. Only after the streets were dyed red with blood, some people woke up as if waking up from a dream and threw away the weapons in their hand and curled up, shivering with fear. In an extremely short period of time, several thousand corpses lied on the ground of Light City. Such a bloody scene shocked and frightened everyone so much that they kept quiet out of fear with a restless heart. In the end, only the courtyard of Phoenix Clan had magic and ki flashing everywhere. The armed force completely surrounded it, but they didn't dare to charge in, because this Phoenix Clan had dozens of high-level magicians, sword masters and great swords masters. In addition, there was a crossbow unit to ambush, so they had no way to charge into this courtyard. Chapter 531, Pawns. treatment. At the time when Long Yi and Yan Jian hurriedly rushed over to the tightly surrounded courtyard of Phoenix Clan, they could still hear the sounds of fighting. But, very soon, everything quieted down. Presumably, one party inside Phoenix Clan was completely wiped out. Young Master, Phoenix Clan has always been staying away from politics. This time, it is definitely Long Zhan instigating some people inside. Yan Jian whispered to Long Yi, but he didn't dare to look straight at Long Yi, whose eyes were shining with pallid light. Clearly, this young master had truly gotten angry. Long Yi coldly snorted and he suddenly flew up. Then, as if the heaven and earth of this place had condensed, everyone felt such a powerful pressure that they didn't even dare to breathe heavily. Suddenly, a ball of 7-colored magic ki appeared in the sky. It instantly changed into a conical shape and flew towards the tall wall. Crackle! The entire sky above this courtyard of Phoenix Clan suddenly flashed with a yellow-colored radiance, and it began to ripple under the 7-colored magic ki attack of Long Yi. Suddenly, at the place where Long Yi's 7-colored magic ki had hit, a crack appeared, followed by the disintegration of this barrier. Attack! Long Yi returned to his original position and coldly ordered. Along with the heaven-shaking battle cries, the armed force rushed into the courtyard of Phoenix Clan like tidewater. But, they unexpectedly didn't encounter any decent resistance in the periphery. Just a moment ago, when Long Yi had gotten rid of that barrier, crossbow shooters on the tall walls were also jolted to unconsciousness. Young Master, it seems the people inside Phoenix Clan have revolted. Yu Feng girl might be in danger. Yan Jian said to Long Yi. It's fine, with Li Qing beside her, no one can hurt her. Long Yi indifferently said. Young Master, there is something I don't understand. Why did these traitors of Phoenix Clan choose this time to rise in rebellion? Did they think that just they and those 400 and so rebelling soldiers could succeed? Yan Jian spoke out the doubt in his heart. Long Yi paused. Just now, he was also in the process of thinking this problem. Perhaps, those traitors of Phoenix Clan wanted to take advantage of the time when Matriarch Phoenix had yet to return to seize power. Merely, why did they decide to make a move so late? Perhaps. Long Yi suddenly thought of a possibility and a hint of ominous radiance flashed through his black pupils. I think these people are just disposable pawns. Long Yi sneered. Pawns? Yan Jian didn't understand. Don't you think it's too strange? Just 400 or so soldiers suddenly rebelled to seize the power. Was their brain damaged? Although the power of Phoenix Clan is spread all over Light City, unless the army stationed outside the city is already under their control, although they would be able to cause chaos within Light City, it is inevitable that they would be suppressed bloodily by this armed force. So I guess that they were just disposable pawns tossed out by Long Zhan to confuse us. Long Yi looked at the chaotic residents of Phoenix Clan and said slowly. Young Master, you mean that Light City will still not be peaceful? The real rebels are still hidden in the depth. With this move, they want us to think that we have already eradicated the rebels, and when we relax our guard, they will take advantage of the time when we are unprepared to land an unexpected blow. With the intelligence of Yan Jian, he immediately understood the key points. Yes, as long as I am in Light City, those people have certain misgivings. Long Yi said with a smirk. He was absolutely not exaggerating. With his current strength, he could walk unhindered throughout Blue Wave's continent. In addition, the women around him were also not ordinary people. That military advisor might have a restraining fear of his strength. Then, everything is fine. As long as young master is here, Light City will not be lost. Yan Jian said with a smile. Don't fart. Within a week, you must uncover the identities of those rebels and report it to me, otherwise, you will be staying in Hengjuan Mountains forever. No need to return. Long Yi said, and his eyes dangerously narrowed. He basically couldn't stay in Light City for a long time. Mu Hanyan must not die, and the only person in this world who could get rid of that forbidden magic array was him. But, looking at the condition of Beiyu, the circumstance of Mu Hanyan was not optimistic. He had to go back to Soaring Dragon City today, otherwise, he feared that he would be too late. Yes, young master. Yin Jian said with a bitter face. At this time, the resistance of Phoenix Clan was getting stronger and stronger. Dense magic elements were violently fluctuating in the air, and with several master magicians attacking, the casualties among the army was not few. Because the rank of magicians who were stationed in the military barrack of Light City was not too high, they were having a hard time to cope with this situation. Go and help. Long Yi ordered and flew towards the battlefield. Then, he sent out his 7-colored magic Gi to cut swords masters guarding several magicians into two. At that moment, an explosion sound came from underground of the backyard, then 3 figures shot out. Afterwards, glimmering phoenix Gi and condensed cold chi severed the air, instantly giving rise to countless screams. Originally, all the people of Phoenix Clan was forced to this backyard, so this place was very crowded. Such sudden and powerful attack at that place took the life of many people. Instantly, over half of the people there fell, and those 3 figures that shot out from underground were leaking. Yu Feng and pale-faced Matriarch Phoenix. The following battle held no suspense, just death and surrender. Now, there were corpses everywhere and the pungent smell of blood spread all over the Light City. This day would be remembered by the people of Light City forever. In Phoenix Inn, Matriarch Phoenix was lying on the bed, asleep. She was clearly injured severely. As for Long Yi and others, they were in the drawing room listening to the explanation of Yu Feng about the sequence of events. As it turned out, when Yu Feng had returned to Phoenix Clan yesterday, she encountered a surprise attack. Relying on the might of her rank 3 Phoenix Ki, she would have easily fled from there, but when she saw Matriarch Phoenix was already captured, she was unable to find a way out. She could only allow herself to be seized without putting up a fight. Later, Li King, who was sent by Long Yi to check, found that something was wrong with the residents of Phoenix Clan, so he captured a person and forced an answer out of him. Then, he learned the whereabouts of Yu Feng and quietly sneaked into the dungeon to save her. Afterward, the matter of Light City happened. Wow, such an interesting matter had happened, but you didn't call us. Truly hateful. At that time, Liu Xu along with Charmin and Crystal walked in, and energetic and optimistic Crystal made a big fuss. Long Yi looked at the complexion of Charmin and seeing her ruddy complexion and vigorous eyes, he knew that Liu Xu had already healed her injuries. Crystal, don't be rude. Charmin softly scolded. Everyone already knew the matter of Charmin and Crystal being the people of Demonic Dragon Clan. Merely, they had yet to introduce each other, so everyone made self-introduction. Long Yi, those despicable elders injected profound yin qi into my mother's body. I cannot resolve it. Can you resolve profound yin qi within the body of my mother? At that time, Yu Feng worriedly said. Long Yi looked at the sky. He could feel that Beiyu in his dark space dimension was already getting weaker and weaker. This showed that Mu Hanyan would not be able to last long. He must return to Soaring Dragon City as quickly as possible to save her. But, he couldn't ignore Matriarch Phoenix too. Fortunately, it wouldn't take a long time to resolve profound yin qi. Don't worry. I will resolve that profound yin qi of your mother. Roughly 2 hours is enough. Long Yi said and then entered the bedroom and set up a barrier in order to avoid getting disturbed. Long Yi sat on the edge of the bed, then looking at pale Matriarch Phoenix, he suddenly lifted the brocade quilt and extended his big hand towards her towering bosom. Suddenly, Matriarch Phoenix opened her eyes and her ice-cold jade hand grabbed his big hand and said angrily, "What are you doing?" "I am resolving the profound yin qi within your body. Your physique is fire-attributed. The longer you suppress the yin qi, the more vitality you will lose. I will force out that profound yin qi from the pores of your body." "So, without taking off your clothes, how can profound yin qi be forced out?" Long Yi explained without batting his eyelid. As a matter of a fact, it was not necessary to take off one's clothes. One could force out profound yin qi from the top of the head, merely, it would take twice as long, and he had no time to waste, so he naturally wanted to use the most efficient and easiest way. Matriarch Phoenix let go of Long Yi's big hand and she looked towards the other direction as her heartbeat unexpectedly began to accelerate. Seeing Matriarch Phoenix had let go of his hand, he skillfully took off her clothing. Not talking about anything else, taking off the clothing of women was the specialty of Long Yi. He took off all her clothing, taking no time, leaving behind only a panty covering her final. Long Yi swallowed a mouthful of saliva and couldn't help staring fixedly at her towering. Her was plump and big, not any inferior to her daughter Yu Feng. In addition, the cherries on the top were unexpectedly still red. Despite not being rosy like young girls, they displayed mature charm. Moreover, recalling this beautiful lady was Yu Feng's mother, a vague and somewhat unusual excitement appeared in the bottom of his heart. This made him look down upon himself. The heart of people truly possessed darkness unknown to anyone else. You haven't seen enough. Feeling the scorching hot gaze of Long Yi, Matriarch Phoenix couldn't endure anymore and shouted. Now, there was a hint of redness on her pale face. Long Yi laughed hollowly. Compared to last time when he vaguely saw this mature body, it was even more soul-stirring. He somewhat lost his self-control. No longer hesitating, Long Yi supported Matriarch Phoenix and sat cross-legged opposite to her, placing his hands on her. Then, he used his internal force of Altianju to force out profound yin qi within her body. Along with this move of Long Yi, cyan-colored cold qi leaked out from all the pores of Matriarch Phoenix, circulating around these two people on the bed. After 2 hours, Long Yi completely forced out all profound yin qi from within the body of Matriarch Phoenix. Stinking kid, it's fine this time, but if you are rude next time, then see how I will put you in order. Matriarch Phoenix pulled up the brocade quilt and covered herself up, then hatefully said, staring at Long Yi. The situation was pressing, so I had to do that. Besides, it is not the first time I saw. Long Yi smirked and jumping out of the bed, he rushed out. Matriarch Phoenix gritted her teeth, but a hint of complicated emotion flashed through her phoenix eyes. Only after a long time, she sighed softly and buried that peculiar feeling in the deepest part of her heart. Chapter 532, Saving Mu Hanyan. How was it? Is my mother fine? Seeing Long Yi, Yu Feng hastily asked. With me making a move in person, how can there be any problem? Long Yi said with a smile. Thank you, Long Yi, I will go and take a look at my mother. Yu Feng warmly looked at Long Yi, then wanted to go to the bedroom, but Long Yi stopped her. Wait a minute, I have something to say now. Long Yi said. Having heard what was said, everyone looked at Long Yi, and seeing his serious expression, they understood that this was a serious matter. Long Yi sat on the soft sofa, then opened his mouth. I have something to tell. After that, I will immediately return to Soaring Dragon City. You want to return, but you still want to say something. In any case, if you return, then we will also return with you. Feng Ling said, and everyone nodded their head in succession. No, you all must stay in Light City. And Li King, you will disguise as me and stroll around the city every day. In any case, I want the people to think that I am still in Light City. Longzhan has numerous informers, so in order to attract their attention, you all must stay here. Long Yi seriously said. What exactly happened? Yu Feng asked. It cannot be explained in a short time, just do what I said. The current situation is very volatile, we must not make any errors. Long Yi said. Seeing the expression of Long Yi, everyone knew that he had already made the decision, so all of them nodded their head in succession. Soaring Dragon City, Imperial Palace. That military advisor was trembling above one of the imperial concubines of Longzhan in satisfaction. He was feeling comfortable and refreshed. The feeling of being an emperor was different. Every day, he could enjoy different bewitchingly charming women and no one dared to defy whatever he said. Your Majesty, you are so full of valor and vigor, you nearly me to death. That coquettish imperial concubine caressed the sturdy chest of military advisor and said, emitting a fragrance. Little BTCH, do you still want me to you? Military advisor fondled the plump of this imperial concubine, and all of a sudden, he put forth his strength in his grip and laughed. This imperial concubine hissed in pain and tears gushed out from her eyes. Say, BTCH, Do you still want me to you? Military advisor tyrannically grabbed the neck of this imperial concubine with red eyes. Yes. Yes, please me, your majesty. This imperial concubine was so frightened that she stuttered. Really is a BTCH. Military advisor stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, then with a strange smile, he slowly tightened his hand like an iron hoop. That imperial concubine suddenly found it difficult to breathe and desperately struggled to free herself, but how could have the strength to resist this military advisor? Not long after, her complexion became paler and paler, and her legs began to lose strength. Eventually, her entire body softened and no longer moved. Only her eyes that were opened wide voicelessly accused the atrocity of military advisor. The insane expression of military advisor simmered down and he used a quilt to wipe his hand. Then, putting on his clothing, he walked out as if nothing had happened. Your Majesty, the situation is bad. We just received the report that Icewind City is captured. The allied force of two empires will return within the next few days. In the imperial study, the trusted subordinate of military advisor hurriedly ran in and reported. The eyes of military advisor flashed. It seemed that it was time for him to make a move against Zeman clan. As long as Zeman clan was eradicated, this entire Blue Waves continent will be at his fingertips. He will be the supreme monarch of Blue Waves continent. All the people will have to crawl under his feet and look up to him. What a wonderful feeling that would be. Military advisor knew that the power of Zeman clan was very powerful, but that's all right, he had the expertise to deal with them. These few years, he had been secretly refining tens of thousands of dark warriors, and only Mu Hanyan knew the technique to deal with those dark warriors. But, now, Mu Hanyan might have already become a pile of bones. It was truly pitiful. He always had presumptuous thoughts to have this coquettish woman. Guard, call Crown Prince over. Military advisor suddenly recalled something and ordered the imperial bodyguard outside. Not long after, Crown Prince Long Ying entered the imperial study and bowed. This son greets Emperor Father. I wonder why Emperor Father is looking for this son. Military advisor stood up and sighed softly. Icewind City is already captured, and the army will return within the next few days. Ah, then what should we do? Now the allied force is under the command of Bitang Yu. Once they return, Zeman clan will attack us. Long Yi said with alarm. You are right, what do you think we should do, Yinger? Military advisor faintly asked. We must attack first. He who strikes first gains the advantage. We have 100,000 imperial soldiers, dark warriors, and 50,000 soldiers of Divine Eagle Legion and Fierce Tiger Legion stationed outside the city. What's more, Zeman Yu and Simon Tian are already under our curse puppet magic. If they died, then even if that old man Zeman Yu didn't die out of shock, we will have dealt a big blow to Zeman clan. Long Ying said confidentially. Yinger said it well. We will start tomorrow evening. Now, you go and prepare well. We absolutely cannot make any mistake. Military advisor nodded his head and said. This son obey your command. Long Ying bowed and retreated. He never noticed that the good Emperor Father behind him was looking at his back view with a sinister smile. And at this moment, in Zeman residence, Zeman Yu was walking back and forth in the study room. He had also gotten the news of the capture of Icewind City. Thus, he guessed that Long Zan will certainly make a move against Zeman clan soon. Knock, knock, knock. A strange rhythm knocking sounds came from the door of the study. Come in. Zeman Yu calmly sat behind the desk and shouted. Number 18 pays respect to Patriarch. A person whose entire body was covered with a black robe walked in and greeted respectfully. His voice was very erratic and was somewhat creepy to hear. Is that matter settled? Zeman Yu asked seriously. Reporting to Patriarch, that matter is already settled. 100,000 hidden soldiers are awaiting orders at the mountain located at the outskirts of the city. This black-robed person replied. Good, very good, then. Are the people on the name list already dealt with? Zeman Yu asked. They are already dealt with according to the instruction of Patriarch. Eldest young master and eldest lady are already bound and placed in the iron prison. This black-robed person replied, "That's good, you can leave and make preparations, at that time, act according to the plan." Zemun said. After black-robed person retreated, the excitement he had been suppressing for a long time surfaced on his face. Zemun had been waiting for this day for a long time. Now, Zemun clan held the advantage. Win or lose, it all ends here. The aspiration of Zemun clan for more than 500 years might be realized in his hands. Zemun left the study and entered the next door room. Then, sitting on the edge of the bed, he watched his father who was still lying like a corpse and muttered, "Father, do you know? The aspiration of our Zemun clan is about to be realized. When you wake up, you will definitely be very happy. You have always been a great hero in my heart. I admire you and think that you are omnipotent. I desperately obtained achievements because I wanted to prove myself to you, but you always look down upon me. I have never obtained even a half sentence of praise from you. In your heart, you only had dead Big Brother. You consider him better than me in all aspects. Because Big Brother was elegant and unrestrained just like you. He was lenient everywhere and was a heavenly genius who learned everything faster than me. If it was not for the case that he died, it would not be my turn to sit on the position of patriarch. But, Zemun clan will reach the peak of power in my hands. You will definitely be greatly surprised when you wake up because your that inferior second son has obtained this kind of achievement. Not only that, I furthermore have a genius son. He is even more elegant, unrestrained and romantic than you. Moreover, his ability is also bigger than you. The second son you were never proud of is the one that gave birth to such a son. If you wake up, you will absolutely love him like you loved Big Brother." Zemun muttered to his father lying on the bed with glistening tears in his eyes. Who would have thought that this majestic patriarch of Zemun clan had this kind of side? Currently, he resembled a child who was flaunting in front of his father. After staying in the room for a long time, Zemun calmed down his state of mind and reverted back to his usual dignified appearance and went out. But he didn't notice the slight movement of his father's eyes under his eyelid which disappeared in an instant. In the secret room below Heaven Forbidden Prison, that forbidden magic array was still operating continuously, and in the midst of purple radiance, some mysterious runes were glimmering. Mu Hanyan was lying listlessly on the ground. Now, her face was pale like a paper. If it was not for those slightly quivering eyelashes, anyone who saw her would think that she had already died. It had already been a week and she had almost exhausted her spirit power. Now, just relying on that strange black mist, she was hanging on to her life. Otherwise, with her spirit power already exhausted, her entire body would have quickly eroded, leaving behind only dead bones. In a trance, Mu Hanyan was having one dream after another. In the dream, she returned to her childhood. Ever since she was sensible, she faced tedious meditation and various kinds of training, so much so that even her dream was imposed by other people. Because of that, she basically had no chance to have her own dream. My dream is very simple. I just want to live a quiet life and travel around every corner of this world with my wives. In the dream, a man said looking at her with a faint smile, "If possible, I want your dream to be mine as well." The woman in the dream replied with a trace of sadness and some hope. Because she had no dream, the dream of her beloved was her dream. The beautiful face of the woman in the dream gradually became clear, and Mu Hanyan suddenly discovered that this woman had exactly the same appearance as herself. No, not at that time. I didn't reply like that, Mu Hanyan thought, but she seemed to have thought like that. Mu Hanyan, you cannot fall in love with him, don't forget your identity. A voice suddenly appeared in her dream, then that beautiful scene instantly vanished into thin air. The misty rain and hazy scene became pitch black, leaving behind only the tear-piercing voice reverberating throughout the sky. No, no, I love him. The woman in the dream covered her ears in panic and shouted, "You don't love him, he is just a tool in your hand, you are just using him?" The tear-piercing voice coldly said, "No, no." She cried weakly, "You are just using him, after you have finished using him, you will kill him." The tear-piercing voice appeared bewitching, "No. No. Mu Hanyan, who was in a coma in the midst of forbidden magic array, suddenly trembled in pain. Her beautiful face was twisted and tears of blood flowed out from the corner of her eyes. In addition, blood flowed out from her dried lips. At this time, outside Heaven Forbidden Prison, 3 shadows quickly avoided the patrolling guards and quickly activating the mechanism. They entered Forbidden Heaven Prison. Among them, one was Long Yi and other 2 were Charmin and Crystal of Demonic Dragon Clan. Originally, Long Yi didn't want to bring them along with him, but Crystal insisted on coming with him, saying Light City was not bustling enough and she wanted to see Soaring Dragon City. As for Charmin, she was not at ease to send Crystal alone, so she also followed. When they just arrived in that special prison cell, Murong Shua came out from inside. Long Yi was not surprised, but Charmin, Crystal and Murong Shua were so surprised that they jumped, nearly attacking each other. Zemin, when did you come back? Who are they? Murong Shua was happy to see Long Yi, but immediately afterward, she turned fierce and asked, "We are his good friend, who are you?" Crystal held the arm of Long Yi and said, desiring to see the world plunged into chaos, "He is my husband. Now you say, who am I?" Murong Shua was unwilling to be outdone. "Don't make trouble, I am in a hurry." Long Yi pushed Crystal away and pinched the cheeks of Murong Shua, then rushed out of the prison cell. The 3 women quickly followed after him, but they discovered that Long Yi had already disappeared without a trace. Where is he?" Crystal exclaimed in surprise. Charmin also questioningly looked at Murong Shua. "He went down." Murong Shua calmly pointed at that head-sized hole on the ground. "You mean to say he went down from this hole?" Crystal asked in surprise. "Even a child couldn't pass through this hole." "Correct. If you have the ability, then you can go in," Murong Shua said with a smile. Charmin and Crystal looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. This human being truly gave them many surprises. Could it be that he could change his physical form at will? This was something even people who were far stronger than them couldn't do. Long Yi, however, didn't care about what they were thinking. He could sense that Beiyu was already on the point of death. This means, Mu Hanyan was on the verge of death. He used his spirit power to sense the secret room, and even in the periphery of this forbidden magic array, his spirit power had an intense response. In the midst of this forbidden magic array, Long Yi vaguely saw the figure of Mu Hanyan. She was completely motionless, lying on the ground. She was already on the verge of death. This scene made Long Yi feel pain from the bottom of his heart. Long Yi suppressed the impatience in his heart and carefully looked at the periphery, then used his finger covered with internal force to press on the ground, and from the groove at the edge of this array, a yellow-colored crystal that supplied energy to this formation jumped out, and the entire forbidden magic array immediately shook slightly. It was naturally not enough to just take off one energy crystal. One needed to use large numbers of energy crystals. This was one of the small-scale forbidden magic arrays, but it required 1,000 magic cores. If one wished to thoroughly destroy it, then one needed to take out dozens of magic crystal from several important places, and then erase a number of magic lines drawn on the ground. This took a lot of effort and time. Long Yi carefully used internal force to take out one magic crystal after another. Although it appeared simple, it was absolutely not an easy matter to inject his internal force into this forbidden magic array. He had to use a large amount of internal force to take out one magic crystal. Even if he had a large reserve of internal force, he was unable to bear such consumption. So, while talking out magic crystals form this forbidden magic array, his face was streaming with sweat and he became paler. At this moment, the radiance of this forbidden magic array had become much dimmer. Now, Long Yi could clearly see the appearance of Mu Hanyan. Seeing blood was flowing out of her eyes and mouth, he felt as if a knife was stabbed through his heart. Although they two fought and schemed against each other, he couldn't deceive his heart. She had a very important position in his heart. "Hanyan, you lascivious hussy, you must hold on, you cannot die without my permission," Long Yi muttered. Then taking a deep breath, he concentrated to use his spirit power to erase some magic lines. In this world, perhaps, Only Long Yi could undo this forbidden magic array. One needed to inject powerful internal force to take out magic crystals, and erasing the magic lines of this forbidden magic array needed a large amount of spirit power. This was also the reason why military advisor didn't send anyone to guard this forbidden magic array. He was confident that no one in this world could crack this forbidden magic array, but, because of this arrogance, he would pay a heavy price in near future. If someone was guarding, then how could Long Yi have enough time to go and crack this forbidden magic array? Perhaps, Mu Hanyan would have already died before he had time to crack this forbidden magic array. Finally, after an hour, the purple light and magic runes of this forbidden magic array fluctuated violently and instantly disappeared. Hanyan, wake up. Long Yi injected true chi to protect the heart meridian of Mu Hanyan and called out anxiously. Mu Hanyan slowly opened her eyes, and seeing Long Yi, her eyes shone, then used her inaudible voice to say, "It is truly nice to see you in a dream." She thought that she was seeing a dream again, and just after speaking, she again fell unconsciousness with a smile. Noticing the pulse of Mu Hanyan was getting slower, the heart of Long Yi tightened. The injuries of Mu Hanyan was very serious, and her spirit power was practically exhausted. In addition, her soul essence was damaged greatly. This made her circumstance very bad. Since Mu Hanyan couldn't use bone shrinking technique, they would be unable to return from that hole of heaven forbidden prison. They had to go out using the path of the Imperial Palace. But at this moment, both internal force and spirit power of Long Yi was exhausted. In addition, Mu Hanyan was seriously injured. It was unsafe to take that route. It seemed he had to stay here and help her heal for the time being. Moreover, take this opportunity to restore his energy. Chapter 533, The Decision of Dark Pope. Snowflakes were fluttering in profusion, covering the heaven. Other than the weak radiance of bonfires glimmering in this cold campsite, the entire world was pitch black. It was cold and bone-chilling. In the big tent of this camp, Betanyu was watching this pitch-black night sky in a daze via the window. She, who usually displayed cold and harsh outline, looked a lot gentler at this moment. Her black hair was hanging down loosely to her waist, and there was a hint of gentleness and longing in her eyes that was contrary to her mighty name of Hell Angel. Only a few people knew that whenever she missed Long Yi, that ice-cold murderous spirit around her would change into a special feminine aura. Icewind City was finally captured. From now on, Proud Moon Empire was removed from the face of Blue Wave's continent. All imperial kinsmen of Proud Moon Empire were killed without exception. And she also finally completed her mission to lay down a big foundation for Long Yi. You didn't let you down," Betanyu muttered, seemingly recalling the scene of their first meeting and everything they experienced together. Someone had once asked her if she regretted choosing this path. At that time, she had indifferently replied that after seeing Long Yi, the word regret no longer existed in her world. As a woman, she had made a name for herself. With her bloody and unfeeling means, she became world famous, and her title of Hell Angel was known to everybody. When other women were thinking of marriage, cosmetics and their appearance, her world however had only one kind of color, that was, the color of blood. When other women were harmoniously and happily assisting their husband and educating their children, she was facing incomplete corpses and field littered with corpses. People of her own side revered her greatly and the enemies feared her, but she didn't care. All she wanted was to fight and achieve victory for her sweetheart. Even if she and more people died, she had to do it. The sounds of footsteps came from outside this tent. This startled awake Betanyu from her thoughts. "I am troubling you to report to General Betang. We want to meet her." A clear and melodious voice resounded. "Wuan, come in." Betanyu said before that guard had any time to report. Zeman Wuan, Long Linger and Lina opened the thick curtain and entered the tent. Zeman Wuan was wearing snow-white priest robe. In addition, with a warm aura all around her, she appeared all the more holy and pure. As for Long Linger, compared to 2 years ago, now, she was a lot more mature, and her fiery red magic robe made her shine all around. Still, her facial features were exquisite as before. Merely, she was suppressing the negative emotion in her heart for a long time. As for Lina, There was no change. She still abhorred evil as her deadly foes and maintained her fiery temperament. They watched Bethenyu with her hair hanging down loosely in fox fur robe and were dumbfounded. They had stayed in the military camp for so long, but they had never seen Bethenyu looking so gentle and lovely like this moment. "Let's sit down and talk. Do you have any matter to look for me so late at night?" Bethenyu faced these three ladies and asked. "Big sister Yu, now that the warfare has ended, we want to return to Soaring Dragon City early, so we decided to separate ourselves from the army and leave in advance," Zemin Wuan gently said. Bethenyu nodded and revealed a rare smile. If she was not the commanding general of this army, then she might also have become eager to return home like these three girls. "How about this? Tomorrow, I will summon the elite squad of Unparalleled Battalion led by Nangong Nu to quickly return together with you all," Bethenyu said. "Thank you, Big Sister Yu." A hint of excitement flashed through the eyes of Zemin Wuan. She was so eager to return home because she wanted to see her second brother even a second faster. As for the rest of the family members, she basically didn't care much. However, at this moment, Long Linger seemed to be struggling. Although she had been evading this matter for a long time, and she didn't want to hear the news of her father Emperor and Zemin clan struggling against each other, she still heard some news. She knew that the current situation of Soaring Dragon City was just like a brewing big volcano, and very soon, it would reach the point of big eruption. But, now, she basically had no way to evade, and after talking with Zemin Wuan and Lina for a long time, she decided to go back to face everything. No matter what kind of pain she had to suffer, she would not retreat. The things that should come would come. Everything was destined. Early on the next morning, an elite squad of Unparalleled Battalion left the military camp and quickly disappeared in the midst of the snowstorm. In the headquarters of Dark Church in Proud Moon Empire, Dark Pope sat on his armchair carved out of dark jade. In his lower right-hand side, his several trusted subordinates sat. Among them, there was Hellpriest Laffer. Now that Proud Moon Empire is destroyed and a mysterious organization has suddenly appeared, the influence of our Dark Church in this Blue Waves continent is eroding rapidly. Does anyone have a good way to deal with this? Dark Pope said with a cloudy face. He looked somewhat exhausted too. With the destruction of Proud Moon Empire, all the future plans of Dark Church dispersed and disappeared like a pipe dream, and the sudden appearance of a mysterious organization exhausted him mentally and physically. No one spoke. The days of Dark Church were getting worse and worse. In addition, after Blue Waves continent was unified, if the unified nation suppressed the Dark Church, then Dark Church might be destroyed completely. Your Majesty Pope, since our Dark Church is in imminent danger, it would be better to support Longzhan with all our strength. As long as Zemin clan is defeated in this struggle, the entire continent will not be unified, and our Dark Church can still look for an opportunity to rise. Hellpriest Laffer stood up and said. Dark Pope pondered for a long time and said, although there is a glimmer of hope in what Laffer said, currently, Zemin clan holds the superior position. In addition, that mysterious mist fairy seemed to stand on the side of Zemin clan. The slightest bit of careless can make our Dark Church reach the point beyond redemption. Your Majesty Pope, this subordinate think that it is better to express goodwill towards Zemin clan. According to the rumor, Saintus has already succeeded in escaping the pursuit, so there is still a chance to mitigate our relation with Zemin clan. Moreover, the heir of Zemin clan, Zemin Yu similarly have dark magic. If we ask Saintus to put in some good words, then perhaps. Another black-robed old man stood up and said. Dark Pope made a bitter smile. If they had originally adopted this means, then perhaps, Dark Church wouldn't have reached this state. Feng Ling and Leng Yu, both of them were Long Yi's women, so Zemin Yu wouldn't have made things difficult for Dark Church. Unfortunately, he however had made a wrong decision at that time by listening to his wife's suggestion. Not only did they chase to kill Leng Yu, he even thought to use his own daughter to lure Zemin Yu to swallow the bait, and the result was, they fell into this situation. No need to speak more, notify every branch, order them to secretly sneak into Violet Dragon Empire and wait for this Pope's order. Also, Everyone gathered here, set out in groups. Dark Church will fully support Longzhan to oppose Zemin clan. Dark Pope stood up and said, "We sincerely obey Pope's order." Seeing Dark Pope had already made up his mind, everyone stood up and said respectfully, merely. Everyone was endlessly nervous in their heart. A single mistake and their Dark Church would be annihilated along with the inheritance of dark magic. In the midst of wind and snow, two figures wearing blue water magic robes flew over to the secret entrance of Dark Church's headquarters. Their speed was so fast that they arrived before it in the blink of an eye. "Grandma, is this the entrance of Dark Church's headquarters? How come I can only see a forest?" Shui Ruoyan asked in confusion. At this moment, standing in the midst of snow, cold wind blew her long hair and clothing, making her look just like a female celestial from the paradise. "This place has a spirit-type illusionary barrier. Follow grandmother, you don't need to worry," Shui Linglong said. It seemed that she was no stranger to this place. This grandmother and granddaughter pair walked side by side into the forest. It was quiet all around and nothing living could be seen here. And after walking for several minutes, Shui Linglong suddenly stopped and solemnly said, "How come this place is strange today?" Shui Ruoyan nervously looked all around and lifted the magic staff in her hand, preparing to defend anything. "Don't be nervous. There is no one around." In the past, there were many hidden lookouts in this place, but today, there is no one, so I feel that it is not quite right, Shui Linglong said. The two people walked further ahead, but there was no path ahead. There was just a long canyon and mist covered it, so they couldn't see the bottom. They could only hear the vague sound of gurgling water. "No path, should we fly over?" Shui Ruoyan asked. "The entrance to Dark Church is below here, Ra Yuo. Let's jump down," Shui Linglong said. "Grandmother, this canyon is so deep, wouldn't we die if we jumped down?" Shui Ruoyan asked. "Now we are in the illusionary barrier, everything we are seeing is an illusion, not real," Shui Linglong explained and then jumped down this canyon. As for Shui Ruoyan, she looked down for a while, then jumped down closing her eyes. But, only after a second, she felt that she landed on something hard, and she staggered, nearly falling over. She opened her eyes and saw rows upon rows of houses and richly ornamented buildings. The atmosphere of this place was extraordinary too. On the opposite side, there was 8 meters wide jet black metal door with 2 sinister-looking human skulls carved on it. And Shui Linglong was not far away from her. At that time, Shui Ruoyan looked behind and discovered that the forest behind her had disappeared. It was replaced by an open and spacious square with dark and undead attributed totem pillars. So daring, actually daring to intrude our Dark Church's headquarters. At that time, a loud shouting voice resounded. Chapter 534, The Domain of Shui Linglong. This pair of grandmother and granddaughter looked towards the origin of this voice and saw a magician standing on the wall. He was watching them with his green ghastly eyes. "Ask your Pope to come and see me," Shui Linglong coldly said. "Truly preposterous. Do you think our Pope would came to see you just because you say so? Since you too intrude our Dark Church's headquarters, don't think that you will leave this place alive." That dark magician had some misgivings. After all, these two had the ability to find the entrance of their Dark Church's headquarters. Merely, the arrogant posture of Shui Linglong made him angry. Shui Linglong sneered in disdain and chanting an incantation, she waved her magic staff and a huge dragon formed from water magic elements in the air roared and rushed towards that dark magician. That dark magician screamed as he was swept away by that magic dragon. Then with the lashing of this dragon's tail, this dark magician was slammed to the ground in front of Shui Linglong. As a water master archmage, it was as easy as crushing an ant to deal with this advanced dark magician. At this time, several figures appeared on the wall, and seeing their companion was injured, they chanted strange incantations. Then innumerable dark magic covered the sky as they rained down towards this pair of grandparent and granddaughter. Merely, when these magic reached near them, with the obstruction of a blue radiance, they dissipated. Upon seeing this, these several figures felt that something was wrong. then they hastily retreated. Shui Ruoyan thought that they had gone to call the reinforcement, but the result was, even after a long time, there was no movement. Ra Yuo, we are flying in. I think something is very wrong with Dark Church. Something must have happened. Shui Linglong said. Even though she had bullied the people of Dark Church in front of their headquarters, there unexpectedly was no movement inside. If this was usual, then just after entering that illusory barrier, they should have already been under the attack. This pair of grandmother and granddaughter flew over the tall wall and saw there was a big courtyard inside. All was lifeless black in color that would make people feel oppressed. What was even stranger was, they didn't see any figure inside. Even those few people of just now, they didn't know where they went to hide. Grandma, isn't his the headquarters of Dark Church? How come it is empty as if no one resides here? Shui Ruoyan asked in confusion. Shui Linglong shook her head and said, be careful, I don't know what Dark Church is playing. Just after she spoke, the change occurred. The entire courtyard was suddenly covered with a layer of dense black qi. In addition, an ill wind blew, specters wailed and all kind of terrifying resentment specters and zombies appeared. Shui Ruoyan had just thought to make a move, but Shui Linglong stopped her. Then, although Shui Ruoyan didn't see what Shui Linglong did, the surging black mist as well as those undead creatures of this courtyard suddenly stagnated. Next, a blue-colored radiance rippled all around the sky. Not long after, the courtyard was reverted back to its original state. That black mist and those undead creatures disappeared under the illumination of this blue radiance. Only 4 dark magicians were collapsed in the courtyard. Now, they were watching Shui Linglong in fear. Shui Linglong snorted, then space itself distorted and restored to the original state. Just a moment ago, she had used the water domain she had comprehended just some time ago. Now will you talk what happened? Where is Dark Pope? With water magic elements floating around her, Shui Linglong asked. Now, she looked so noble that they didn't dare to look straight at her. Venerable Master Archmage Shui Linglong, we can only reply that His Majesty the Pope is not here. The entire church is empty with only a few of us stationed here to guard. A dark magician sat up and helplessly said. The opponent was Master Archmage, thus, now, they didn't even have any thoughts of resistance. Where did he go? Shui Linglong indifferently asked. We don't know. That magician replied. Shui Linglong frowned and several blue light halos immediately bound these 4 people and began to shrink slowly. The 4 people screamed and begged for mercy repeatedly. Tell me where Dark Pope has gone and I will let you go. Shui Linglong coldly said and her eyes flashed with ominous light. She had no time to waste here. That crew's blood magic was slowly reseeding her bodily functions. Now, she even had many white hairs, but she had skillfully covered them up so as to not let Shui Ruoyan notice them. That blue light halo became tighter and tighter. If they waste any time, those magicians would definitely die. We beg you, please let us go. We only know that His Majesty Pope has ordered everyone to secretly head to Violent Dragon Empire. One of them couldn't stand this torture and opened his mouth. Shui Linglong was startled. That blue light halo stopped tightening and she asked, why did they go to Violent Dragon Empire? We truly don't know that. We are just the lowest level people in the church, so we were left behind by His Majesty Pope to guard this place. As for what they intend to do, we truly don't have any authority to know. That dark magician trembled and said. Shui Linglong waved her magic staff and retracted her domain, then holding Shui Ruoyan, she flew away from this dark church. And just when they were about to step out of the illusory barrier, Shui Linglong stopped and her complexion became pale as if a paper. In addition, blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Grandma, what happened? Don't frighten me. Shui Ruoyan turned pale with fright and hastily supporting Shui Linglong, she made her sit on the snowland. Shui Linglong looked at her beautiful granddaughter and said with affection, Grandmother is fine, it's just that I forcibly used domain just a moment ago, no need to worry. Is that so? Grandma, are you hiding something from me? Shui Ruoyan was not stupid. These days, She had often seen unusual behaviors of Shui Linglong and she instinctively felt uneasy. However, she hadn't spoken that out. "Silly girl, what will your grandmother hide from you? Don't let your imagination run wild. Now the snowstorm is not that big. Let's quickly go to Violent Dragon Empire, then we can see your father and also that stinking kid of Ziman clan," Shui Linglong said with a smile, and her expression reverted back to normal. Shui Ruoyan still felt uneasy in her heart, but since Shui Linglong doesn't seem to want to let her know, she also pretended to be relieved from a burden. Shui Linglong secretly sighed in her heart looking at this boundless snow. She was clearly feeling that her strength was not enough, but whatever happens, she had to hold on until they find Dark Pope. When all was said and done, he was her only son. And at this moment, Dark Pope and his wife Yer along with their subordinates however had secretly slipped into Violet Dragon Empire pretending to be traveling merchants. Chapter 535, Deceitful Military Advisor. Violent Dragon Empire, Soaring Dragon City. The snowstorm had stopped, and the streets were filled with multicolored lights. But, at this moment, Soaring Dragon City that should be very bustling was as quiet as a ghost town. Every household had shut their door and all the stores had stopped doing business early. Because of the sudden imperial decree of curfew, all common people of Soaring Dragon City were in the state of anxiety. The common people here in the Imperial City were very sensitive to political changes. In addition, with those stern-looking soldiers patrolling frequently, common people felt all the more that something was about to happen. At this moment, that military advisor who was disguised as Long Zan was sitting on the dragon throne, overlooking high-ranking military officers below. That cold atmosphere made everyone tremble with fear, and no one dared to even breathe heavily. "Your Highness, it is already so late at night, why haven't we make a move yet?" Among them, one senior general was no longer able to endure this oppressive atmosphere and asked, "Don't be impatient." Long Zan looked up and said indifferently, then the hall fell into silence again. Not long after, a shadow suddenly appeared beside Long Zan, then disappeared quietly after whispering something in the ear of Long Zan. The complexion of Long Zan changed and said, "The plan has changed. The operation of tonight is cancelled." The high-ranking military officials sitting in the hall looked at each other in blank dismay. They were somewhat at a loss. All soldiers were already in their position. As long as the order was issued, they could launch the attack, annihilating the rebel Ziman clan. But now, in the final moment, this operation was suddenly cancelled. What was going on here? Long Zan stood up from the dragon chair and waved his hand to stop the commotion made by the high-ranking military officers, then said, "I know your doubts. There is a reason for the sudden cancellation of this plan we have been preparing for so long. Moreover, we have no certainty to win in this war." In the mountain just outside the city, a large number of soldiers are hidden. It is unknown how many are there, but according to scouts' report, there are at least 100,000 soldiers. I truly didn't expect Ziman clan to secretly train such a large number of private soldiers. Your Highness, then what should we do? Since Ziman clan has such a huge army, won't they take the initiative to attack? One senior general asked. "I have already drawn up a plan on what we should do next. As for Ziman clan, they would not dare to take rash action," Long Zan said, and his eyes flashed with sinister and ruthless radiance. Long Zan returned to his imperial study and watched the military map hung on the wall. At this moment, many thoughts were circulating in his mind. He already knew the matter of Ziman clan having a private army, but he had not expected it to be so big. Now, if they fought, then even if he achieved a victory, he would also suffer heavy casualties. This moment, only the army inside the city was under his control and other troops were en route. He could guess that Ziman clan was also in a similar situation. But, the fighting power of these soldiers stationed inside the city was mediocre, so they could only serve as cannon fodders. If the allied army led by Betanyu returned, then even if Ziman clan was eradicated from Soaring Dragon City, it would be useless. When he was thinking, Crown Prince Long Ying hastily pushed open the door and entered, then said loudly, "Father Emperor, why was the operation cancelled?" Long Zan stared at Long Ying and snorted. How can you accomplish big things being so impatient? You should also know the reason why I cancelled this operation, Father Emperor. Even if Zimin clan have 100,000 private soldiers, what can they do? Don't we also have dark warriors? In addition, there are also 150,000 soldiers. Zimin clan is basically not our opponent. Furthermore, the two sons of Zimin clan are already under puppet curse magic. Once they are screwed, the morale of the other side will sharply decline. We don't need to fear them. Long Ying calmed down his impatient mental state and said, "What do you know? Losing 800 to kill 1,000 enemies. Even if we achieve victory like that, our vitality will be greatly damaged." Long Zan slowly said. "Then, what should we do, Father Emperor?" Long Yi sat down and asked. He had thought that he would demonstrate his courage and power today, but to his surprise, he unexpectedly had to leave the matter unsettled. Long Zan turned sideways and looking at the military map, he said, "To achieve victory with minimal loss, this is the essence of the war. You don't need to be impatient, just quietly wait for a few days to watch a good show." In the secret room below Heaven Forbidden Prison, Long Yi laid out a spirit-restoring magic array. It was able to continuously restore the spirit power of the person within the array. Although the restoring speed was not fast, it was better than nothing. If this kind of spirit-restoring magic array was used in warfare, then it would have an amazing effect. Because, although Magician Squad had terrifying attack power, their magic spells consumed a large amount of spirit power. Thus, they couldn't fight for a long time, but with the help of this spirit-restoring magic array, they could last at least twice as long in battle. Don't look down upon this addition time. Normally, a magician squad of 1,000 magicians could cause 30,000 to 50,000 casualties, and if they were able to last twice as long, then that would be equivalent to creating 30,000 to 50,000 more casualties among enemy soldiers. After one entire day and night, the radiance of spirit-restoring magic array gradually weakened and Long Yi moved his hands supporting the back of Mu Hanyan away as he exhaled a mouthful of chaotic air. Now, although she was still weak, she was no longer in a mortal danger. She would recover fully as long as she was nursed well. Long Yi hugged Mu Hanyan and affectionately caressed her beautiful hair. He nearly lost this mysterious woman forever. Not long after, long eyelashes of Mu Hanyan moved and she opened her eyes. Then, seeing Long Yi who was warmly staring at her, she smiled and weakly said, "Damned heartless fellow, why were you so late to save me?" Little lascivious hussy, don't you know that the hero always appears at the last moment to highlight his greatness? Long Yi smirked and said, "If I truly die, then will you cry for me? Will you remember me throughout your life?" Mu Hanyan asked in a low voice as she stared straight in the eyes of Long Yi without blinking. "Of course not. I will be too vexed if you die just like this, and I will also look down on you. In addition, you are clearly not soul-stirring enough. How can I remember you throughout my life?" Naturally, I will also not cry. A man will shed blood but not shed tears. Long Yi said with a bad smile, but in his heart, he knew that, if Mu Hanyan truly died, then he would feel incomparable pain and this pain would turn into a sorrow for his lifetime. Hateful demon, heartless fellow. Mu Hanyan closed her eyes while pouting. Long Yi couldn't help laughing. It was very rare to see such a little girl side of Mu Hanyan. My entire body is sticky. It is so uncomfortable. I want to take a bath. Mu Hanyan suddenly said. "Take a bath? That is simple." Long Yi said with a smile, then his big hand flashed with blue radiance and water magic elements began to gather in the sky, becoming a big pool of clear water in midair. Long Yi had used his spirit power to suspend this small-scale swimming pool in midair. In addition, to be on the safe side, Long Yi created a barrier, then taking off his and Mu Hanyan's clothing, he flew into the swimming pool suspended in midair with Mu Hanyan in his bosom. Long Yi gently washed the entire body of Mu Hanyan. He didn't leave behind even an inch of her skin. This beautiful was incomparably tempting like before, but the eyes of Long Yi didn't have even a hint of lust. With the current state of Mu Hanyan, How could she endure his pounding? Come, be obedient and raise your hands. Long Yi coaxed Mu Hanyan like he was coaxing a child while gently drying every inch of her body. Mu Hanyan just leaned on the chest of Long Yi while staring at this gentle and warm Long Yi, and she couldn't help becoming sentimental. When did this man begin to occupy her heart? When was he engraved in her flesh and blood? Every time she saw him, her maiden heart would involuntarily throb for him. Was it because of his overbearingness, or because of his evilness, or because of his gentleness? After washing her body, Long Yi took out a big bed from his space ring and lied down on the bed hugging naked Mu Hanyan. We should stay here for the time being. I guess the defense inside and outside the Imperial Palace is very tight now, and I don't have any fighting power now. Moreover, I don't want to startle the snake beating around the bush. In any case, if the BD discovers that I am still alive, he will definitely be prepared to some extent. I will definitely repay him the favor of this time. When Mu Hanyan mentioned that military advisor, her eye turned ice cold. Hanyan, do you have the way to deal with those dark warriors? Long Yi asked. I taught him how to refine dark warriors. Of course, I know how to deal with them. You will know it in the future. Mu Hanyan replied and snuggled up into the bosom of Long Yi as if she was drawing the warmth from his body. Long Yi hugged Mu Hanyan and said, you still haven't recovered completely, close your eyes and sleep for a while. Mu Hanyan just purred like a cat, but her little hand suddenly slid down from the chest of Long Yi and grabbed his little brother that was half hard and half soft. Then, she whispered, closing her eyes, you love me. Long Yi spanked the BT of Mu Hanyan and said, little, don't you know how weak you are at this moment? Mu Hanyan just opened her mouth and nibbled the chest of Long Yi. Then, with a hint of redness on her pale face, her little hand slid up and down on his little brother as she said, put it in, I want to feel you within my body. Long Yi took a deep breath, and under the guide of Mu Hanyan's little hand, his little brother entered that warm peach blossom valley. But, not long after that, the breathing of Mu Hanyan became even as she had fallen into a deep sleep. Now, Long Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he had to bear his unbearable fire of lust. At this moment, above the secret room, Charmin, Crystal and Murong Shua were still waiting for the arrival of Long Yi. Murong Shua had already moved all her items including big bed, sofa and so on to this special prison cell. Now, these women who originally were quarreling with each other had already become close. Murong Shua was very curious about the matters of dragon race, and Charmin and Crystal also happened to be curious about the matters of human race, thus, they chimed in easily. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew, and the three women who were enthusiastically chatting with each other simultaneously looked over towards that head-sized hole. Chapter 536, Powerful Specters. How come the wind is coming from below? Moreover, how come it is so gloomy and cold? Murong Shua said, looking at that hole. What an evil aura, it seems to be an undead-type creature. Charmin frowned and said, just after she spoke, a red mist curled up from that head-sized hole which gradually took shape in this special prison cell. In addition, that dense bloody resentment chi made them feel like vomiting. What is this resentment spirit? How come it is so strange? Crystal covered her nose and said, retreating 2 steps back. This bloody aura was a somewhat denser than the dark aura of boss-level Dark Spectre. As if that bloody resentment spirit sensed the aura of living people, it squeaked and rushed towards these women. Charmin waved her little hand and dense dark dragon aura met it head-on, instantly dispersing this bloody resentment spirit. Merely, to her surprise, although this bloody resentment spirit had received damage, not long after, its dispersed body reformed again, then rushed towards them. Charmin frowned and jumped, then drew a circle in the air with this bloody resentment spirit at the center. After that, using her dark dragon power, this bloody resentment spirit was devoured clean. Big sister Charmin, you are amazing. Seeing Charmin easily dealing with this bloody resentment spirit, Crystal couldn't help applauding in praise. Not at all. Charmin said with no other choice. It appeared as if she was able to deal with this bloody resentment spirit very quickly, but she had spent a lot of her dragon power. This strange resentment spirit was very powerful, more powerful than Dark Spectre. But how can this resentment spirit come from below? Does this have something to do with Zimin Yu? Murong Shua nervously asked. Does he has something to do with this? Perhaps he was playing around with this thing. Charmin said in annoyance. That fellow was strong enough to make her have some misgivings. He looked 20 or so in age, but his cultivation was comparable or a bit higher than herself, who had cultivated for several thousand years. Naturally, this made her very upset. That might be true, merely, how come he is not coming out even though it has already been so long? Big Sister Charmin, do you have any means to go in and take a look? Murong Shua looked at Charmin with hope. Although she knew that Long Yi was very powerful, a girl in love was stupid like this. Perhaps, when I was just born, but now, I don't have any means unless this hole is expanded. But, this metal is too hard, it is impossible to expand it within a few hours. Charmin was willing to help but was unable to do so. Ah! Look, another one came out. Crystal shouted, pointing towards that hole. Not one, it's a crowd. Charmin made a bitter smile looking at that red mist coming out from that hole. She considered whether they should withdraw from this prison cell first or not. In any case, if there was countless resentment spirit below, then they would be in danger. But, before she had time to think over, these bloody resentment specters shrieked and rushed towards them like a swarm of bees after sensing the aura of living people. Seeing this, these three women couldn't help but shiver. Charmin and Crystal simultaneously roared and their aura forced these resentment spirits back. Then, along with the flashing of white light, Charmin activated the barrier pearl, separating themselves from these bloody resentment spirits. Those resentment spirits began to pile up in this prison cell. Now, there was over 100 of them. Moreover, these bloody resentment specters were somewhat more powerful than Dark Spectre, which was a boss-level undead creature. It was terrifying just thinking about this. But, where exactly were they coming from? The three women sat on the sofa and began to ponder for the time being. Such a powerful evil aura. Long Yi naturally sensed it. He guessed that resentment spirits had formed in that secret room where dried corpses and skeletons were deposited. However, he had not guessed that those resentment spirits would be so powerful. Thus, he continued to lie on the bed while hugging Mu Hanyan. Only when the barrier he had set up fluctuated violently under their attack, Long Yi realized that the matters weren't as simple as he had imagined. Long Yi gently placed sleeping Mu Hanyan on the bed, then jumped out of the bed wearing his clothes. And when he walked out of the barrier, he saw that this place was crowded with bloody resentment spirits as well as powerful undead creatures. Seeing this, even though his temperament was tough and tensile, he was also dumbfounded. He already knew that that secret room where the corpses were deposited was the best place to cultivate resentment spirits. Merely, he had not expected that it would give rise to so many powerful bloody resentment spirits and undead creatures. Could it be that military advisor used some trick in this secret room? Then, why was he not here? Other than some concern in his heart, Long Yi was somewhat happy. There were so many powerful specters here. If he could subdue them, then they could become a big helping hand. Long Yi summoned Long Tu from his dark space dimension. Watching those bloody resentment specters and undead creatures, Long Tu was wearing black-colored bone armor with blood scythe in his hand, and there was a red light flickering in his pitch-black eye sockets. Seeing him, those bloody resentment specters and undead creatures stopped and retreated in fear while screaming. Although these specters were powerful, Long Tu's body emitted a very pure and powerful dark aura. Only the king of undead world had such aura. Long Tu took a step forward and the red radiance in his eye sockets suddenly flickered violently, then a kind of strange roar came from his abdominal cavity. Immediately after that, those bloody resentment specters as well as undead creatures trembled and didn't dare to move. Perfect opportunity, Long Yi rejoiced inwardly. Then he circulated dark power within his body and chanted an obscure undead magic. Suddenly, thousands of black light shot out from his fingers and branded his mark on these undead creatures. Big Sister Charmin, it seems this barrier will not last long. Seeing the barrier was fluctuating violently, Crystal worriedly said, "It doesn't matter, I have more." Charmin showed a milky white barrier pearl. "Big Sister Charmin, I think we should withdraw from this prison cell first. In this prison cell, I cannot use ki and magic, I cannot help you at all." Murong Shua said. Charmin and Crystal had their powerful dragon power, but she didn't have any. Charmin hesitated. These bloody resentment specters were somewhat hard to deal with. With her dark dragon power, she would be unable to exterminate these over 100 bloody resentment specters. At that time, those bloody resentment specters who were violently attacking barriers suddenly screamed in panic and scattered in succession, opening an open space around that head-sized hole. And Long Yi had already appeared there at an unknown time, and there was a strange skeleton standing beside him. Chapter 537, Fearless Skeleton. The room became quiet without any sound. 3 pairs of beautiful eyes stared at Long Yi as if they were looking at a freak. They looked up and down, left and right as if they wanted to see through him. On the other hand, Long Yi remained calm and composed while comfortably sitting on the soft sofa. He sipped a mouthful of steaming hot green tea and then his eyebrows smoothened out, appearing to be enjoying the lingering taste. But a pair of dark claws massaging Long Yi's shoulders were even more eye-catching. That's right, the person who was giving Long Yi a massage was his younger brother, the Peerless Skeleton, Long Tu. At this moment, that blood scythe with dense baleful aura was hung on the 6 overgrown bones on his back, and his empty claws were massaging Long Yi with all his effort. One didn't know whether that was an illusion or not, but the red light flickering in his pitch-black eye sockets unexpectedly seemed to have a hint of gentleness and admiration. "Hey, Long Yi." Crystal was unable to endure this anymore, so she shouted nervously, "If you have something to say, then why on earth are you mincing? It's shaming your title as She-T-Rex." Long Yi gently looked up and putting down the teacup on the table in front of him, he said. Crystal and Charmin glared at him at the same time. They wished to raise their hand to strike but were honestly too curious in their heart. The scene of just a moment ago was still replaying repeatedly in their mind. Just when the barrier was about to be broken by those bloody resentment spirits, Long Yi suddenly appeared along with that very strange skeleton. Then, as if this skeleton had a kingly aura, these more than 100 bloody resentment spirits quickly opened up a path and admitted their defeat and fear. Then, Long Yi effortlessly collected them. After that, Long Yi patted the shoulder of this skeleton and said, "Good job." In turn, this skeleton unexpectedly answered in a mechanical voice, "Big brother." Speaking skeleton, the 3 women were dumbfounded at that time. Ever since the recorded history, there was no record of any skeleton that was able to speak. What did this represent? This represented that the skeleton had wisdom. This was too shocking. If the skeletons of the entire world had wisdom, then it would not be the turn of humankind to rule this world, rather undead creatures would have ruled this world. And especially seeing Long Yi enjoying the massage of this skeleton, the 3 women had to look at each other in blank dismay and fall into silence. Crystal was the first person that was unable to endure this silence. She rushed over and sat beside Long Yi, then timidly extended her little hand towards the arm of Long Tu. "Kaka." Long Tu turned his head and the red light flickering inside his pitch-black eye sockets stared at Crystal. This frightened Crystal so much that she quickly retracted her little hand. "Big brother skeleton, hello, can we be friends?" Crystal stared at Long Tu and said, "I am not Big Brother, my big brother is Big Brother." Long Tu replied with his mechanical voice. In his simple consciousness, only Long Yi was the big brother in this world. Seeing Long Tu could reply, Crystal immediately became excited. Although his answer was somewhat childish, this at least proved that he had the ability to think independently. "Then, what is your name?" Crystal excitedly asked. "Long Tu." Long Tu replied. "Then, do you know how you came into being in this world?" Crystal asked with sparkling eyes. The red light in the eye sockets of Long Tu flickered for a while as if he was thinking about it. But, this type of question was clearly too profound for Long Tu. He replied after a long time, "Bog brother." Crystal was somewhat disappointed and she turned to look towards Long Yi, hoping for an answer. But it was no use asking Long Yi this question. The law of the creation of heaven and earth was related to the profound mystery of the universe. Why was a skeleton able to give rise to a consciousness? This was something even Long Yi couldn't explain. He also wanted to know why, so he could only shrug his shoulders to express that he also don't know. Long Yi, say, where did those resentment spirits of just now come from? Charmin knew that it was useless to ask the same question again, so she changed the subject of conversation to those powerful resentment spirits. I don't know, but not long ago, someone laid out a 9-yin soul refining array below this place. And there is a secret room just below this place where dried corpses and skeletons are deposited. Perhaps, because those people died due to the extraction of their energy and vitality while still alive, along with this geographical condition with dense resentment, they come into being. Or, someone might have used some trick. I am not certain. Long Yi frowned and said he had also been thinking over this question, but even though he had carefully checked that secret room before he came up, he didn't discover anything particular. Only the yin qi of this place was denser to a certain extent compared to other places. By the way, you still have yet to tell me why you hastily went down. Murong Shua said. To save a person. Long Yi said with a smile. It must be a woman, otherwise, you will not be so anxious. There was a hint of sourness in the tone of Murong Shua. Long Yi just smirked, agreeing tacitly, but since he didn't want to speak much about the matter of Mu Hanyan, he changed the subject. I have a matter to handle. Do you all want to stay here or go out together with me? Of course. Go together with you. Who is willing to stay in this awful place? Crystal said. Originally, she had come to watch the excitement, so she would naturally go wherever was lively. Long Yi led these 3 women out of this special prison cell and wandered around this heaven-forbidden prison. But, when they were about to reach the exit, he suddenly stopped and scanned these 2 women behind him. Long Yi, what are you waiting for? Hurry up, this place is more boring than Dragon Island. Crystal urged. Okay, I will take you to an amazing place, but why don't you cover those ox horns in your head? It will be bad as other people saw them. Long Yi adjusted the hair of Crystal to cover her dragon horns. These are my dragon horns, not ox horns, if you insult me. Me? Hey, wait for me. Crystal angrily said. But, before she could finish speaking, she discovered that Long Yi had already walked away. The wind and snow had already begun to stop, but the entire magnificent soaring dragon city was covered with snow, making it the world of snow and ice. One would wonder if legendary Snow Angel would appear here. At this moment, soaring dragon city wasn't lively and bustling as usual. On the streets, other than occasional patrolling Imperial guards, not a shadow could be seen. Because of that imperial decree of curfew, the entire city was enveloped with a layer of the heavy atmosphere. There is no one, it is no fun at all. Crystal complained while flying. Want fun? Then, see that imperial palace over there. There are many people inside. If you go and attack them, it would be amusing. Long Yi smirked and pointed at the imperial palace far away. The eyes of Crystal glimmered. Clearly was thinking a little to do so. Don't listen to his nonsense. Making a move here is bound to attract Elder Pierre, then your behind is bound to bloom. Do you want that? Charmin glared at Long Yi while stopping Crystal. DNU, you dirty BD, you nearly tricked me. Crystal rolled her eyes. Long Yi just smiled while thinking about how to pull these female dragons into this muddy water. If he could have these 2 dragons in his side, then he would have a big advantage in this war. Merely, it was somewhat hard to deceive this Charmin. Didn't you 2 want to go to a fun place? Now, I will take you to there. Long Yi smiled and led the 3 girls directly towards Vermilion Jade cuddling house of the street. Charmin and Crystal didn't know what this place was, but Murong Shua was very clear. She speeded up and secretly pinched the waist of Long Yi and snorted, "Stinking Ziman you. What a bad intention you have." Long Yi gritted his teeth and fondled the breast of Murong Shua without anybody knowing. Murong Shua was startled and she jumped away with a red face. Then, Long Yi said with a bad smile, Since you know I have a bad intention, why are you still following? Because you have bad intention, I even more have to watch you. Murong Shua said with justice on her side. What is this place? Hearing the discussion between these two, Sharman felt something was wrong. This place is called Den, naturally is the place to seek pleasure and make merry. Long Yi smirked and took to the lead to enter. Although the imperial decree of curfew was issued, how could menfolk having some status and spare cash leisurely stay at home? They were sneaking into this den in threes and fours. One should know that the current situation was very tense and the warfare could break out at any time in this soaring dragon city. At that time, it was unknown whether they would survive or die. Thus, it was better to seize this chance to seek pleasure and make merry. The people coming to this den, other than the people in Zemin clan's side, there were also people in Long clan's side. Among them, most were people having lower status within their clans, but although they had lower status within their clans, that didn't represent they didn't understand politics or couldn't see the current situation clearly. This time, in this struggle between Zemin clan and Imperial Long clan, practically all people with some status within Soaring Dragon City were involved. These young masters with low status all knew that, regardless of Zemin clan coming victorious or Imperial Long clan coming victorious, there will inevitably be a big cleansing within the empire. After this internal strife, half of these small and big-sized clans within the imperial capital will vanish quietly from this world. Since that was the case, naturally, they wanted to enjoy themselves to full when they were still alive. They didn't care about emptying their pockets. Therefore, these people of different camps were peacefully enjoying the brothels of this street. Entering the entrance gate, along with blurred lighting, men and women hugging together, leading the befuddled life appeared in front of them. Truly has lost all sense of shame. Seeing those half-naked women and men who had abandoned all restraint, three women spat in unison and their beautiful face reddened. Second young master, what wind blows you here? Along with a burst of fragrance, Queen Ayang walked over, twisting her slender waist to welcome. Looking at Long Yi, her gaze was full of respect and a hint of unconcealable adoration. Chapter 538, Mouth-to-mouth discussion of the private affair. Naturally the fragrant wind of Queen Ayang's body blew me here. Long Yi rubbed his nose and hugged the slender waist of Queen Ayang. Queen Ayang's eyes wandered about in happiness, then said, acting spoiled as she rolled her eyes, "Second young master is bad. You didn't come for such a long time, and when you come, you take cheap advantage of this girl." The three women felt disgusted seeing these two people fooling around and bantering in flirtation. Fortunately, Queen Ayang timely reacted and familiarly pulled the hands of these three women while exchanging pleasantries, as if they were a long-time old friend. In the aspect of worldly wisdom, the current Queen Ayang who had gone through special training was clearly far beyond the past Queen Ayang. Queen Ayang with a bewitching smile led Long Yi and his group into an isolated room of the second floor, then closing the door, she retracted her smile and sized up these three women and again looked at Long Yi for a while. Only after Long Yi nodded his head, her expression became respectful and she knelt down to greet. This subordinate greets young master. No need to be over-courteous. How is the current situation? Long Yi waved his hand and asked, sitting on the soft sofa. Replying to young master, in the past few days, Long Zan has begun to amass his troops. This subordinate learned that he originally planned to make a move yesterday, but for an unknown reason, he changed the plan. Now, it looks as if all is quiet, but this subordinate guessed that he must have other schemes. Queen Ayang replied. Listening to her words, one could see that she had done a lot of intelligence-gathering works and she was also very talented in this line of work. Having heard what was said, Long Yi frowned and began pondering while rubbing his beard stubble. He knew that Long Zan would make a move in near future, but, because he was in a haste to save Mu Hanyan for these last few days, he had not learned the matter of Long Zan intending to make a move last night. Fortunately, it was cancelled, otherwise, being in the underground secret room, he wouldn't have known anything happening on the surface. But, That military advisor was definitely not a mediocre person. Since he had decided to make a move, he must have some level of certainty to win. However, he suddenly retracted this move. Could he have other schemes like Queen Yang had guessed? As for what other schemes, Long Yi was unable to find that out. It seems he has to return and discuss with his father. Although Zemin clan held a great advantage at this moment, this advantage was truly not absolute because he had yet to figure out the final trump card of this military advisor. As long as that final trump card was unknown, it was still hard to tell who would be the one to emerge the victor. Murong Shui was able to understand this matter listening to the discussion between these two people. But both Charmin and Crystal were completely clueless because they knew nothing about the current situation of Blue Wave's continent. They only felt that something major had happened seeing the current serious appearance of Long Yi and Queen Yang. Young master, this subordinate will inform the spy in the Imperial Palace to closely watch Long Zhan. Your master doesn't need to worry about it. Queen Yang said seeing Long Yi was frowning. No need. Inform the spy in the Imperial Palace that there is no need to watch each and every move of Long Zhan, just do as usual. Long Yi looked up and said, at this moment, he was already in high spirits. This subordinate obeys. Seeing the change in the expression of Long Yi, Queen Yang knew that Long Yi must have come up with a solution. In her heart, there was nothing in this world that could stump Long Yi. Well, since the official matters are over, you don't need to follow that set of Skynet's rules. Now, let's chat about private affairs. Long Yi smirked and said. Queen Yang blushed. She also didn't know whether this was her misconception or not, but every time Long Yi laughed, she felt that he was especially bad to the bones. Hey, you brought us here and completely ignored us. I am bored to death. Crystal interrupted. Seeing Long Yi and Queen Yang was beginning to get ambiguous again, she couldn't help shouting. Bored? Then, how about you also join us to discuss private affairs? Of course, I have to point out that this private affair is the most intimate matter. Long Yi looked at Crystal with sparkling eyes. At this moment, his pitch-black eyes seemed to be burning with fire that could burn the heart of other people. The heart of Crystal jumped quickly and she appeared somewhat unnatural, but she daringly met the eyes of Long Yi head-on. Bring it on. She, a person from the Grand Demonic Dragon clan, neither feared heaven nor earth. Long Yi smirked and suddenly hugged Queen Yang, then kissed her. Queen Yang was shocked. Her entire body became stiff and then her limbs became weak. At this moment, her mind was blank and she basically was unable to think about anything. Then, along with that numb feeling, she closed her eyes and let big tongue of Long Yi drive straight into her mouth. And that teasing made her feel as if she was riding the clouds and flying on the mist. She felt like she would fly just like this till the end of this world. Only after a long time, Long Yi separated his lips. Then, Queen Yang, who had tasted this for the first time, collapsed in the chest of Long Yi with a blurred mind. Now, her beautiful face was flushed with redness, her eyes were watery, and her red lips were rosy and beautiful as if a flower that burst into bloom. She looked very tempting at this moment. Charmin and Crystal at one side were stunned. These two had never tasted the flavor of love, say nothing of getting so intimate like this. Now, seeing Long Yi unscrupulously getting affectionate like this in front of them, their heartbeat accelerated, but under curiosity, they continued to look. And seeing the current expression of Queen Yang, they couldn't help thinking, can kiss truly make people feel so comfortable? As for Murong Shui, she knew this from experience. She was jealous and envious in her heart while blaming Long Yi for being unfaithful and also for favoring one and being prejudiced against the other. Crystal, now, should we discuss the private affair? Long Yi said with a bad smile. Bad fellow, you are the greatest pervert in this world. Is this also called a discussion? Crystal felt somewhat hot and dry, so she conveniently opened the window. But this window was directly facing the hall of Vermilion Jade Cuddling House and the noise entered the room. At this moment, men and women were getting even more intense under the stimulation of alcohol, so compared to the scene below, the kiss of Long Yi and Queen Yang appeared child's play. Why cannot it be called a discussion? Two people using mouth to interchange is called discussion. Take a look below. Compared to us, they are even more living to the fullest. Long Yi pointed at those men and women below and said, at this moment, Charmin had already understood what kind of place this was. This den was the place where men sought pleasure and made merry. This fellow clearly had evil intentions. He actually brought them to this kind of place. But, just when she was thinking to leave this place with Crystal, she saw Long Yi was watching the boisterous hall in a daze. His pitch-black eyes showed a hint of sad emotion. The world is so ruthless. The weak are the prey of the strong. Under this imminent situation, these people who are leading a befuddled life are just deliberately trying to forget this current situation. Who knows whether they can see the sun of tomorrow or not? Suddenly, a strange sound wave came from the window. Long Yi raised his eyebrows and turned around. Then, he saw Charmin and Crystal also had strange expression. As for Murong Xiu and Queen Niang, they had no reaction. Chapter 539, Cross the Sea by a Trick. 1. Practice deception. The frequency of this sound was different from normal sounds. The human ear could only hear sounds within a certain range of frequencies. If the frequency was too high or too low, humans wouldn't be able to hear it. However, animals and certain races were able to hear these kinds of sound which couldn't be heard by humankind as they had a different structure in their hearing organs. Naturally, everything wasn't absolute. For instance, Long Yi was able to hear that sound. Perhaps, when the spirit power of humankind reached a certain level, their hearing capability would reach a higher level when compared to ordinary humans. I have something to do now. All of you, wait for me here. Long Yi said to everyone before jumping out of the window. In the next instant, he disappeared into the boundless snowland. Charmin and Crystal looked at each other and they seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. They quickly jumped out of the window at the same time as they flew towards the direction where Long Yi disappeared. Outside, the snowfall had already stopped. Only a fierce cold wind was blowing. However, the sky was filled with a layer of mist. A figure who was gently flapping a pair of spotlessly white wings was standing high in the sky. She had short green hair and emerald-like shiny eyes. Little shaman, the sexy leopard-patterned cloth suits you better. Long Yi appeared out of thin air in front of Wu Yala and commented on her appearance after looking at her cyan-colored robe. He had a very deep impression of her when he had seen her for the first time. In the past, he was wearing a wild and flamboyant dress which made her look exceptionally sexy and wild. Young master. She finally got to see Long Yi after such a long time. Wu Yala was extremely happy in her heart. As for what Long Yi said, she was already accustomed to his flowery mouth. What matter do you have? Why do you need to look for me in person? Long Yi no longer talked nonsense. He knew that Wu Yala definitely had an important matter if she came to look for him personally. Wu Yala became serious. The serious expression on her face caused Long Yi's heart to tighten. Could it be that something major which was out of his expectations occurred? Young master. The Beastman army avoided the Proud Moon Empire and Nelan Empire as they directly crossed the Blue Waves River. Via the Sandwave Kingdom and Enlightened Hero Principality, they are pressing towards the western border of the Violet Dragon Empire. Wu Yala solemnly said. What? Long Yi was startled. Wasn't there no movement in the Beastman army? Why were they already almost at the border? How could no one realize anything? Were all the people in the Skynet intelligence organization dead? These past 2 years, our winged clan has always sent someone to monitor the movement of the Beastman clan. However, we noticed that none of the soldiers in the Beastman army left their military camp to train. However, when it was time to eat, a large amount of smoke would rise up from the midst of the military camp. In addition to that, there had been a snowstorm raging for several days. As such, we didn't pay much attention to the Beastman army. However, 10 days ago, when I arrived at the Dark Magic Forest in the Enlightened Hero Principality to gather seeds of a specific kind of plant, I discovered traces of huge camps. After following the trail, I discovered a beastman army of approximately 300,000. They were advancing rapidly towards the Violent Dragon Empire. I estimate that they will enter the border of the Violent Dragon Empire after 2 days. Uyala said as she felt guilty. If her branch had found the whereabouts of the beastman army in advance, Long Yi wouldn't be in such a passive position. Long Yi patted the shoulder of Uyala and said, "No need to feel guilty. This is not your fault." It seems as though the Baimeng clan and the military advisor are working together. This army of 300,000 beastmen, since they were dispatched in such a critical juncture, were definitely the elites. This 300,000 strong army was enough to cause complete confusion in the entire Violent Dragon Empire. There was absolutely no chance for the local army in those places to contend against them. This was a serious problem. It seemed as though Long Yi found out the reason the military advisor cancelled his move the day before. As it turned out, it was to wait for his reinforcements. It would take several days for the allied army of 2 empires to return from the Proud Moon Empire. They would definitely be late if they wanted to rescue the Violent Dragon Empire. Could it be that he had to let the Beastman army rob and massacre wantonly within the border of the Violent Dragon Empire? Was there no way to deal with this problem? Long Yi thought about it as he flew high in the sky. As for Uyala, she stood there quietly as she watched him. For her, the expression Long Yi had when he was thinking was even more attractive to her than his usual cheeky appearance. For women, serious men were always especially attractive. Of course, Long Yi was completely oblivious to Uyala's thoughts. He was thinking hard about the countermeasures. That military advisor was truly cunning. His move of crossing the sea by a trick really caught him unprepared. Now, there was a difficult problem in front of the Ziman clan. Should they dispatch troops in order to fend off the Beastman army or not? However, the Ziman clan only had those 100,000 elite soldiers who were stationed at the outskirt mountain. They were the private troops which the Ziman clan had secretly cultivated for these past few years. According to Ziman Nu, the fighting power of these 100,000 soldiers was higher than any other troop except the unparalleled battalion which was trained by Long Yi. However, this secret army was the Ziman clan's trump card. If they were dispatched to contend against this big army, there would be a huge disparity between the Ziman clan and the military advisor. The moment the military advisor dispatched his 150,000 elites and his unknown number of dark warriors, the Ziman clan would be ruined. However, if the Ziman clan didn't dispatch the troops, the 300,000 strong Beastman army would rush over and attack the Ziman clan. At that point, the Ziman clan would be attacked from both sides. This was a very complicated knot. At this time, Uyala, who was quietly looking at Long Yi from one side, suddenly lifted up her head and stared at the place behind Long Yi. A trace of killing intent leaked out of her. 2 figures appeared beside Long Yi. They were Charmin and Crystal, who had secretly followed Long Yi. Both of them turned a blind eye to the Uyala's hostility. They simply looked at Uyala with a curious expression. This is really someone from the legendary Winged Clan, the apostle of the Wind God. Her wings are so beautiful. Crystal exclaimed in surprise and reached out her little hand to feel Uyala's spotlessly white wings. Uyala instantly moved sideways and waved her little hand. Several strands of cyan chi bound Crystal. It's wind magic. Unfortunately, it's too weak, Crystal said, and with a shake of her body, she broke free of the binding. The expression of Uyala changed and she began to chant an incantation. All of a sudden, light cyan-colored magic elements began to condense. "Ah, I thought of a way!" Long Yi exclaimed suddenly, scaring all 3 women. Uyala's spell was also interrupted. What way? Uyala also knew that these 2 women had to be Long Yi's acquaintance. As such, she stopped trying to fight them. When she heard that Long Yi had thought of a way, she flew to his side and asked. Long Yi smirked and looked at Charmin and Crystal with shifty eyes. The moment they saw his sneaky gaze, goosebumps formed all over their body. Although they had known Long Yi for just a short time, they knew that he was a perverted and bad fellow. "What do you want to do?" Charmin asked with an alert expression on her face. She secretly rose her guard against Long Yi. "Why on earth are you being so tense?" "I am not a bad person, just..." that. I have a request I have to make. I hope that the two of you can help me out a little." Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and said with a brilliant smile, "Not helping." Charmin rejected without thinking. Don't be so cold. Did you forget how your injuries healed so quickly? Whose contribution was that?" Long Yi sorrowfully said. Charmin hesitated a bit. Charmin's moral character wasn't bad. When she heard Long Yi's words, she knew that she really owed Long Yi a favor. If it was not for him finding Liu Xu to cure her, she might still be lying on the bed as she suffered the effects of the divine dragon aura which was corroding her body. Besides, I am not asking you to help me for free. When he saw Charmin's attitude, Long Yi changed his tone and he struck while the iron was still hot. "Then, what are the benefits for us?" Crystal excitedly asked Long Yi before Charmin could say anything. Charmin glared at Crystal and said carefully, "First of all, tell us about the thing you need help with. Didn't you just hear about the matter we discussed? I need you to stop that 300,000 beastmen army. It doesn't need to be for too long, just 5 or 6 days will be enough." Long Yi said casually. Charmin frowned and anger appeared on her beautiful face. She said in a cold voice, "Are you intentionally making things difficult for us? You clearly know that if we transform into our true form, Elder Pierre will definitely notice." Long Yi ignored her and said with a smile, "Why are you so impatient? Let me tell you the benefits first. If you are willing to help, I can guarantee that Elder Pierre will not only not pursue the matter of you two secretly escaping Dragon Island, he will also allow the two of you to play around in the Blue Waves continent until you are satisfied. What do you think?" "Awesome, big sister Charmin, let's agree to his terms." When she heard his terms, Crystal immediately agreed. How could she miss this good chance? If whatever Long Yi said was true, they wouldn't need to hide here and there when they were on the Blue Waves continent. "Even if you are telling the truth, do you think that Crystal and I have the ability to stop the 300,000 strong beastmen army?" Charmin said. Although Charmin and Crystal couldn't be considered weak and they were basically invincible in the human world unless they met freaks like Long Yi, there was the matter of ants biting an elephant to death. Fighting against 300,000 soldiers, she didn't think that the two of them were enough to accomplish the task. "If this task is so easy to accomplish, will I need to look for you too?" Long Yi said with a smile. Charmin took a deep breath and said, "We can try, but I cannot guarantee that we will absolutely succeed. I believe that the two of you can do it." Long Yi looked at these two women with a gaze full of confidence. Chapter 540, Long Yi's Countermeasures. Vermilion Jade Cuddling House. In the secret room underground, Long Yi was staring at the big military map hung on the wall with his hands clasped behind his back as Queen Yang stood silently behind him. Immediately dispatch 2 squads, one squad to Light City and the other squad to meet up with Betang Yu going across Light City via the mountain path. Long Yi said. Turning around, 2 sealed thick bamboo tubes appeared in his hand. They were already prepared by him. The thick bamboo tube that was to be delivered to Light City had a yellow magic seal and the one that was to be delivered to Betang Yu had a red seal. Yellow represented urgent and the red represented most urgent. This meant that both of the bamboo tubes had to be delivered as fast as possible using any means. After he asked Tu Yala to lead Charmin and Crystal to the western border, Long Yi returned to the Zeman residence along with Murong Shuo. Second young master, you are finally back. Patriarch instructed me to tell you to immediately go to the study the moment you return. The butler of Zeman residence hastily said when he saw Long Yi. After instructing the butler to lead Murong Shuo to his courtyard, he immediately left for the study of the Zeman residence. Long Yi instructed this butler to lead Murong Shuo to his courtyard, then immediately went to the study of Zeman residence. When he neared the study, he discovered that the study was heavily guarded with layer upon layer of guards surrounding the place. There were powerful barriers guarding the place as well. Long Yi passed by layer upon layer of guards and the moment he touched the barrier, the door of the study opened. When Zeman Nu saw Long Yi, he opened the barrier to let him in. Father-in-law, grandfather, you are also here. Walking in, Long Yi saw Nangong Zhangfeng and Dongfeng Kaiming sitting on the chair. Out of the 4 major families, 3 of them were gathered in this study. Presumably, they were thinking about a plan to deal with Long Zan. You came at just the right time. Long Zan's original plan to make a move yesterday was suddenly cancelled. Do you think that he has other schemes? Dongfeng Kaiming didn't exchange many pleasantries with Long Yi. Since it was currently a matter of life and death, this was not the time for doing so. His question was blunt and went straight to the point. He didn't doubt the strength of his grandson. Of course he has other schemes. He had already reached an agreement with the Beastmen clans. As of now, a 300,000-strong Beastmen army is pressing towards the western border of my violent dragon empire. When they enter the border, they will definitely shake the entire empire and attack us from behind. By cooperating with Long Zan, they will attack us from 2 sides. With so many people, their saliva alone will be enough to drown us. Long Yi directly sat on the sofa and poured himself a cup of green tea. Leaning back on the sofa, he leisurely sipped at his cup of tea. Looking at his current relaxed appearance, it appeared as though it wasn't their 3 major families who were forced into a hopeless situation. He made it seem as though it wasn't his problem at all. What? This? How could this be? A 300,000 Beastmen army marching several thousand li is not a small movement. Why didn't our scouts notice them? Zemin Nu and other 2 were shocked. They couldn't believe this news. No need to keep guessing. I have already confirmed this piece of intelligence. I suspect that the Sandwave Kingdom and the Enlightened Hero Principality have already fallen to Long Zan's side. In any case, the Beastmen army will invade us from the western border of our violent dragon empire within 2 or 3 days. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and said. He still had a relaxed look on his face. 300,000 Beastmen army. Long Zan truly schemed well. Now, our military strength is insufficient to deal with him. If we move our troops, it will be difficult to contend against Long Zan. If we don't move our troops, the Beastmen army will flood our violent dragon empire and fill it with blood. Not to mention the fact that they will attack us from behind. Dongfeng Kaiming sighed. Being an old politician, he could see the clear picture in a single glance. Your Excellency father-in-law doesn't need to worry. This stinking lad is so calm. He definitely has a plan. Zemin Nu said to Dongfeng Kaiming, my worthy son-in-law, if you have any good ideas, don't leave us hanging in suspense. Nangong Zhangfeng also laid down his worries when he saw Long Yi's appearance. There was a smile on his face which hadn't been seen in a long time. He completely believed in this son-in-law of his. Of course, I have a way, but there are some risks. I have a way to stop the 300,000 Beastmen army for 5 or 6 days. Right now, we have to attack them first. As long as we resolve everything within a few days, we have no need to fear the Beastmen army. Long Yi said with a smile. However, the walls of the Imperial Palace are not only tall and thick, but they also have an extremely powerful defensive barrier, not to mention the fact that we have insufficient troops here. I'm afraid that it will be difficult to resolve everything in a few days. Moreover, Long Zan has an unknown number of dark warriors. The slightest bit of carelessness can cause the entire army to be wiped out. Nangong Zhangfeng shook his head and said. After he was done speaking, he suddenly caught sight of a confident smile on Long Yi's face. He couldn't help but say, you kid, don't you already have a plan? Hurry up and say it so that we can learn about it too. What if I say that I know of a secret path which leads directly into the Imperial Palace? Do you think we can settle everything in a few days? Long Yi said with a smile. If he spent a day or 2 to expand that small hole in the lower part of the heaven-forbidden prison dug out by his grandfather, wouldn't that be a perfect passage for them to attack Long Zan? Really? The eyes of Zemin Nu and others shone. If there truly was such a secret path, taking down Long Zan in a few days was not an impossible task. Moreover, I have a way to make the Imperial Palace fall into chaos without spending any of our soldiers. Long Yi smirked and said. No matter how one looked at it, the smile on Long Yi's face was extremely sinister. Okay, stinking kid, if you keep us in suspense any longer, you'll see how I beat the ST out of you. Zemin Nu was pleasantly surprised. However, Long Yi was explaining the entire plan in bits and pieces. He couldn't help but get somewhat irritated. He was very eager to know the method which wouldn't cost him any soldiers to throw the imperial palace into disorder. Don't be impatient. We are trying to do something big here, and people who do big things should be calm. Okay, I will speak. Long Yi was thinking about dragging it out in order to make the three old men impatient. When he saw the gazes of the three old men, which seemed like they wanted to eat him alive, Long Yi raised the white flag. He narrowed his eyes and said with a smirk, "The secret path I am speaking about is in the Heaven Forbidden Prison. All of you should know the kind of people imprisoned in the Heaven Forbidden Prison, right? If they are released from their prison cells and they had a path which led directly into the Imperial Palace, you tell me, what would happen?" Hey. The three old men were instantly shocked at Long Yi's revelation. In the next moment, a delighted expression appeared on their face. Why didn't they think of this method? Heaven Forbidden Prison. This huge underground prison was home to thousands of extremely vicious criminals. All the people that were locked up here were people with extraordinary skills. Among them, there was no lack of first-rate experts. If they were released and told that there was a path leading directly into the Imperial Palace, those people who had been suppressing a stomach full of anger without anywhere to vent it for such a long time would definitely charge into the Imperial Palace to vent their anger regardless of anything. Also, if they were given the chance, they would definitely charge into the Imperial Palace. It would give them a slim chance of survival. Being locked up in the Heaven Forbidden Prison where they would never see the sun again was a hellish experience for them. They truly felt as though death would be better. Well, you are truly a sinister stinking kid. You are more cunning and more sinister than your father. Dongfeng Kaiming laughed heartily and said, "Grandpa is overpraising me." Long Yi said with no shame. As for Ziman Nu, he laughed hollowly and he was unable to say anything to retort Dongfeng Kaiming, who asked Dongfeng Kaiming to be his father-in-law. The heavy atmosphere inside the study suddenly cleared out and the three old men also relaxed. Long Yi's plan was indeed sinister. If his plan succeeded, the chances of them winning would be much higher. When he saw that the three old men finally relaxed, Long Yi became happy. He had yet to tell them that he had found a way to deal with the dark warriors behind Long Zan. If they learned of this, wouldn't they go mad with happiness? However, Mu Hanyan had yet to tell him the method to deal with the dark warriors. That was the only reason he hadn't told them the method, as he wasn't able to guarantee anything. By the way, have you seen the Kexan girl recently? She hasn't been writing letters for a long time. I wonder how she is doing now? Dongfeng Kaiming suddenly asked. Long Yi was startled and his complexion became somewhat pale. Should he tell Dongfeng Kaiming that Dongfeng Kexan might be dead? No, he shouldn't say that at this critical moment. As the patriarch of Dongfeng clan, Dongfeng Kaiming shouldn't be affected at this moment. What's wrong? Did something happen to Kexan? When he saw that Long Yi's complexion changed the moment he mentioned Kexan, Dongfeng Kaiming's heart tightened. Inauspicious thoughts appeared in his heart. Clenching his fists, Long Yi looked up and said with a bitter smile on his face, "Nothing has happened to her. However, I'm the one in trouble. From the last time I met her in Blue Moon City, she persistently wanted to drive away the women around me. She wanted to marry me and be my only wife. I was irritated by her pestering, so I spanked her. In the end, she returned to the Light Church and entered seclusion. She said that she wanted to raise her strength and chase away the women around me one by one. Now, how do you think I should handle this?" Perhaps the performance of Long Yi was too realistic. Dongfeng Kaiming laid down the worries in his heart and believed in Long Yi because he knew that Dongfeng Kexan was someone who could really do something like this. "Weren't you very good in dealing with girls? Why are you shriveling when you meet Kexan?" Dongfeng Kaiming scolded in jest. "This is called brine tofu. Everything has its nemesis. My worthy son-in-law, you should focus on more serious things. However, don't leave my family's Xiangyan out in the cold." Nangong Zhangfeng laughed. "I have finished speaking. You all can discuss slowly. I'm leaving first." Long Yi shrunk back and ran away. reaching the garden in one breath. After reaching the garden, his expression changed and he felt a throbbing pain in his heart. This infatuated cousin had become the pain and regret in his heart forever. Suddenly, a gentle aura hugged Long Yi. It was gentle and warm like the big hands of his sweetheart, consoling the heart of Long Yi. Long Yi was surprised. This feeling which surrounded him was extremely familiar. This feeling was similar to that feeling he had felt in that stone room in the Light City's Light Church. However, he thought that it was his misconception at that time. Long Yi looked all around but there was not a soul in sight except for the freezing snow and wind. There were guards who were far away in the distance but Long Yi knew that the feeling didn't come from them. There were no other living beings in his vicinity. Living being? Long Yi mumbled and spread open his palm. There was a blood-red skull mark on his palm and Tiger Cub Little 3, Fire Kylan, Violent Lightning Beast, and Long 2 were inside it. However, if the feeling came from them, it was impossible that Long Yi would not notice. Of course, there were the resentment spirits and the undead creatures he had subdued earlier. There was no way the feeling came from them. Is it her? Long Yi shook and a nearly transparent figure appeared in front of him. Chapter 541, Secret Order. This nearly transparent figure was the spirit formed after the death of Ruayu. In this period of time where she stayed in his dark dimension space, her originally fiery color gradually faded. However, her blurred outline had gotten a lot clearer. Ruayu, were you comforting me just now? Long Yi extended his hand and caressed that transparent beautiful face of Ruayu. Although she had lost her memories in this spirit state, she was able to feel a kind of special intimacy with Long Yi. It was her instincts. When she saw that Long Yi seemed to be happy now, she was happy as well. She enjoyed the feeling of Long Yi caressing her face. Long Yi used his spirit power to exchange some simple words with Ruayu before sending her back to the dark dimensional space. Now, he was certain that that warm feeling he had just felt wasn't from her. However, who else could give him such a feeling? Long Yi remained puzzled even after thinking about it 100 times. All of a sudden, Long Yi felt as though there were people approaching him. He looked up and he saw that King Wu and Piaozu were approaching him with a happy expression on their face. "Young master, you are back?" The two women rushed over to the front of Long Yi and looked at him with an excited look on their face. Long Yi smiled and patted their head. He used the chance to check on the magic array which he placed in their sea of consciousness. He discovered nothing unusual. He was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. According to his speculation, these two pawns who were assigned to his side by the military advisor would have a role to play very soon. He hoped that the magic array in their sea of consciousness would be enough to stop the attack of the blood spirit which was trapped in their body. "Young master, let's return to the courtyard. Lady has fallen sick as she missed you too much." King Wu pulled on Long Yi's sleeves and said. These days, they had been together with Nangong Xiangyun. As a result, they had gotten closer with each other. "Then, let's go." Thinking of Nangong Xiangyun, Long Yi said. Returning to his courtyard, Long Yi saw Nangong Xiangyun and Murong Shu sitting in opposite seats to each other as they enjoyed a cup of tea. They were enjoying the beautiful snowy scenery. It seemed as though they were very friendly with each other. "Husband." Nangong Xiangyun immediately stood up the moment she saw Long Yi. She walked over and greeted him. Her beautiful eyes were full of deep affection and longing. Originally, she had been separated from Long Yi for 2 years. Every day, she stayed alone in this courtyard as she missed him and waited for him to return. After 2 years, they met again with great difficulty. However, Long Yi left on a journey for Light City after spending a short while with her. Due to such ups and downs, she who had cultivated Gi since childhood, fell sick. Her illness was more commonly known as love sickness. Murong Shu appeared all of a sudden and she brought news of Long Yi's return. The thin and pallid Nangong Xiangyun who had been lying on the bed got up instantly. She was full of vitality and no longer looked listless and sick. This was the power of love. "Xiangyun, you have gotten so thin. Did you starve yourself when I was gone?" Long Yi caressed the beautiful face of Nangong Xiangyun and said with a frown. Nangong Xiangyun looked at Long Yi with hidden bitterness in her eyes and she complained, Without you by my side, how can I eat properly? Long Yi was startled and a hint of guilt flashed through his eyes. Come to speak of it, after he had married Nangong Xiangyan, he hadn't spent much time together with her. Looking at the two people lost in their own world in front of her, the heart of Murong Shua became somewhat sour. In her heart, she knew that Nangong Xiangyan was Long Yi's true wife. As for herself, she was nothing compared to Nangong Xiangyan. Naturally, this was only her instinctive reaction as a woman. If she was truly jealous of every woman around Long Yi, she would have already died due to jealousy. She was sensible and didn't disturb this pair of lovers. She simply left the courtyard with King Wu and Biaozu. As for Long Yi and Nangong Xiangyan, they entered the room. In the room, Nangong Xiangyan snuggled up into Long Yi's bosom, and when she smelled the familiar manly aura which made her feel relaxed, her lonely heart warmed up. My husband, let's make a child. Nangong Xiangyan hugged the waist of Long Yi and said. Long Yi caressed Nangong Xiangyan's head. He ran his fingers through her glossy black hair, which made her feel more comfortable. This was not an excessive demand. Moreover, it was also a very reasonable demand. Among his women, only Nangong Xiangyan had raised the topic of childbirth with him. Wait a few more days. When everything blows over, we will immediately have a child, okay? No, we will have a bunch of children. Even if you want 8 or 10 of them, there is no problem. Long Yi said with a smile. I want to have several boys to distribute the expenses of our Zemin clan. Nangong Xiangyan softly replied, and a hint of bewitching smile appeared on her face. It seemed as though she was imagining a scene where there was a group of mischievous little children around her. What good are boys? They are just naughty and mischievous. It's better to have several girls. Long Yi smirked and said, anything for my husband. It looks like night has already fallen. Nangong Xiangyan twisted in the bosom of Long Yi, and her breathing was getting quicker and hotter. The longing she had for Long Yi had long changed into a dense passion. Yes, it seems as though the sky is already dark. Are you hungry? Let's go for dinner. Long Yi looked at the dim sky outside the window and said insensitively. Nangong Xiangyan was impatient. How could she not know that Long Yi was teasing her intentionally? She hatefully pinched Long Yi's waist and she wrapped her hands around his neck. She kissed him and pushed him down on the bed. With the sounds of clothes tearing, bits and pieces of cloth flew all over the room. Before long, Long Yi's robe turned into a rag cloth. This was enough to show that Nangong Xiangyan was the queen in the bed. Nangong Xiangyan bit her red lips and her seductive eyes became hazy. She took off all her clothing and revealed her soul-stirring jade body. In the next instant, she bestrode on Long Yi's waist. With high-pitched moans escaping her lips, Nangong Xiangyan began to move up and down. The parav on her chest also jumped up and down, directly sending Long Yi's soul into the highest levels of heaven. Maybe it was because of her accumulation of passion for a long time, but Nangong Xiangyan was particularly sensitive. In just a short moment, Nangong Xiangyan reached the peak and she collapsed into Long Yi's warm embrace. My husband, I am exhausted. It's your turn now. Now, the wheat-colored skin on Nangong Xiangyan's body had a layer of pink luster. She had a sheen of sweat over her body and it emitted a faint fragrance. Since you have flaunted your superiority, you shall look at how your husband teach you a lesson. Long Yi said with a smirk on his face. He was naturally willing to accept the responsibility Nangong Xiangyan had passed on to him. He immediately turned over and pressed down on the beauty before he began another round of battle with her. The querulous and plaintive moaning sounds resounded in the room. Even though spring was in the air inside the room, it was snowy outside. In Light City, Yanjian, Sibai, Li Qing, Fengling, Lai Lai, Yu Feng, and Lai Yuxu were sitting in the luxurious room of the Phoenix Inn. Yanjian had a thick bamboo tube in his hand and his expression looked somewhat serious. Now, Light City had already returned to its former bustling state and no one would speak of that bloody incident which happened in the past. Moreover, the Phoenix clan had also recovered after that big cleansing. This is the secret letter from young master I have just received. Take a look. Yanjian said. After he opened the thick bamboo tube, He handed a slip of paper over to Sibai. In this letter, Long Yi had stated that they didn't need to pretend any longer. They were to leave Light City immediately. As long as they left, everyone who was hidden in the darkness of Light City would definitely take the chance to seize control of Light City. The people arranged by the military advisor had definitely gotten the news of the return of the Allied army. They would use everything within their means to try to stop the Allied army. Of course, Long Yi didn't want them to leave for real. It was just his plan to draw the snake out of the hole. The moment the people in the dark revealed themselves, Long Yi would round them all up in one fell swoop. With the help of Li King and his women, it would be easy for the city lord to deal with those clowns without causing any big waves. Not long after Yin Jian received Long Yi's letter, Batang Yu received Long Yi's urgent secret letter. At this moment, it was already late at night. However, when she looked at that vigorous and powerful handwriting on the letter, Batang Yu's beautiful and ice-cold face gradually softened. A soft sigh resounded inside the tent. With a flash of ki, the slip of paper in Batang Yu's hand instantly turned into ashes. Her beautiful face, which had a soft expression, turned ice-cold. Putting on her fox robe, she coldly shouted, "Guards!" 2 guards who were standing on duty outside the tent immediately rushed in and bowed. "General, pass down my order. All officers and men are to immediately prepare to set out. Our target this time is the Hengjuan Mountains." Batang Yu coldly said, "Yes, General." The 2 guards were startled for a moment and they immediately rushed out. Although all of them had doubts in their heart, their duty was to execute the general's order. None of them knew why they were changing directions when they were supposed to be returning to the Violet Dragon Empire. Soon, the sound of the drum beat together resounded in the camp. Officers and men who were sleeping immediately got up and began to gather with their fastest speed. These soldiers who had fought for several years had already turned into the elite troops which stood at the top of the armies of the Blue Waves continent. All of them were veterans who had survived through many life and death situations. It was especially the case for the Unparalleled Battalion. It had already turned into a legend in the Blue Waves continent. When it came to individual combat, even coordinated military operations in small-sized teams, the Unparalleled Battalion was matchless in the Blue Waves continent. Not to mention the fact that their actions were not only limited to fighting conventional warfare, sneak attacks, night fighting, harassing enemies, and laying ambushes. All of their skills had already reached the acme of perfection. The average number of kills per soldier was already more than 10 times that of other battalions. After everyone gathered, Batang Yu jumped upwards and stood on the big war drum. She explained the reason they were marching towards the Hengjuan Mountains. When soldiers heard that the Beastman army was already pressing on the border of the Violet Dragon Empire, all of them roared ferociously. They only had one desire, and that was to destroy the nest of the Beastman clans. Long Yi's move was clearly the strategy of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. However, his plan was not simply used to rescue the Violet Dragon Empire. Since there were 300,000 Beastman soldiers who were pressing towards the border of the Violet Dragon Empire, not many elite soldiers were left in the Hengjuan Mountains. The objective of Long Yi's move was to bring all the Beastmen under his control. He would force the Baimeng clan out of its position and allow the Fox clan to ascend to the Baimeng clan's position. This way, the long-term stability of the Blue Waves continent would be assured. Chapter 542, Meeting Midire again. Your Majesty, good news, good news. A trusted subordinate of Long Zan entered the hall in excitement. Long Zan was startled and he woke up from his meditation. What good news? If your noose isn't good enough, I'll cut off your head. Long Zan said with displeasure. This is the secret letters sent by the Dark Pope. Please take a look, Your Majesty. This subordinate took out a magic letter and respectfully handed it over to Long Zan. Long Zan opened it and quickly scanned through it. In a few moments, his indifferent expression changed into one of surprise and then into a pleasant one. After reading the letter, he looked up to the heavens and laughed wildly. Patting the shoulder of his trusted subordinate, he said, "Good, good. This time, you have done a meritorious service." With strong support from the Dark Church, We don't need to worry about the Zeman clan, they will definitely perish this time around. It was of no surprise that this fake Long Zan was so excited. Although the Dark Church had always been hidden in dark, when all was said and done, it was the Dark organization which had been contending against the Light Church for a long period of time. There was no need to speak of their strength. With their support, the odds of success were much higher. By the way, has there been any abnormal movement in the Zeman family recently? Long Zan asked. Replying to Your Majesty, there is no abnormal movement in the Zeman clan. This trusted subordinate answered. Long Zan frowned. Wasn't this somewhat too quiet? It was reasonable to say that Beastman army had already entered the western border of the Violet Dragon Empire. If the Zeman clan relied on their information network, it would be impossible for them not to know about this. How could there be no movement at all? Long Zan inexplicably felt somewhat uneasy. However, he quickly tossed the uneasy feeling to the back of his head. In any case, no matter how the Zeman clan reacted, they were completely screwed. At this time, Long Yi was in the underground secret room and he was lying on the bed with Mu Hanyan in his bosom. He was speaking nauseating whispers of love into her ear. In the midst of this, he was naturally touching here and there, causing Mu Hanyan to slowly lose her sense of self-control. However, because she wasn't fully recovered, Long Yi didn't permit her to experience the love session. This caused her endless amount of frustration and she gritted her teeth in hate. You are not allowed to touch me, hateful bad fellow. Mu Hanyan pushed Long Yi away with a red face. Because her spirit had received an extreme amount of damage, she seemed to be easily triggered. Getting up, Long Yi draped a robe over her body. He said with a smile, then, I won't touch you. Wait until you have completely recovered. I'll do whatever you want me to do. I know that you are feeling empty inside, however, doing that will worsen your injury. Mu Hanyan gritted her teeth and glared at Long Yi. Didn't she end up like this because of his teasing? Now, he was making it seem as though Mu Hanyan was the one who was forcing him to do naughty things to her. My lascivious hussy, don't be angry and quickly wear your clothes. If other people see you now, wouldn't I suffer huge loss? Long Yi smiled and pulled off the brocade quilt, revealing her beautiful, that perfect curvy figure was so soul-stirring that it could captivate all living creatures. I'm not wearing anything unless you help me. Mu Hanyan curled up her lips and stretched out her hands. Now, she appeared as though she was just a young girl who was acting spoilt. Even though she was trying to be difficult, Long Yi actually swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Long Yi was also very willing to help her wear her clothing. Not only was he skilled in taking off women's clothes, but he was also very skilled in helping them wear clothes. In addition, it was a kind of pleasure to look at this body that belonged to him being covered by pieces of clothing one after the other. Are you ready to make a move? After wearing her clothes, Mu Hanyan asked softly. Things will become troublesome if I drag it for a longer time. Long Yi nodded his head and said, okay, but why on earth are you enlarging that hole above the secret room? Mu Hanyan curiously asked. This is a secret you will know in the future. Long Yi smirked and said, what secret? You obviously don't fully trust me. Mu Hanyan rolled her eyes and said. Her expression also became somewhat dejected. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders. He had to do some matters according to the rules. Of course, he couldn't fully trust Mu Hanyan. When all was said and done, her origin was too mysterious. The atmosphere around these two people stagnated a little and no one opened their mouth to speak for quite a long time. I am sorry, I know that you do not trust me. I am also not someone who is deserving of your trust. However, you can rest assured, I will help you to settle the Dark Warriors who are working under the military advisor. Mu Hanyan sat on the edge of the bed and she looked extremely lonely. Hanyan. Long Yi was somewhat depressed in his heart. Mu Hanyan had an important place in his heart. However, the two of them were extremely clear about the fact that there was an invisible barrier between the two of them. Don't say anything. There are some things we don't need to talk about throughout our lives. I am tired now. Can you leave me alone for some time? Mu Hanyan turned her head and said faintly. Long Yi sighed before he disappeared from the secret room. He didn't notice Mu Hanyan suddenly turning around. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears and they also contained a complicated emotion. The moment he left the secret room, Long Yi had a depressed look on his face. His heart shook all of a sudden and he took out the message pearl given to him by Divine Dragon Princess Midire. He injected his spirit power and a transform magic ray suddenly appeared in the prison cell of the Heaven Forbidden Prison. Along with a flash of golden light, Leguxia staggered out of the transform magic array as he held a feeble Midire in his arms. Before the transfer array could disappear, Elder Pierre of the demonic dragon race appeared. He was the elder whom Long Yi had met before. What's going on? Long Yi stood in front of the brother and sister duo and asked with a solemn expression on his face. No matter what one said, Midire was his friend. He couldn't tolerate it when other people were bullying his friend. This old man wants to kill us. Save my big sister. I will do anything you want. Leguxia, hugging unconscious Midire, hatefully glared at Elder Pierre with tears in his eyes. Long Yi squatted down and used his spirit power to examine Midire. He discovered that, although she was weak, she was not in mortal danger. The physique of members of the dragon race was truly doughty. Elder Pierre, say, aren't you from the older generation? You don't want your face anymore? Why did you seriously injure a junior from the younger generation? Long Yi sneered. A bit of the good impression he had on this old man also disappeared at this moment. Pierre coldly snorted and said, as for the matter of the dragon race, it would be best for you, human, not to meddle. Otherwise, Humphrey, are you threatening me? The smile of Long Yi became very brilliant but his eyes narrowed dangerously. At this moment, a shocking killing intent radiated out from his body and the surrounding air seemed to have twisted. Pierre felt a huge pressure crushing him. Pierre was startled and his heart tightened. Moreover, a kind of fear unexpectedly appeared at the bottom of his heart. This was unbelievable to him. Don't think that you can do whatever you want. You are just a trifling old dragon from the demonic dragon clan. If I want to kill you, it's going to be really easy. Long Yi indifferently said without a trace of emotion. He looked at Pierre as though he was looking at an ant. The eyes of Elder Pierre glimmered. Such a strong momentum coming from Long Yi was far beyond his expectation. It seemed as though Long Yi was truly a little bit stronger than him. However, Pierre didn't believe that it would be an easy task to kill him. If you don't believe my words, you will believe me after you see them. As if seeing through the thoughts of Pierre, Long Yi said, and with a wave of his hand, Long 2, Little 3, Fire Kylan and the Violet Lightning Beast appeared in front of him. Their powerful aura surrounded Pierre. The moment he saw the three god beasts, Pierre retracted his aura and he sighed. He gave up resisting as he knew that Long Yi could kill him easily. What do you want? Pierre asked. Kill him now and I will do whatever you want. Leguxia shouted hatefully. Shut up. It is not your turn to speak. Long Yi coldly stared at Leguxia and said. The heart of Leguxia trembled and he obediently kept quiet. However, he still glared at Pierre with a hateful look. Elder Pierre, you said that I do not have the qualification to meddle in the matters of the dragon race. However, you seem to have forgotten that I have a relationship with Liuxu. Nai is my daughter and she has the devouring dragon physique. Besides, the relation between me and Charmin and Crystal is also not bad. Long Yi smirked and said. The moment he heard the devouring dragon physique, Pierre stiffened. Devouring dragon physique. Other than Nai since the beginning of history, it had appeared twice in the dragon race. Both of those ancestors had been the king of the dragon race as they led the dragon race to glory. There was an unwritten rule in the dragon race that said that as long as a dragon with a devouring dragon physique appeared, he would be the leader of the entire dragon race. Divine Dragon Clan and Demonic Dragon Clan come from the same root. Why do you have to kill each other the moment you see someone from the other clan? Now, I will ask Elder Pierre to heal the injuries of Princess Midire before we start to discuss about this matter. Long Yi also retracted his momentum and a harmless smile appeared on his face. Pierre seemed to be somewhat struggling. Since he was asked to save a member of the mortal enemy clan, It was naturally hard to make a decision. There is a saying, it's better to make friends than enemies. Your Divine Dragon Clan and Demonic Dragon Clan became divided because of different faiths, thus leading to the drastic decline in the position and reputation of the entire dragon race. Do you think that dragon race was always like that? I think the appearance of Nier should be the turning point of your dragon race. Long Yi said confidently with a smile. Pierre waved his hand and said, no need to speak anymore, I will save her. He walked past Long Yi and he approached Midire and Lu Jexia, who wants his help. I don't believe that he will help my sister. Who knows whether he will attack my big sister when he tries to treat her. Leguxia said in a stern voice, I believe in him and I will take responsibility for any mishaps. This is not the time to fight. Your big sister is seriously injured and if she isn't treated now, her life will be in danger. Is this what you hope to see? Long Yi glared at Leguxia and grabbing his neck as if carrying a chicken, he threw him away. Chapter 543, The Crisis of Shui Linglong. Pierre began to treat Midire and Long Yi walked to the front of Lu Jexia. What's going on here? Why did you run to the Blue Waves continent without cause or reason? Long Yi asked. We discovered that the Demonic Dragon Clan has broken the agreement and they entered the Blue Waves continent. Father Emperor thought that they were plotting something and he dispatched us to thoroughly investigate the situation. Leguxia was a little afraid of Long Yi. At that time in the sea, Long Yi had beaten him until he had a bloody nose and swollen face. Now, he discovered that Long Yi was even stronger than this elder of the Demonic Dragon Clan. How would he dare to be presumptuous in front of him? At this moment, Lu Jexia was beginning to suspect if his big sister was lying when she said that she had taught him a good lesson. Long Yi nodded his head. Presumably, the Divine Dragon Clan noticed those two girls, Charmin and Crystal, when they snuck into the Blue Waves continent. Midire and Lu Jexia were dispatched to investigate what the Demonic Dragon Clan were up to. Since the Divine Dragon Clan and Demonic Dragon Clan were as incompatible as fire and water, they naturally fought the moment they met. As a result, both Midire and Charmin suffered injuries. Charmin was cured by Liuxia but both Midire and Lu Jexia encountered Elder Pierre. How could the severely injured Midire fight against Elder Pierre? Boy, come here with me. There is something I want to ask you. Long Yi suddenly smirked mysteriously and led Lu Jexia to the corner. He held onto Lu Jexia's shoulder and prevented him from running away. You, what do you want to do? I am not interested in men. Seeing the wicked expression on Long Yi's face, Lu Jexia's heart trembled and hugging his chest with his hands, he panicked. Long Yi rolled his eyes and knocked his head. He ferociously snapped at Lu Jexia, talk nonsense again and I will cut off your little brother. Leguxia shuddered and hastily used his hands to cover his lower part. It didn't matter what other people said. He was still the awe-inspiring second tyrant dragon king of the Divine Dragon Clan. If his little brother was cut off, it would be a fate worse than death. Tell me honestly, do you have the official seals needed to open the forbidden area of the Divine Dragon Clan? Long Yi lowered his voice and asked. Leguxia relaxed seeing that his little brother was safe and answered, we got 7 Elder Seals. However, it's extremely difficult to get the Dragon King seal which is held by Father Emperor. Moreover, I think that he is already beginning to doubt us. Only the Dragon King seal is left. Pretty good. After the matter here is completed, we will think of a way together. Long Yi was very satisfied in his heart. He patted Lu Jexia's shoulder and said with a smile. In the next moment, Long Yi brought Lu Jexia back to the Zimin residence. The moment he arrived at his courtyard, he saw that Nangong Xiangyun was anxiously waiting for him. The moment he appeared, she anxiously rushed over to welcome him. My husband, why did you just return? Patriarch had sent people several times to look for you. Nangong Xiangyun said. Do you know why? Long Yi raised his eyebrows and asked. I don't know the specific detail, but a guest is here and Patriarch is very respectful to her. It has to be related to her. Nangong Xiangyun said. Guest? A guest who could make father respectful. Who could she be? Long Yi didn't think too much and he asked for Nangong Xiangyun to make the arrangements for Lu Jexia before leaving for Zimin New Study. In the study, Long Yi discovered Sima Nu and Dongfeng Wan sitting side by side on a sofa as they talked about something. The door of the secret room inside the study where his grandfather was opened. "This son greets father and mother." Long Yi walked in and greeted respectfully. Go in and take a look." Sima Nu waved his hand and said. Long Yi nodded his head and entered the secret room. There, he saw a figure wearing a purple-colored robe sitting at the bedside of his grandfather. She was blankly watching his grandfather, who was in suspended animation state, and her little hand was caressing his beard gently. She seemed to be reminiscing the past, and she seemed sad. When Long Yi was entering this secret room, he had already guessed the identity of the guest. It was probably An Tu, and when he saw her, he wasn't too surprised. At this moment, he didn't disturb her when he saw that she was immersed in her own world. Long Yi simply stood quietly at the side as he watched An Tu. She had such a deep feeling for his grandfather, but why were they not together? Was it because she was unable to withstand his grandfather's romantic nature? After a long time, An Tu turned around. Her appearance was still beautiful and elegant. However, some of her black hair had clearly turned gray as time waited for no man. He could remember that she didn't have them when he last saw her in the Mi-Holy Magic Academy. An Tu, long time no see. Long Yi greeted her with a smile. He didn't dare to behave too unbridled in front of her. An Tu sized up Long Yi and nodded her head. She said, "You have improved, now I cannot even see through you." Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and he walked over to his motionless grandfather. He asked softly, "Did my grandfather use a technique of the Ice Palace to enter this state of suspended animation?" "Yes, I taught him this secret technique back in the days. I never thought that several tens of years would pass by so quickly." An Tu sighed softly. It seemed as though it was difficult for her to forget this past love of hers. "Then, do you have a way to wake up my grandfather?" Long Yi asked. "I have a way, but it would take at least a month." An Tu said. Long Yi sighed with relief and smiled. "That's good. It's just a month. As long as my grandfather can wake up, everything will be fine. Sit down and talk." Looking at Long Yi, the expression on An Tu's face was a lot gentler compared to before. Long Yi obediently sat on the bedside as he inhaled the thin fragrance in the air which came from An Tu. A comfortable feeling washed over him. An Tu raised her hand and smoothed out the hair on Long Yi's forehead. She asked with a doting expression, "How is Wuan?" Long Yi made a bitter smile in his heart when An Tu mentioned Ziman Wuan, and he replied, "She has been accompanying the army for the past 2 years." He really wanted to ask about the relationship between Ziman Wuan and An Tu. An Tu seemed to have seen through Long Yi's thought. She sighed and said, "When the time comes, I will naturally tell you. However, now is not the time." When he heard what she said, Long Yi reluctantly gave up inquiring about Ziman Wuan. All of a sudden, he thought about Shui Ruoyan and her grandmother. He decided to ask An Tu about them. The eyes of An Tu glimmered and she silently shook her head. "An Tu, tell me, what exactly happened?" When Long Yi saw the expression on An Tu's face, his heart tightened and he hastily asked. An Tu had no other choice and she didn't want to hide the truth from Long Yi. As such, she slowly told Long Yi everything about the matter of Shui Ruoyan being controlled and using the blood-cursing magic on Shui Linglong. Although she intervened in the final moment, Shui Linglong's body had already been severely damaged by the blood-cursing magic. As of now, she had no idea where the grandmother and granddaughter duo had gone. Long Yi's heart shook the moment he heard the news. Where would Shui Linglong take Shui Ruoyan? He could easily guess that he was taking her to the Dark Church in order to meet Shui Ruoyan's father. The moment this thought crossed his mind, he could no longer stay still. He rushed out of the secret room and left the study. He even ignored Dongfeng Wan's calls. The temperature was much colder compared to the previous year. Heavy snow had been falling for many days and everywhere was covered with snow. There was a howling gale passing through the land which caused many people to be unable to open their eyes. At this moment, in a small village that was only 100 li away from the imperial capital city of the Violet Dragon Empire, Soaring Dragon City, it was very quiet. Even the barking of dogs and the tweets of birds couldn't be heard. However, There were many black-robed people squeezed in the log cabins of the small village. Each and every one of them was sitting on the ground and they didn't breathe. It was as though they were dead people. In the largest log cabin of this village, there was a bonfire. Unlike the other cabins, there were only 2 people present in the cabin. They were none other than the Dark Pope and his wife. The blue pupils of the Dark Pope were staring at the fire in a daze as he thought of something. "My husband, since not all of them are present, how about you take a rest?" Pope Lady advised in her soft voice. The Dark Pope nodded his head and sat cross-legged as he entered into a meditative state. All of a sudden, a figure appeared outside the window and instantly disappeared. The eyes of Pope Lady shone and she shot a quick glance at the Dark Pope who was in a meditative state. She gently got up and she walked out of the log cabin. "What's the matter?" Pope Lady frowned and asked. She stared straight at one of her 4 trusted subordinates. "Lady, this subordinate found the traces of Water Master Archmage Shui Linglong and her granddaughter. They are advancing towards this village," this trusted subordinate said in a low voice. The eyes of Pope Lady glimmered with pallid light and coldly said, "Since you didn't walk through the gates of heaven and intruded on the gates of hell, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lady, should we make a move now?" This trusted subordinate asked. "Call Dry Bones and Viper, bring along some trustworthy subordinates as well. All of you will go with me in order to deal with them. Make sure not to alarm the Pope, otherwise, I'll kill you as well," Pope Lady coldly said. At that time, Shui Ruoyan was supporting Shui Linglong as they slowly made their way through the snowstorm. Just a moment ago, Shui Linglong had vomited a mouthful of blood when they were flying and had fallen down. Fortunately, Shui Ruoyan noticed it in time and caught her in midair. This moment, the complexion of Shui Linglong was wan and sallow. It looked as though she had aged for tens of years. She looked pale and her eyes were deep-set. Her gaze no longer had a divine radiance like before. Instead, it was cloudy. She would often bleed from all 7 apertures. Now, she looked like she was a person who was on the verge of death. She no longer had the elegance of her past self. "Grandma, you must hold on, we are about to find my father." Shui Ruoyan choked with sobs as she said. Along the way, Shui Linglong's body was getting worse by the day. Even if Shui Ruoyan was stupid, she would be able to see that there was a serious problem with Shui Linglong's body. "Ra Yuo, be at ease, grandmother is fine." Shui Linglong forced out a smile, but she was miserable in her heart. In any case, she had to hold on until she saw her son. At that moment, Shui Linglong's relaxed pupils contracted. She sensed killing intent all around her. Chapter 544. Deep regret. Shui Linglong's steps stopped and she used one of her hand to catch Shui Ruoyan's little hand. Her other hand shone with a faint blue radiance. At this moment, Shui Ruoyan also noticed the abnormality in the atmosphere and stood close to Shui Linglong. She became extremely alert. All of a sudden, a figure appeared in the air. Dozens of black-robed people completely surrounded Shui Linglong and Shui Ruoyan. The leaders of this group were Pope Lady and her 3 trusted subordinates. "Mother." At first, Shui Ruoyan was startled when she saw Pope Lady. She called out with a pleasant surprise. Instead of replying her, Pope Lady looked at Shui Ruoyan with indifference before turning to Shui Linglong. She said with a smile, "My good mother-in-law, why are you in such a miserable situation? Since you are here to look for me, I have come to welcome you. Esut, make that unfilial son come out and see me." Shui Linglong coldly said. "Old BD, do you think that you still have the ability to see him? Since you are here to court death, today, I will help you to achieve your aim." Pope Lady coldly snorted and dense killing intent leaked out from her body. Shui Ruoyan was dumbfounded. This was completely different from her expectations. Why did her mother appear as though she was another person? "Mother, why are you like this? You are my mother, aren't you?" Shui Ruoyan shouted as she began to see the light. However, she didn't dare to believe the truth. The expression of Pope Lady instantly became complicated. However, it reverted back to her usual calm expression in an instant and she said with indifference, "That's right, I am indeed your mother. However, if you want to blame someone, You should blame yourself for resembling that damned grandmother of yours. Even the aura around you is the same. So hateful. Don't blame your mother for being cruel. No, in me principality, you weren't like this, no. Shui Ruoyan muttered in a daze. Humphrey, if I didn't want to borrow your hand to deal with this old BD, do you think that I would have spent so much time and effort to pretend to be nice to you? Pope Lady said with a smile. However, the smile on her face was colder than the wind in the winter. Shui Ruoyan was startled for a long time, and her entire body suddenly trembled as she looked towards her pale and suffering grandmother. Could it be that her grandmother became like this because of her? Haha, your thoughts are correct. This old hag's suffering is all caused by you. You personally casted the blood-cursing magic on her. Pope Lady grinned cruelly. Nonsense, nonsense, I did not. Shui Ruoyan felt as though her heart was crumbling, and she shouted herself hoarse. The eyes of Pope Lady turned cold and she said, "Attack! I want them both to disappear from this world." Dozens of black shadows rushed towards Shui Ruoyan and Shui Linglong, and the remaining dark magicians began to chant a magic incantation. A magic staff appeared in the hand of Shui Linglong, and with a wave, a light blue-colored protective barrier appeared around herself and Shui Ruoyan. It managed to block those dozens of dark swords which were slashing towards them. Ruoyan, calm down. Shui Linglong anxiously called out when she saw that Shui Ruoyan had collapsed into the snowland. Shui Ruoyan was in a daze, and she appeared as though she was unable to hear Shui Linglong at all. She kept mumbling to herself, "No, no. Everything is fake." All of a sudden, magic elements surged in the air and various kinds of dark magic slammed against Shui Linglong's protective barrier. Along with a crisp cracking sound, the protective barrier of Shui Linglong dissipated and a hint of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. She was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The reason she was able to hold on till this point was because she still had not taken Shui Ruoyan to meet her biological father. However, it seemed as though she would no longer be able to continue her journey any longer. She would not be able to realize her dream of allowing her granddaughter to meet her father. When Pope Lady saw the appearance of Shui Linglong and Shui Ruoyan, she smiled. Although there was a place in her heart which was throbbing with pain, she deliberately ignored it. Those dozens of shadows rushed towards them when they saw that Shui Linglong's protective barrier was destroyed. Just as their swords were about to pierce through Shui Linglong's body, all the shadows stopped in midair. It was as though time had stopped for all of them. The beautiful face of Shui Linglong became bright red and her eyes shone with divine radiance. Her entire body was shrouded in a thin layer of blue radiance. Domain, freeze over. Shui Linglong muttered. In an instant, those shadows in the sky froze into ice sculptures as they fell from the sky. Pope Lady was somewhat stunned and she hastily retreated. She looked at Shui Linglong, who was standing in the midst of the show and ice. She appeared just like an inviolable fairy. However, she quickly noticed that Shui Linglong was bleeding from 7 apertures. Her appearance was extremely strange, which made people feel flustered in their heart. Old BD. How long can you maintain it? Also, if you were not injured, it would be impossible for your domain to be so small. Pope Lady laughed, but she was trembling in her heart. Fortunately, she had the foresight to not step forward to kill her in person. Otherwise, she would be one of the corpses lying on the floor right now. The power of a Water Master Archmage was something one couldn't look down upon even if she was on the verge of dying. Shui Linglong smiled bitterly and laid down her right hand that was holding her ice magic staff. The terrifying pressure disappeared in an instant. Puff! Shui Linglong vomited a mouthful of blood again, dyeing the white snowland red. In the next instant, she collapsed and lied in the midst of the blood-colored snowfield. The light in her eyes was quickly dissipating, just like her life. Viper, the trusted subordinate of Pope Lady, was very eager to render meritorious service. The moment he saw that Shui Linglong had collapsed on the ground, his figure flashed and his sword chopped towards Shui Ruoyan, who was lying in a daze. The moment Viper moved, Dry Bones moved as well. When Pope Lady saw the both of them moving, She didn't think too much about it. She simply thought that they were both vying for credit. When Viper's huge sword was 1 centimeter away from Shui Ruoyan's forehead, it stopped. Blood came out of Viper's mouth. He looked down in disbelief and he saw a fist sticking out of his chest. His heart was crushed by this fist. Bang! Dry Bones swung his hand and the corpse of Viper was tossed aside, falling in front of Pope Lady. Dry Bones, you dare to betray Dark Church? Pope Lady screamed. I have never betrayed the church. If Pope knew that I saved his daughter, he would definitely not blame me. Dry Bones laughed in his hoarse voice. Kill him. Pope Lady gnashed her teeth and ordered. Suddenly, Dry Bones threw out a swarthy pearl which exploded in midair. Along with black mist, dense magic fluctuation appeared all over the place. Dry Bones caught Shui Ruoyan and he wanted to run away. Who would have thought that she would suddenly struggle free and rush towards Pope Lady while screaming in grief and indignation. Dry Bones immediately waved his magic staff and 2 golden armored corpse kings appeared in front of him. They rushed after Shui Ruoyan and he wasn't far behind. The moment the pearl exploded, the strong magic fluctuation caused by the pearl thrown out by Dry Bones woke up the Dark Pope who was in the midst of meditation. When he didn't see his wife, he was startled in his heart. He gathered all his men and flew towards the direction of the magic fluctuation. Shui Ruoyan appeared as though she had gone mad. She chased after Pope Lady while casting magic spells one after another. She basically ignored the attack from other people. If it was not for Dry Bones protecting her, she would already have fallen. Pope Lady dodged the attacks of Shui Ruoyan and with black light flashing in her hand, she rushed behind tens of dark warriors. The Corpse King summoned by Dry Bones made all of the dark magicians shrink back behind the dark warriors. In this extremely short period of time, they had suffered a loss of several people. After that, Pope Lady ignored Shui Ruoyan who was recklessly charging at her. With a baleful aura condensing in her eyes, her figure became illusory and several hidden thread-like black chi shot quietly towards Shui Ruoyan. This was the attack move of the 9th Heaven Dark Magic. Watch out! When he saw that Pope Lady actually unleashed this move, Dry Bones shouted in order to warn Shui Ruoyan. He rushed up in order to guard her. However, a thread of black chi changed direction all of a sudden and shot towards Dry Bones. Dry Bones' wife. At the same time, 2 voices resounded throughout the sky. An invisible air current blew away the dark chi which was shooting towards Dry Bones. In an instant, a bunch of dark shadows strangely appeared on the battlefield. Dark Pope had a cloudy expression on his face as he showed his figure. At this time, Long Yi carrying both Dry Bones and Shui Ruoyan also appeared in front of the weak Shui Linglong. Many thanks for saving my life, Uncle Master. Seeing as Long Yi had appeared, Dry Bones relaxed. Long Yi waved his hand and supported Shui Linglong to a sitting position in the snowland. Seeing her current appearance, he was startled. He hastily used his internal force to protect her heart veins before using his spirit power to scan her body. He discovered that all of her internal organs had festered. Even gods themselves would find it hard to save her. Grandma, I harmed you. I harmed you. Shui Ruoyan kneeled on the floor and felt extremely heartbroken. Long Yi used one of his hand to support Shui Linglong and his other hand pulled Shui Ruoyan into his bosom. His eyes were cold as they stared straight at Pope Lady whom he had met once before. This woman was truly ruthless. Shui Linglong was the mother of her husband and Shui Ruoyan was her daughter. This kind of woman was a beast without feelings. No, she was inferior to even beasts. Mother. Dark Pope stared blankly at the bloody face of Shui Linglong whose life and death status was unknown. He staggered for a few steps as he walked towards her. Bang! Dark Pope heavily kneeled on the ground in front of Shui Linglong. Using his trembling hands, he wiped her cheeks and he said in a shaky voice, Mother, wake up. Mother, wake up. Don't shed crocodile tears, you murderer. Shui Ruoyan shouted and slapped away the Dark Pope's hand. Dark Pope accepted everything without a single reaction. With his blue eyes filled with tears, he mumbled, "How can this be? What exactly happened here? What happened? Why don't you ask your good wife?" Long Yi coldly said before pulling Shui Ruoyan into his bosom again. He could tell that the Dark Pope was truly unaware of this matter. Moreover, he had deep feelings for Shui Linglong. Dark Pope looked towards his wife, but she unnaturally dodged his gaze. She looked elsewhere without saying anything. Dark Pope suddenly recalled the words of Mist Fairy which was brought to him by Laffer. She said that he should watch his wife properly and not let her do anything. Otherwise, it would be too late for him to regret. Could it be that she was talking about this? At that time, Shui Linglong's eyelid trembled and she opened her eyes with great difficulty. "Grandma, you woke up." Shui Ruoyan forcibly stopped crying and tightly held on to Shui Linglong's ice-cold hand. "Mother." Dark Pope trembled. Now, this fierce and ambitious person appeared very weak, just like a child in front of his dying mother. "Kinger, do you still hate Mother?" Shui Linglong's eyes shone with some vigor after seeing the Dark Pope. "No, this son never hated Mother. This son hated himself." The Dark Pope finally couldn't control his emotions any longer and he started to shed tears, crying in regret in front of his mother. Previously, when Shui Linglong had intervened in his love life, there was a period of time he hated her. However, as time passed, he only felt regret. The only reason he didn't return to look for her was because he felt that he had no face to see her again. A hint of relief flashed through Shui Linglong's eyes and she said with difficulty, "Kinger, Mother has always missed you." Do you remember, even though you were already 10 years old, you would always sleep together with Mother? You also wanted Mother to sing a lullaby for you." Shui Linglong smiled as if she had returned to those beautiful days. This son remember everything." "Mother, don't leave me." The heart of the Dark Pope was torn and tears dripped on the face of Shui Linglong, washing the blood stain off her face. The gaze of Shui Linglong blurred and she looked towards Shui Ruoyan. She said, "Ra er Yuo. Promise grandmother that you won't hate your father." Shui Ruoyan looked at the tearful face of the Dark Pope and nodded her head. "Kinger, before, Mother used to sing a lullaby for you. Now, sing a lullaby for me, will you?" Shui Linglong weakly said. The entire body of Dark Pope trembled and he began singing. The north wind blew. The fluttering snowflakes piled up. Whose family's child refused to sleep? Dark Pope choked with sobs and all the time he had spent together with his mother replayed in his mind. He had no father since he was a child, so he was unable to remember the thick, broad, and safe back of his father like other children. He could only think about the warm bosom of his mother. Shui Linglong smiled and the light in her eyes gradually faded. Her head fell to the side and she entered eternal sleep in the bosom of the Dark Pope. "Mother, Mother!" Dark Pope sadly shouted as he looked up to the heavens. As he tightly embraced Shui Linglong's corpse, he was filled with bitter remorse. As for Shui Ruoyan, the moment she saw that her grandmother had passed away, her heart stopped beating and she lost consciousness. Chapter 545, Deceased. The new Dark Pope. At the peak of a mountain, in the midst of snowflakes and cold wind, there was a block of huge ice. On it, the tomb of Master Archimage Shui Linglong was written in exquisite blue waves script. Shui Ruoyan knelt in front of this grave for a long time. A large number of white snowflakes had already accumulated on her shoulders, but she was staring at the tombstone without moving at all. As for Long Yi, he stood not far away behind her, quietly guarding her. At this moment, all the words were useless. This kind of tragedy would definitely have a huge impact on her life. After a long time, the sky gradually got dark. The wind and snow became all the more dreary and hazy. At that moment, Shui Ruoyan suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice. "Long Yi, should I hate them?" "You should." Long Yi answered without any hesitation. "Then, should I kill them?" Shui Ruoyan continued to ask as she tightly held on to the ice magic staff which belonged to Shui Linglong. "You should." Long Yi faintly replied. Shui Ruoyan remained silent for a long time before standing up. She staggered back a few steps as her legs were numb from kneeling for an entire day. Long Yi instantly appeared beside Shui Ruoyan and held her waist. When he saw her miserable appearance, he felt a stabbing pain in his heart. "Let's return," Shui Ruoyan softly said as she leaned on the shoulder of Long Yi. Exhausted, Long Yi carried Shui Ruoyan and flew to a small village at the bottom of this mountain. In the village, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. All of the elites from the Dark Church were quietly staying inside their room. At this moment, all of them knew that something serious had happened. The matter where Pope Lady killed the Dark Pope's biological mother was extremely bad news. Young Master Ziman, Miss, His Majesty the Pope invites the two of you to his cabin. The moment Long Yi entered the village with Shui Ruoyan, Hell Priest Laffer welcomed them. It was clear that he had been waiting for the two of them for a long time. Shui Ruoyan trembled and her little hand tightly grabbed onto Long Yi's clothing. It seemed as though she was hoping that she would be able to gain some courage by doing so. "Don't be afraid, I am here," Long Yi softly said and grabbed her little hand with his big warm hands. He entered a cabin after following Laffer. A pile of wood was still burning inside the house and the Dark Pope stood next to the window. He looked out of the window with a complicated expression and his figure looked lonely and sad. Laffer tactfully left the house after Long Yi and Shui Ruoyan entered. There were only 3 people left in the room. Dark Pope slowly turned around and faced the two of them. He had actually gotten a lot thinner in the span of a single night. His expression looked exactly like the expression on Shui Ruoyan's face. Long Yi's hatred for the Dark Pope lessened when he saw the expression on the Dark Pope's face. However, he would never forgive the vicious Pope Lady. The only reason he did not directly kill the Pope Lady was because he wanted to see how the Dark Pope dealt with her. Ra Yuo. Dark Pope looked at Shui Ruoyan with agitation in his eyes. He seemed to have thousands and thousands of words he wished to convey but he found it hard to speak out. "Shut up, you don't have the qualifications to call me like this." Shui Ruoyan nevertheless erupted and roared loudly. Turning around, she ran out of the cabin. "Ra Yuo, come back." Long Yi's heart tightened and he was prepared to chase after her. "Young Master Ziman, let her rest first. I have something I want to say to you." The Dark Pope stopped Long Yi. His voice was very bleak and dreary. "If you have anything to say, you should hurry up and speak." Long Yi stopped his footsteps and indifferently said, "Ra Yuo, how has she been doing these past few years?" The Dark Pope took a deep breath and asked softly, "I have to say, she has been living well. However, she had always thought that you were dead and Shui Linglong was the one who killed you. She had an extremely bad relationship with her grandmother for a long period of time because of this." Long Yi recalled the expression on Shui Linglong's face when she talked to him in the past and he couldn't help but sign. The Dark Pope fell into silence and he closed his eyes. "From now on, please take care of her in my place. Can you do that?" After a long time, the Dark Pope slowly said. His eyes instantly turned sharp as he stared at Long Yi. A smile appeared on Long Yi's face and he said, "Ra Yuo is my woman. Of course, I will take care of her. Even if I have to put my life on the line, I'll take care of her." "Good. I will believe in you." "You have to take care of Fenglinger as well. Don't scorn any one of them," the Dark Pope continued. Long Yi nodded his head and he suddenly had a strange feeling in his ear. However, he was unable to pinpoint the source of the strange feeling. "As a matter of a fact, the elites of my Dark Church is all here. The entire force is here to cooperate with Long Zan in order to deal with your Ziman clan," the Dark Pope suddenly said. "I have already guessed it." Long Yi shrugged his shoulders. He was not a fool. There were so many troops of the Dark Church here. It would be a miracle if they were not here to deal with the Ziman clan. The Dark Pope stared at Long Yi for a long time before nodding his head in admiration. This son-in-law was truly not simple. Even he was unable to see through Long Yi. I seemed as though handing over both his daughters to Long Yi wouldn't bring disgrace to them. If they had met earlier, then perhaps they would have gotten along very well. "I have already said whatever I wanted to say. You can leave now." The Dark Pope turned around and said indifferently. Long Yi raised his brows but he turned around and left. He had a feeling that there was another reason the Dark Pope invited him here. It wasn't just to tell him to take care of his daughters. However, since the Dark Pope didn't want to talk about it, Long Yi didn't pry into the matter. After the Dark Pope handed over his daughters to Long Yi, it was quite obvious that the Dark Church wasn't going to deal with the Ziman clan any longer. Not long after Long Yi had left, Pope Lady Yer appeared beside the Dark Pope. Currently, her mental state was very disturbed. "My husband, I am sorry." Pope Lady gritted her teeth and said timidly. Although she was vicious to other people, she was very obedient in front of the Dark Pope. The Dark Pope was silent. He still stood before the window watching the fluttering snowflakes outside. No one knew what he was thinking about, however, his usually straight back was somewhat hunched at this moment. "My husband, I know that I was wrong. If you are unhappy, you can kill me." Pope Lady took a step forward and grabbed onto the Dark Pope's big hands after hesitating for a little while. The Dark Pope turned around and looked at his wife with a lukewarm expression on his face. "Yer, if you truly have a heart, then accompany me to repent in front of my mother's grave." The Pope Lady was dumbfounded for a long time. After a while, she gritted her teeth and nodded her head. In the pitch-black night, two figures climbed up a mountain and knelt in front of the tomb of Shui Linglong. "Mother, this son is unfilial," the Dark Pope said, and he felt ashamed. As for Yer, she was also kneeling behind the Dark Pope in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking. After a good while, the Dark Pope stopped crying and he turned around and said in his hoarse voice, "Yer, it has been nearly 30 years since you and I got married. I know that you did your utmost all these years for me. You nearly died once in order to save me. I also know that everything you did this time was also for me. However, committing matricide is intolerable. I have no way to blame you and I can only die to politely offer my apologies for my deceased mother." The heart of Pope Lady shook and a bad premonition crept up her heart. She immediately held his hand and shouted, "My husband, everything is my fault. You can't blame everything on me. Don't do anything stupid." Dark Pope shook his head and smiled sadly. Reaching out to caress the face of his wife, black blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Pope Lady used her trembling hand to wipe the black blood from the corner of the Dark Pope's mouth and muttered in a trembling voice, "Heart-piercing shadow poison." "My husband, why did you do something so stupid? If you wanted to apologize, you could have just killed me." "Why?" She was already choking with sobs. 30 years, I have never done anything to her a filial son should do." Mother, she will be very, very lonely in the underworld. I want to accompany her." Dark Pope vomited a mouthful of black blood and leaned into his wife's bosom. "My husband, you are leaving me completely alone in this world. You are truly heartless." Pope Lady silently shed tears and muttered. All of a sudden, her expression gradually became steadfast. Her hand shone with a black light and a black sword light instantly stabbed through her own heart. A muffled groan escaped her lips as the sword light completely stabbed into her body. However, a smile appeared on her face as she looked at her husband. Her tears dripped onto the face of the Dark Pope and fused with the tears on his face. The tears fell to the ground together. The two of them hugged each other as they closed their eyes. At this moment, both of them had a look of relief on their face. Early in the next morning, Long Yi returned with Shui Ruoyan. However, the first thing he discovered was that all the elites in the Dark Church were gathered together. Laffer stood in front of the troops. His expression was respectful, but the figure of both Dark Pope and his wife was missing. "Young Master Ziman, please come over." Laffer called out respectfully. The moment Long Yi stepped forward, Laffer knelt down. He held a magic staff with a strange black-colored radiance around it and he loudly proclaimed, "Under the command of His Majesty the Pope, this subordinate is handing over the keepsake of the Dark Church to young Master Ziman. From now on, the Dark Church belongs to young Master Ziman. Everyone has to listen to young Master Ziman's orders. Those who don't follow young Master Ziman will be hacked into pieces." Long Yi was stunned. What was going on here? What exactly was that old fellow doing? This subordinate pays his respect to His Majesty the Pope. Laffer bowed his head and greeted respectfully. "We subordinates pay respect to His Majesty the Pope." All the other elites of the Dark Church also respectfully greeted Long Yi. "What is going on here? What about the Pope?" Long Yi was naturally willing to take over such a huge organization. However, he had to find out what was going on before he did so. Laffer shook his head and said, "This subordinate doesn't know either. After His Majesty the Pope told me everything, he disappeared without a trace. The lady also disappeared at the same time. The expression of Shui Ruoyan changed and she suddenly thought of something. She flew towards the summit of the mountain. Long Yi immediately followed closely behind her. Everyone, follow them. Laffer commanded. Everyone began to chase after them. He had yet to place the keepsake of the Dark Church into Long Yi's hand. What if Long Yi didn't return? When Shui Ruoyan reached the summit, she saw her father and mother hugging each other and their bodies were covered in snow. She couldn't feel any signs of life coming from the two of them. She was stunned and her already pale complexion became even paler. However, she laughed as she retreated 2 steps back. She shouted, "They died. It's good that they died. It's really good." Ra Yuo, don't be like this. When he saw Shui Ruoyan's current appearance, Long Yi's heart ached. Although she hated her biological parents, no one would be able to endure the feeling when they lost 3 blood relatives at the same time. Long Yi, don't worry, look at me. Do you think that there is anything wrong with me? I am happy. I am really happy now. Ra Yuo. Long Yi roared and pulled her into his bosom. Let me go. You're being hateful. Let me go. Shui Ruoyan struggled in the bosom of Long Yi and shouted, Ra Yuo, don't be like this. If you want to cry, just cry out loud. Long Yi endured her scratching and biting and he gently whispered into her ear, Cry? Who wants to cry? Why on earth would I want to cry? Shui Ruoyan used all her strength to push Long Yi away. She stared blankly at her parents who were hugging each other in the snow. You too. Do you think that death can wash away your sin? Coward. You two are cowards. You don't deserve to be my father and mother. Shui Ruoyan suddenly collapsed into the snowland and it seemed as though all her strength disappeared. She pointed towards the pair of husband and wife who had been dead a long time ago. Her eyes were filled with tears and anyone could see the sadness in her eyes. Long Yi sat down beside her and pulled her into his bosom. Patting her back, he softly said, Silly girl, cry out loud. Suppressing the feeling in your heart will only harm your body. If that happens, I will feel heartache as well. Originally, Shui Ruoyan was sobbing quietly. She seemed to become out of breath for a moment and she inhaled a big mouthful of air. Tears suddenly burst out of her eyes and she wailed bitterly like a child in Long Yi's embrace. This scene was truly heartbreaking. Anyone looking at this scene would feel like crying as well. Good girl, just cry out loud. Cry to your heart's content. I will always be beside you. Long Yi patted the back of Shui Ruoyan as he sighed in his heart. The lives of the Water Master Archmage and the Dark Pope husband and wife pair were ended in this way. At this moment, Laffer led the elites of the Dark Church as they arrived at this place. When they saw the current scene, everyone knelt down and muttered incantations. Before long, Shui Ruoyan fainted in Long Yi's bosom as tears were still flowing out of her eyes. Long Yi felt that she was extremely pitiful. Why was the fate of his Shui Ruoyan so miserable? After some time, Long Yi received the Dark Church's keepsake, the Dark Spirit Magic Staff, from the hands of Laffer. He also took the Dark Spirit Tablet and after a simple ceremony, he officially became the new Pope of the Dark Church. From this short episode of events, it could be seen that the fate of people was ever-changing. Chapter 546. The game begins. In the night, the entire Soaring Dragon City was experiencing a blizzard. A fierce cold wind blew which rattled the windows and doors. A critical matter was that the crystals which supplied energy to the magic lamps seemed to be experiencing some problems. Other than some small street lights which were swaying in the wind, the entire Soaring Dragon City was covered in darkness. A majority of the citizens had already retired to bed as they wrapped themselves up with a thick quilt. When they heard the whistling sound of the cold wind outside, they felt an inexplicable fear. Uneasiness filled their heart and they felt as though even the heavens were about to collapse. At this moment, the Imperial Palace was also unusually quiet. Other than several Imperial guards who were shivering as they hastily patrolled the area, almost no one else could be seen. At this moment, the fake Long Zhan in his sleeping quarter was feeling uneasy. He couldn't find a comfortable position sitting or standing. In the end, he stood up and he ignored the bitter expression on the Imperial concubine's face. For an unknown reason, His heart was disturbed tonight. Although this sleeping quarter was as warm as spring, he felt a kind of chill which pierced into his bone marrows. He could smell something unusual in the air. Taking a deep breath, Long Zan wore his robe. He directly left this sleeping quarter and he shouted, "Guards!" A shadow quietly appeared in front of him and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, what is your command? Is there any movement in the Zemin clan?" Long Zan asked. "Replying to your Majesty, this subordinate has dispatched a group of the most elite spies to watch over the Zemin clan day and night. There is no report of any abnormal movement." The shadow answered, "What about those spies planted in the imperial palace by the Zemin clan? Are they making any unusual movements?" Long Zan's heart was still restless and he continued to ask, "No, they haven't made any abnormal movements, Your Majesty can rest assured." The shadow replied. Long Zan sighed in relief, but the restlessness in his heart became even more intense. It would have been fine if there was any movement. However, since there was no movement at all, he became even more anxious. For people like him who had walked on the line between life and death many times, they believed in their intuition. "Your Majesty, even if the Zemin clan wants to make a move, it will be unlikely that they will do it tonight." Not only are the lights malfunctioning, the snowstorm outside is also very big. In addition, we have set up many checkpoints outside the palace and the entrance of the Imperial Palace is also guarded with a large number of troops. Zeminu will not be stupid enough to attack tonight. The shadow clearly saw the restlessness in Long Zan's eyes. As such, he calmly analyzed the situation for Long Zan. I have no idea why I'm feeling so restless. Perhaps I am just overthinking." Long Zan sighed. Even after thinking about it over and over again, he couldn't find any flaws on his side. If the Zemin clan attacked tonight, they were simply courting death. In the Zemin residence, Long Yi sat on the edge of a bed as he looked at the sleeping Shui Ruoyan with a tender gaze. In just 2 days, she turned emaciated and her complexion was sickly pale. At that moment, the door swung open with a slight creak and Nangong Xiangyan entered the room as she held a bowl of ginseng soup in her hand. "My husband, the weather is cold. Finish this bowl of bluebird stew in order to warm your body," Nangong Xiangyan softly said and placed the tray on the table. Long Yi smiled at Nangong Xiangyan and he felt grateful in his heart. Getting up, he sat in front of the table and opened the lid. He took a whiff of the fragrance coming from the stew and he said, "It smells really good. You stewed it for a long time." I took 6 hours to make this." "My husband, taste it," Nangong Xiangyan said happily. Long Yi lightly blew on the stew and he slowly placed a spoonful of it into his mouth. He clicked his tongue and praised, "Xiangyan is truly a great cook. Why didn't you make stew before this?" "You keep saying that." "My husband, the number of time you stayed at home can be counted on 2 hands. However, if you really like it, why don't I make stew for you daily?" Nangong Xiangyan rolled her eyes and grumbled softly. Long Yi rubbed his cheek against the beautiful face of Nangong Xiangyan as he felt guilty. He gently kissed her lips and he softly said, "Your husband is at fault. Your husband will apologize for his wrongdoings. Come, obediently open your mouth. Your husband will feed you." Long Yi scooped up a spoonful and blew at the surface of the stew to cool it down. He placed the spoon in front of Nangong Xiangyan's mouth and he looked at her with a warm gaze. The heart of Nangong Xiangyan jumped with joy and she couldn't help but smile with happiness. She opened her mouth and she enjoyed Long Yi's service. "One more time." Long Yi smiled and scooped up another spoonful. He placed it in front of her mouth again. However, when she opened her mouth, the spoon didn't enter her mouth. Instead, Long Yi placed the spoonful of stew into his mouth. "Bad fellow." Nangong Xiangyan pouted. Long Yi simply raised his brows and he hugged Nangong Xiangyan's neck. He kissed her. A fragrant and sweet smell covered the entire room, charming the two of them. Woo! The entire body of Nangong Xiangyan became soft and she closed her eyes, allowing Long Yi to do whatever he wanted. The tip of Long Yi's tongue entered her mouth and taking advantage of this occasion, he fed her the soup mouth to mouth. As for Nangong Xiangyan, She began to breathe heavily while swallowing the soup. She directly got up and sat on Long Yi's thighs. She felt as though she was no longer able to endure it. Before long, Long Yi moved his lips away and he stared at the attractive Nangong Xiangyan. She said with a smile, "How was it? Was the soup delicious?" Nangong Xiangyan shyly pounded against Long Yi's chest. She snuggled up into Long Yi's bosom and bit his ear. She said, "My husband, let's go to the room next door." The heart of Long Yi swayed and his little brother stood erect. It poked against Nangong Xiangyan's leg which made her pant. "Darling, not tonight." The gaze of Long Yi flickered as he patted the back of Nangong Xiangyan. Nangong Xiangyan was somewhat disappointed in her heart. However, she didn't complain. She was a sensible woman after all. Instead, she said with a smile, "Then, my husband owes me one. Next time, you have to pay me back double the amount. I can even pay you back 10 times. However, I'm afraid that my darling will beg for mercy and surrender at that time." Long Yi also smiled and said, "The one begging for mercy will be my husband." Nangong Xiangyan remained unconvinced. Although she knew about Long Yi's ability in that aspect, she felt useless as she wasn't able to satisfy her husband. At that time, rhythmic squeaking sounds suddenly resounded in this courtyard. Long Yi placed down Nangong Xiangyan and softly said, looking at her beautiful eyes, "Xiangyan, help your husband take care of Ra Yuo. Your husband has to go now. Even if there are any abnormalities, don't panic. At that time, mother will make all the arrangement. Do you understand?" Nangong Xiangyan realized what was going on and her complexion changed. There were some matters in the Zemin clan which she could not participate in. However, from Long Yi's serious words, she could already guess what was about to happen. "My husband, you have to be careful. I will be waiting for your return." Nangong Xiangyan nodded her head without the slightest bit of agitation. Long Yi smiled and left after kissing her. As a matter of a fact, other than Long Yi, Zemin knew, and a few trusted subordinates, no one else knew about the operation that night. As this was a top-secret operation, Long Yi was going to make a move alone tonight. Everyone else would only know about it the next morning. This kind of caution was only to take precaution against all types of contingencies, as this was the matter of life or death for the Zemin clan as well as its affiliated powers. In the dim light of night, Long Yi flew towards the secret entrance of the heaven-forbidden prison like a ghost. In the ruined hall of the Imperial Palace, more than 10 green-colored flames lit up the hall. The entire Imperial Hall was filled with ghostly qi, which made the Imperial Hall appear frightening. Long Zan stood in the middle of a magic array as other dark magicians sat around the array. Suddenly, Long Zan raised a green magic staff in his hand and the green magic core on top of the staff started to shine brightly. As for the rest of the dark magicians, they began to chant an obscure incantation rapidly and the magic array began to sway. It was as though the magic array came to live and it emitted a thin black mist which covered everyone. Originally, Long Zan was pacing back and forth in his sleeping quarters with a restless heart. However, he became more and more uneasy as time passed. As such, he no longer hesitated as he made a prompt decision to summon all his dark magicians. Gathering in the ruined hall, they were awakening the blood spirits hidden in King Wu and Biaozu's body. He wanted to control them and make a surprise attack to kill Zemin Nu and Zemin Yu. In his heart, he believed that his plan would be flawlessly executed as Zemin Nu and Zemin Yu would not be guarding against King Wu and Biaozu. His initial plan was to use the blood spirits when the Zemin clan was openly fighting against him, as that would yield him the greatest benefits. However, because of the nagging feeling in his heart, he decided to use these two pawns today. At this time, King Wu and Biaozu were lying on the bed, chatting with each other. Outside the room, Long Yi personally laid out a strong barrier. They were actually in charge of taking care of Shui Ruoyan. However, Long Yi made them enter this room and instructed them not to leave. All of a sudden, the bodies of those two girls shook and a layer of faint blood-red light appeared around their body. A sharp pain pierced through their sea of consciousness and they couldn't help but scream in agony. If anyone could look inside their body, Then they could see small red dots appearing everywhere inside their body. Those red dots were rapidly flying towards their sea of consciousness. The red dots gathered in their sea of consciousness and they took the shape of a ghastly blood-red spirit. It appeared as if it wanted to break through their sea of consciousness. Just before the blood-red spirit was able to do anything, the defensive and offensive dual array which had been planted in their sea of consciousness by Long Yi took action. Those blood spirits were unable to push their way through into their sea of consciousness and they were instead trapped firmly inside the array. This process caused the two women to feel excruciating pain. The sea of consciousness was an extremely fragile place. Even a bit of damage could possibly cause irreparable consequences. Although the blood spirits were unable to enter their sea of consciousness, the fierce charges by the blood spirits caused their sea of consciousness to vibrate and they felt unbearable pain. Long Yi had forgotten about this point when he laid out the array. The blood spirits appeared as if they wanted to quickly destroy this array as their attacks became more and more ferocious. As for King Wu and Biaozu, they were hugging their head as they rolled about the bed. "It's so painful, young master, save us." The two women screamed and called out. At this most critical juncture, the first person these two women thought of was Long Yi. One could well imagine the position of Long Yi in their heart. However, the barrier Long Yi laid out was soundproof as well. No one was able to hear their screams. As for Long Zan and the other dark magicians in the ruined hall, they were alarmed. Even after a long time, they were unable to control the blood spirits. They instantly knew that something had happened. However, they were unable to stop the chanting. The moment the ritual failed, they would suffer a backlash if they stopped chanting the incantation halfway through. The backlash was extremely terrifying and their spirit would suffer great damage. DNit. How can this be? Could it be that the blood spirits implanted within their body were already discovered by the Zemin clan? How did they even deal with the blood spirits? Were there any other method other than killing the two girls? Long Zan was anxious in his heart and a bad premonition hit him. He knew that he had to change his plans. The complexion of King Wu and Biaozu had turned pale as they gritted their teeth. At this moment, they were bumping their heads against the wall in pain. Their forehead was already bloody, but with that layer of energy covering their entire body, this injury was merely superficial. They weren't even allowed to commit suicide. The attack of the blood spirits became even more frenzied. However, Long Yi's magic array in their sea of consciousness started to tighten up against the two blood spirits. It seemed as though it wanted to completely bind it up. "Biaozu, I can't bear it any longer, kill me!" King Wu screamed. At this point, everything in the room was in shambles. Even the huge bed had already collapsed. Biaozu was not any better compared to King Wu. With nowhere to go, she knocked down the table and her body began to twitch. However, even losing consciousness was a kind of extravagant hope for them. Even if they fainted, the pain would immediately wake them up. At this moment, one of the dark magicians who was chanting incantation suddenly let out a muffled groan. Vomiting a mouthful of blood, he collapsed. After that, as if a chain reaction, all the remaining dark magicians vomited a mouthful of blood and collapsed one after another. Even Long Zan vomited a mouthful of blood. However, since he was only playing a supporting role in the ritual, the actual backlash on him wasn't too big. The blood spirits in the sea of consciousness of King Wu and Biaozu screamed and dissipated instantly. Immediately after that, King Wu and Biaozu, as though their head became lighter. The pain which felt like tens of thousands of needles stabbing at their brain disappeared all of a sudden. A feeling of weakness overcame them and they lost their consciousness in happiness. Long Yi quietly entered the Heaven Forbidden Prison and saw Murong Shuo and Mu Hanyan wearing black skin-tight cloth as they talked about something while pointing at a blueprint. This is the blueprint of the Heaven Forbidden Prison and also the record of the prisoners inside." Seeing Long Yi, Murong Shuo handed over a valuable blueprint. Long Yi took a look and his eyes lit up. He happily kissed Murong Shuo's beautiful face and he said with excitement, "Good Yuer, this is a good thing." The Forbidden Heaven prison was extremely big and the strength of prisoners imprisoned inside it was different. However, in Murong Shuo's prisoner record, The prisoners were marked with different symbols according to their ranks. Like this, Long Yi could decide who to release first. After all, the path to the imperial study was too small. He had to allow the people who were stronger to lead the charge in order to occupy the palace. That way, the rest of the people would be able to continuously flood in. If these people entered the imperial palace in a disorderly manner, they would obviously be killed off quickly. They would only be able to display a greater fighting strength if they were united. As a matter of fact, everything was planned by Big Sister Hanyan. You have to thank her, Murong Shua said. Long Yi looked at Mu Hanyan. He saw the bewitching smile on her face. He pulled her into a hug and he kissed her. When he looked up again, his eyes were shining and he said with a smirk, "The game begins now." Chapter 547, Night Raid on the Imperial Palace. The snowfall was so heavy in this dark night that the only thing people could see was a sea of white. Even if a person was standing just 1 meter away from you, one would not be able to notice him. One could well imagine the visibility in this snowy night. The heart of many people was filled with fear as they thought that this was a sign for the end of the world. It was very rare for Soaring Dragon City to experience snowfall. Moreover, compared to that rare heavy snowfall of last year, this snowfall was far beyond comparison. Since this blizzard had continued for several days and nights, there was not a single living being in the vicinity of Soaring Dragon City. At this moment, midnight had already passed. The on-duty Imperial Guards of the Imperial Palace had gathered together in 3s and 4s in a dark place as they drank wine and gossiped about random stuff. In this terrible weather, who would think that it was necessary to patrol? Moreover, other than an empty lodge, there were no other places to hide. There was basically no way for anyone to infiltrate the Imperial Palace, not to mention the fact that the layer of snow outside could already reach one's thighs. Long Zan's commands entered through the left ear of the guards and went out their right ear. They didn't believe that there would be any problem in such a heavy snowstorm. At this time, in the Imperial study of the Imperial Palace, a wall quietly opened, revealing an entrance to the secret room. A dozen or so people in ragged clothing entered the Imperial study. They were all of varying ages. There were some who were old men who seemed to be in their 70s or older. There were also some middle-aged men. However, all of them had something in common. They were all bloodthirsty and their eyes flashed with a brutal radiance along with an insane desire for freedom. In the past, these people had an illustrious reputation in the Violet Dragon Empire or even the entire Blue Waves continent. Their name once used to terrify people the moment it was spoken. Their names were so scary that kids would stop whatever they were doing and cry. The hands of every one of them were soaked with blood as they had killed countless people. As for their strength, they belonged to the peak of this continent, especially after they were imprisoned in the Heaven Forbidden Prison. They had nothing to do other than to train themselves. As a result, their current strength was far higher than before and they were the perfect choice to be vanguards. The door of the Imperial study suddenly broke into pieces with a bang. A haggard-looking white-haired old man jumped out of the study and attacked 2 eunuchs who were on night watch duty. Those 2 screamed the moment the old man attacked, but their voice ceased abruptly as their heads flew in the air. Their bodies collapsed on the floor as blood flowed out from the part where their head was severed from their body. Ha ha ha, I haven't tasted the taste of blood for a long time, it's really nostalgic. The old man laughed wildly. Stretching out his tongue, he licked the blood which had splattered all over the corner of his mouth. He became excited as if he had eaten some kind of aphrodisiac. Old fellow, you are too greedy. How can you think of eating all by yourself? A middle-aged burly man with a scar on his face said in dissatisfaction. He was imprisoned in Heaven Forbidden Prison for nearly 10 years. In the past, he used to have a business of killing people for their properties. Moreover, the higher the difficulty level, the more interested he was. Long Zan took a fancy to his strength and employed a plot to capture him alive. However, the scar-faced man was stubborn. How could he submit and pledge allegiance to Long Zan? As such, Long Zan had no choice but to imprison him in the Heaven Forbidden Prison. Scarface, if we are not standing on the same side now, this old man will be digging out your heart and drinking your blood. The old man coldly snorted. Why are you making so much noise? Are you afraid that there will be no one left for you to kill? I'm afraid that you are going to have to kill until you become exhausted." A peculiar voice resounded. This face of this person was dirty and messy, and his long hair was all over the place. One couldn't tell whether this fellow was a man or a woman. He looked to be extremely weak. However, the two arrogant fellows didn't dare to refute him, and they obediently closed their mouth. At this time, several groups of patrolling guards rushed over to the imperial study. They were attracted by the scream of those two eunuchs. When they saw that these guards were delivering themselves to be killed, these bloodthirsty lunatics became excited. They roared and rushed towards the guards, efficiently dealing with them. Other than leaving behind some screams, these patrolling guards were turned into mincemeat. Those colorful intestines, internal organs, and those severed hands and legs on the ground looked very bloody and terrifying. Even those veteran soldiers who had seen blood might vomit after they saw this scene. As a matter of fact, they were not afraid of dying. However, dying in this way was somewhat beyond their mental endurance. A loud alarm sound resounded all over the imperial palace as more and more prisoners entered the palace from the secret path which led from the heaven-forbidden prison to the imperial study. Longzhan had never expected that the war would start from inside the imperial palace. He had arranged practically all his troops around the walls of the imperial palace, which resulted in the center of the imperial palace being empty. The imperial palace was very big. Due to the fact that the troops were unable to arrive in time, more than 6,000 prisoners from the heaven-forbidden prison slaughtered a majority of the people in the imperial palace in an extremely short period of time. The imperial palace truly became the field littered with corpses, and blood flowed like a river, dyeing the accumulated white snow dark red. When Longzhan received this news, he was dumbfounded. He had thought of thousands of scenarios, but he had never considered the possibility of the battle starting from inside the imperial palace. Moreover, he already had a hunch that something would happen tonight, but he had never thought that the enemy wouldn't attack from outside. Instead, they came straight into the middle of the imperial palace as they mercilessly slaughtered everyone. "Reporting to your majesty, this subordinate has found out that those people are not people from the Zimin clan. They resemble escapees of the heaven-forbidden prison." The trusted subordinate of Longzhan ran over and reported while breathing heavily. Bang! Longzhan slammed his hand on the desk in front of him and the desk fell apart. His face was twisted in anger. He gnashed his teeth and coldly said, "What a good scheme. Do you think that just some random mob will be able to do anything?" The imperial palace was already in chaos. No matter if they were imperial maids, eunuchs, imperial concubines or high-ranking imperial concubines, all of them were fleeing from all parts of the imperial palace. They were extremely afraid and they were all panicking. Eventually, several tens of thousands of guards as well as several magician battalions came forward to block those prisoners who were carrying out a wanton massacre in the palace. Under their countless magic arrows, there was heavy casualties among the prisoners. Swords masters moved to the front, magicians in the middle. "Kill your way forward." That strange voice resounded again, giving out commands. Those prisoners listened to the order of the mysterious voice and they quickly arranged themselves into the formation. They rushed towards the troops who had heavy armor and shields. The person at the lead was that fellow who looked neither like a man or woman. Although he looked weak, the purple sword blade in his hand instantly took the life of more than 10 soldiers. He displayed his strength, which was at the sword's saint realm. World of snow and ice, raging flame, burning heaven, heaven falls, earth rends. 3 rank 10 magic spells flew towards the imperial guards practically at the same time. The strong destructive power of the spells practically annihilated all of the soldiers who were in front. This moment, the terrifying attack power of magicians was displayed clearly. As long as magicians had ample time to chant their incantation, the warriors had no chance to win against them. Merely, more reinforcement arrived at this moment. The number of magicians on the side of the imperial palace was increasing. As for the prisoners' side, their casualties were increasing. Even though the levels of the magicians on the side of the imperial palace was weaker compared to the prisoners, They made up for the difference in quality with sheer quantity. They were able to cast a barrier that was able to withstand the attack of the other side by combining their magic power. The overall situation quickly changed. This moment, the sky had already gotten bright. The night had passed quietly and the blizzard had already stopped at an unknown time. Among those more than 6,000 prisoners, only around 300 were left at this moment, and they had a hard time as they held off the attacks of the troops from the Imperial Palace. Even though there were only 300-odd prisoners left, the Imperial Guards didn't dare to let down their guard. It was obvious that all of the remaining prisoners who could survive up to this point were powerful experts. Once they got the chance to counterattack, their damage would increase exponentially. Quickly end this battle. Long Zhan frowned and sent down orders. These mere 6,000 prisoners not only killed more than 10,000 Imperial Guards, moreover, the greater part of his troops and magicians were dealing with the prisoners. As of now, it was already morning and the snowstorm had subsided. He was afraid that the Summon clan would seize the opportunity to launch an attack. Everyone, hold on a bit longer. Freedom is not far away from us. That neither man nor woman Sword Saint screamed. This father can still hold on for more than 10 days without any problem. Hey, old guy, what about you? The scar-faced man was sweating, but he was still firmly holding on. He still had the energy to make fun of the old man who was sweating profusely. When this old man became famous, you were still sucking on your mother's breast. It would be better for you to take care of yourself, the old man said while breathing heavily. At that time, from the east and west wall of the Imperial Palace, two magic signals soared towards the sky. Long Zhan was tense in his heart. The Zeman clan truly seized this chance to attack. Why were the troops from the Dark Church not here yet? The magic signals caused the soldiers who were holding back the prisoners to feel uneasy. Their defense and attacks became disorderly for a moment. It's time. That neither male nor female Sword Saint said inwardly. The golden-colored ring on his hand instantly shone with blinding radiance. With a loud scream, the wind blew against his face, which revealed it. Upon seeing his face, people retreated in shock. A scared face was ugly, but it was at least acceptable. However, the face of this Sword Saint didn't have any skin on it. It looked extremely terrifying. Just when everyone was shocked, a layer of faint golden light appeared around this Sword Saint, then the purple radiance around this huge sword unexpectedly turned into golden color. In other words, he instantly leapt from the Sword Saint realm to the Swords God realm. Swords God's attack. This Sword Saint suddenly transformed into a dazzling golden light as he crashed into the barrier which was in front of the Imperial Guards. This magic barrier rippled violently and cracks started to spread all around. Before long, the barrier dissipated. At the moment the barrier broke, the remaining experts rushed into the defending troops as they started to slaughter them. It was as though they were wolves who were released into a flock of sheep. Meanwhile, the sky above the walls of Imperial Palace twisted and the huge barrier broke into pieces. That barrier protecting the Imperial Palace unexpectedly collapsed by itself. Chapter 548, with dragons as arrows. When he saw that the barrier protecting the Imperial Palace was broken, Long Zhan's expression became pale. Only after a good while, he gritted his teeth and ordered his 2,000 dark warriors to stall those prisoners. As for the rest of his dark warriors, he ordered them to return to their post in order to defend the palace. The reason why Long Zhan didn't use these dark warriors before to attack those invading prisoners was because he didn't want to spend his precious resources on those prisoners. In his heart, only the Zeman clan was his real opponent. As for these prisoners who were only pawns of the Zeman clan to cause chaos in the Imperial Palace, they were just sacrificial praise. Those 2,000 killing machines who didn't know pain quickly replaced the Imperial Guards and snuffed out those prisoners. When they saw that the situation was anything but reassuring, the prisoners had no choice but to gather together again. The insane attacks from those 2,000 dark warriors increased the pressure on those prisoners by a lot. There was not a single person who wasn't injured. At this moment, Long Zan had already led the remaining imperial guards towards the walls in order to defend against the Simon clan's attack. Crown Prince Long Ying was already commanding the troops on the walls when Long Zan arrived. Long Yi was grinning in the sky. His 100,000-strong secret army as well as the 50,000 private soldiers from the Nangong and Dongfang clan were formed up neatly 1 kilometer away from the walls of the imperial palace. What exactly happened here? How did the barrier suddenly break? The complexion of Long Zan was ghastly pale as he asked Crown Prince Long Ying, "Father Emperor, this son has no idea as well. It is probably Zimen Yu's doing." Long Ying resentfully glared at Zimen Yu, who was floating in the air. Long Ying was dying to peel off Long Yi's skin, and he wanted nothing more than to pull out all the tendons in his body. It was indeed Long Yi who broke this barrier protecting the imperial palace. He had used those 6,000 prisoners to attract the attention of everyone as he approached the walls of the imperial palace in the chaos. He cracked the barrier without anyone knowing. Naturally, this protective barrier was not an ordinary barrier. Long Yi needed an entire night to break it. If someone had discovered him midway, then all of his efforts would be wasted. He was lucky that his tracks were covered by the huge blizzard the night before. When adding on the chaos in the imperial palace caused by the prisoners, there were no guards who discovered him. If Long Zan wanted to blame anyone, he could only blame his imperial guards for not having strict military discipline. He could also blame the commanding officers who were too lazy to care about their men. However, was there a point to blame them now? Long Zan coldly watched those soldiers who were ready to attack the imperial palace. However, he was afraid in his heart as he was able to sense their sharp and unstoppable momentum. This was an elite army. Unfortunately for him, the elite army belonged to his army. Although he was worried, it was only for a moment. He knew that even though the protective barrier was broken, the walls of the imperial palace were tall and thick. Adding to the fact that the Zimen clan couldn't afford to lose too many soldiers, Long Zan knew that it wouldn't be easy for the Zimen clan to achieve victory. As for magicians, although they could fly and attack from the sky, he had already prepared a defensive network in the air. So the main force would still be those soldiers on the ground. As long as they focused on defending, the Zimen clan would lose a huge amount of soldiers. When the losses of the Zimen clan reached a critical level, Long Zan would use his trump card, which were Dark Warriors, to counterattack. The probability of him winning this war was still extremely high. Merely, the plan could never overcome the changes. When Long Zan was planning at this side, Long Yi nevertheless revealed a sinister smile. Who said that he wanted to lose soldiers when sieging the palace? Elder Pierre, Leguxia, come on out. Long Yi suddenly shouted, along with loud and clear dragon roars which came from the depths of the cloud layers in the sky. 2 dragons flew out. 1 black and 1 golden dragon, which were both more than 100 meters long, hovered around Long Yi. Seeing this, the defending soldiers were so scared that they became deathly pale and their legs trembled. Heavens, could it be that the Simon clan raises dragons? According to legends, dragons have the power to destroy the heaven and exterminate the earth. A soldier standing on the wall said while trembling. Just sensing the dragon might coming from those 2 dragons scared him witless. Sweat poured down from his forehead. It seems like we are going to lose this battle for sure, a soldier thought. However, he only dared to think about it in his head. He didn't dare to speak out his thoughts at all. If his senior officer heard that, then blaming him for undermining the morale of the army, he might be hacked into pieces. As a matter of a fact, he was not the only person who was having such thoughts. Such thoughts involuntarily appeared in the hearts of many people and the morale of the entire army dropped sharply. Long Zan saw that the situation was anything but reassuring and he loudly shouted to Long Ying, "Crown Prince, what are you waiting for? It is the time to use that curse." Long Ying came back to his senses as if awakening from a dream. Several dark magicians behind him took out a bottle which contained black mist in it and they started to chant an obscure incantation. As for Long Yi, he simply observed everything and smirked. That puppet curse magic was already gotten rid of by the dark god. Along with the incantation, The black mist within the bottle began to seethe violently. Long Yi stood calmly in the air as he looked at Long Ying with a sneer on his face. How can this be? Why isn't it working? The complexion of Long Ying became pale as he retreated. He couldn't believe that this puppet curse magic he had always been relying on was ineffective. He had been eagerly waiting for this moment for a few years. He eagerly wished to see the suffering and madness of Long Yi. He also wanted to see Long Yi killing people on his own side before he died in a huge explosion, however realized that everything was nothing more than a pipe dream now. Although Long Zhan was somewhat shocked, after the failure of the blood spirits implanted within the bodies of King Wu and Biaozu, he was somewhat prepared for this result. As a result, he wasn't too shocked. Elder Pierre, come on. Long Yi looked at the helpless Elder Pierre and said with a smile, boy, our dragon race has an agreement that we cannot interfere with the matters of the Blue Waves continent. Are you trying to make things difficult for me? Pierre bitterly said. The sight of a dragon talking in a human language was a bit strange. Did I ask you to interfere? This young master only wants to borrow your body, nothing else. You just accept it passively. This doesn't violate your agreement. Long Yi rubbed the beard stubbles on his chin as he said with a bad smile. With a wave of his hand, 10,000 private soldiers separated from the main army as they pushed a war chariot where a crossbow was mounted. The crossbow was more than 10 meters long. You! What do you want to do? Pierre exclaimed. You will know soon. Right now, can you shrink your body a little? Long Yi smiled and grabbed the dragon tail of Elder Pierre. After Elder Pierre shrunk to a size of around 20 meters, Long Yi placed him into the launching groove of the crossbow. Aiming at the entrance, Long Yi activated the mechanism to release the crossbow and Elder Pierre changed into a streak of black light as he shot towards the wall. Along with the sound of an explosion, a dust and sand cloud rose as the fragments of entrance gate flew all around. No one had imagined that just the collision of Elder Pierre would be this powerful. The army on the side of the Zeman clan was elated. As for the army on Long Zhan's side, they were frightened. I didn't expect for a dragon to be such a good arrow. Unfortunately, that gap is still a bit small. Long Yi thought aloud as he looked at the quietly retreating Lu Jexia. Don't. Unlike that old man, my skin is not that thick and my muscles are not that rough. You should look for other dragons. Looking at Elder Pierre swaying as if he was drunk, Lu Jexia fearfully shook his head. Then, you mean to say that I should go and look for your big sister Midire? Long Yi raised his eyebrows as he questioned. He looked at Lu Jexia as if he was looking at useless trash and he said, your big sister had risked her life to protect you. I never expected that you would be such a heartless and ungrateful fellow. You instantly sold your big sister. Where did your conscience go? Lu Jexia hastily shook his head. Although Midire often bullied him and trashed him, she would always step forward and protect him at the critical moment. In all honesty, Leguxia was absolutely not that kind of dragon. Without Leguxia knowing, Long Yi had already limited his choice between him and Midire. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and to shrink down his body. He became Long Yi's second dragon arrow, so obedient. Long Yi smirked before placing Lu Jexia into the launching groove. With a wave of his hand, Lu Jexia shot towards the wall. This time, Long Zhan was prepared. They used magic spells to attack Lu Jexia, who had changed into golden light. Along with another loud explosion sound, a large piece of the wall collapsed. The collision of Lu Jexia unexpectedly created a 10-meter wide gap and many soldiers standing on the wall were also buried. As for Long Yi, he admired the toughness of the dragon body. Who did I provoke to fall into this situation? Leguxia transformed into his human form and stood up as his body swayed about. Now, some places of his golden scale armor were frozen and some places had burnt marks. Although he had only suffered some superficial damage, it was quite painful for him. Lu Jexia complained and he suddenly sensed a violent fluctuation of magic elements behind him. Turning around, he looked and saw that the sky was covered with magic arrows which were made from different elements raining towards him. Leguxia swore in dragon language before running away. He was very intelligent. When he collided against the wall, He didn't actively do anything. If he attacked right now, he would be doomed, as he would break the agreement of the Dragon Clan. If his father Emperor found out about his actions, his old man would definitely not let him off lightly. The effect Long Yi wanted had already been achieved. Just the appearance of Pierre and Leguxia had already suppressed the morale of Long Zan's side to a very low point. In addition, he was successfully able to breach open a 10 meters wide gap on the wall. This was better than him sieging the Imperial Palace with his troops. Long Yi watched the soldiers of the opposite side trying to block the breach in panic and smiled. He then waved his hands and the Shadow Cavalry Regiment quickly stood in the front, ready to attack. The priests of Magician Corps began to use blessing magic to buff them. As for Long Yi, his hand flashed with a cyan light and the light surrounded the dozen or so cavalrymen who were ready to charge. Charge! Long Yi shouted loudly and pointed a huge sword in his hand forward. Then, this Shadow Cavalry Regiment rapidly marched forward. Chapter 549, Things Come to Their Proper Settlement. When the Shadow Cavalry Regiment began to charge, the archers of the private army began to shoot arrows to suppress the soldiers on the walls of the Imperial Palace. The magicians also began to display their might. Very quickly, the Shadow Cavalry Regiment tore through the infantry defense lineup of the enemy. Their dazzling spear harvested the lives of many Imperial guards. Archers and magicians continue to suppress the enemy. As for everyone else, push forward and cut off the head of Long Zan. Seeing as the cavalry regiment was successful, Long Yi smiled and ordered all soldiers to rush into the palace. Long Yi looked all around and saw the fake Long Zan and Crown Prince Long Ying retreating in a hurry. How was it possible for Long Yi to allow them to escape? As the saying goes, to catch brigands, first catch their king. As long as their head fell, Long Yi didn't believe that the fighting will of the rest of the soldiers wouldn't collapse. Long Yi rushed towards those two people and he suddenly used his 7-colored magic gi to attack, which looked just like a beautiful rainbow streaking across the sky. The Imperial guards surrounding those two got together to form a human barricade when they saw Long Yi's attack. However, it seemed as though they were unable to do anything about it. About a dozen heads flew in the sky and blood sprayed all over the ground of the Imperial Palace. They were only able to delay Long Yi for a moment. However, a moment was all Long Zan required. In an instant, Long Yi was surrounded by dark warriors who came out from nowhere. Long Zan and Long Ying took advantage of this time in order to escape far away from Long Yi. The sudden appearance of 20,000 dark warriors made Long Yi lose his perfect opportunity to kill off both Long Zan and Long Ying at the same time. These emotionless killing weapons without any feeling of pain and whose strength was comparable to swords masters were too doughty. With their appearance, miserable screams resounded all around as the private army instantly suffered heavy damage. The heart of Long Yi tightened. Mu Hanyan, where did that woman die off to? Didn't she say that she had a way to deal with these dark warriors? She wouldn't betray Long Yi at the critical juncture, would she? With more than 20,000 dark warriors along with more than 100,000 soldiers on the side of Long Zan, the side of Long Yi was already in a position of absolute disadvantage. Long Zan and Long Ying escaped outside the area affected by the battle and looked at the battle between both sides from far away. Father Emperor, fortunately, we have the Dark Warriors. Now, the Zimin clan is done for. Long Ying wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he rejoiced in his heart. That attack of Long Yi had badly scared him. Yes, the Zimin clan will be done for. However, the Imperial Long clan will be erased from this world earlier than the Zimin clan. The eyes of Long Zan shone with a strange light as he stared at Long Ying and said, Father Emperor, you. Crown Prince Long Ying was frightened in his heart and he involuntarily retreated 2 steps. He suddenly felt that his father Emperor has changed into another person. Weren't you very interested in curse magic? Now you can make a guess. What kind of curse magic did I place on your body? The smile of Long Zan became sinister and a hint of indescribable fanaticism appeared along with his smile. Finally, the fierce Tiger dynasty which was destroyed by Heavenly Emperor Tanlong more than 500 years ago would appear once again in front of the world. You are not my father Emperor, Who are you? Long Ying calmed down and asked in a stern voice. You cannot even make this simple deduction. You are truly stupid beyond redemption. It won't be a surprise if the violent Dragon Empire gets destroyed in your hands. Long Zhan roared with laughter. The complexion of Long Ying changed abruptly and his entire body suddenly trembling as he pointed at Long Zhan and said in a shaky voice, "It's you. You are that missing military advisor. What did you do to my father Emperor?" Long Zhan, number. He should be called the military advisor now. He opened his mouth to reveal a sinister smile as he said, "Do you still need to ask this question? Since you already know about my identity, you can rest easy and go to accompany your father Emperor." Guards, guards, all of you heard him. Why are you still not arresting this rebel for me? Long Ying shouted to the nearby guards with a pale face. Unfortunately, these guards stood still as if they heard nothing. Clearly, they were no longer loyal to the violent Dragon Empire. Military advisor smirked and began to mutter an incantation. Along with that chanting sound, Long Ying suddenly began to feel pain in his mind. He felt as if millions of worms were crawling towards every part of his body from his brain. At this time, his consciousness was still extremely clear. As a result, the kind of spiritual and torture was unbearable. "I will kill you." Long Ying roared madly and rushed towards the military advisor. One step, two steps. All of a sudden, the skin and flesh on Long Ying's body started to fall to the ground and it appeared rotten. It was very terrifying. When Long Ying was in front of the military advisor, all the skin and flesh on his body had already fallen to the ground. The only part of the crown prince's body left was his bloody skeleton. Finally, it fell backward and crashed into the ground. By the time Long Ying died, Long Yi had already summoned Long 2, Little 3, the Fire Kylin, and the violent lightning beast. There were also several hundred bloodthirsty blood-red spirits. Long 2's blood scythe danced all around as it harvested the lives of everyone around him. In addition, he rushed into the midst of the Dark Warriors as he chopped off the heads of more than 100 Dark Warriors. Meanwhile, the holy fire of the Fire Kylin, the holy light impact of Little 3 and continuous lightning strikes from the violent lightning beast along with a dense bloody baleful mist coming from those blood-red spirits also caused great damage. The situation on the battlefield changed once again. Military advisor watched everything in a trance as if he had fallen down to the bottom of a valley from a place high in the clouds. The sudden change from great happiness to great sorrow was unbearable. Military advisor, surrender. Long Yi, who had already flown over to the front of military advisor, said, "Surrender? He. From the moment I began to plan this, I already planned for failure. Even if I lose, I will not let your Zeman clan off easily." The expression of the military advisor became indifferent. It seemed as though he didn't care about his life or death anymore. At that moment, the entire Soaring Dragon City suddenly shook as if an earthquake had occurred. Sad and shrill screams resounded throughout the city. Long Yi was startled and he flew up to look. However, the moment he saw what was happening in the city, Long Yi became so angry that his eyes turned red. In Soaring Dragon City, at an unknown time, a strange army of more than 100,000 soldiers had appeared. They scattered all around the city, wantonly massacring ordinary residents of Soaring Dragon City. No matter old, weak, or young, the soldiers killed everyone. Basically, these 100,000 soldiers were not soldiers. They were even worse than a group of ferocious bandits. You didn't guess wrong. These people are not soldiers. They are a group of bandits raised by me. After taking my heart-shattering pills, they turn insane. Although their fighting power isn't high, they can easily kill normal people. Ha ha ha. Today, I will use blood to dye this entire Soaring Dragon City red. I'll make Soaring Dragon River change into a bloody river. Military advisor laughed wildly like a mad dog. The corners of Long Yi's mouth twitched. Although the appearance of the god beasts had changed the tide of the battle, this fight wouldn't be over in a short amount of time. Long Yi basically didn't have the ability to stop the bandits from killing the people in the city. This military advisor was truly ruthless enough. Long Yi narrowed his eyes, emitting ice-cold killing intent. The ruthless massacre of common people. Long Yi couldn't accept this. "You should die." Long Yi spat out these 3 words and attacked the heart of this military advisor using his 7-colored magic gi. Military advisor lowered his head and he looked at the bloody hole in his chest. He had a strange smile on his face as he fell backward. "Father Emperor, don't." At that time, a sad scream came from the sky and a fiery red figure suddenly flew over. She supported the body of the military advisor. Linger. Long Yi was startled in his heart as he looked at the heartbroken Long Linger, second brother. A soft call caused Long Yi to turn around and he looked at Zimin Wuan, who was wearing a snow-white priest robe behind him. At this moment, her long hair was fluttering in the air, which made her look even more unearthly. Beside her, Lin Na, whom he had not seen for a long time, stood beside Zimin Wuan. The 2 women looked at Long Yi before shifting their gaze to the crying Long Linger. They had never thought that they would reunite under this kind of situation. Soaring Dragon City was no longer bustling like before. It had changed from heaven to hell, especially for the poor Long Linger. She looked at her father Emperor die in front of her eyes, and he was even killed by her beloved. Why did this happen? Why did this happen? Long Linger covered the bleeding chest of the military advisor and she muttered in a daze, "Linger, listen to me." Long Yi walked over to the front of Long Linger, but Long Linger looked at him with a confused expression on her face. She looked at Long Yi as though he was a stranger. Long Yi had just opened his mouth, but black clouds suddenly flew over from the west. Looking carefully, it was a group of wind condors. Green arrows rained down from the sky, shrouding the entire Soaring Dragon City. The ferocious bandits who were randomly killing the common people were pinned to the ground by those arrows. At that moment, Long Yi discovered that there were people were sitting above that crowd of wind condors. They were elves who were holding elven bows. Just after the elves had shot 2 rounds of arrows, a crowd of humanoid birds came from the south. They were people from the Winged Clan. They used their wind blade magic and instantly wiped out more than half of those bandits. "Boss, Old Bull is here." A heaven-shaking roar resounded as Barbarian Bull led the warriors of the Barbarian Bull clan into Soaring Dragon City. At the same time, the warriors of the Lion clan also arrived. Barbarian Bull rushed to the palace as he held Greenstone Rule in his hand. As he made his way to the Imperial Palace, he waved his Greenstone Rule, which was surrounded with a pale green and golden light. Anyone who was touched by the light had their bodies crushed. No one was able to withstand Barbarian Bull's might. Long Yi smiled as he sighed in relief. Fortunately, they arrived in the nick of time. Otherwise, all the common people in Soaring Dragon City would have truly been killed. With the help of a few races, the situation quickly stabilized. Almost all the mad bandits in Soaring Dragon City were killed after a few rounds of attacks. When the guards in the Imperial Palace saw that the military advisor had died, they lost their fighting will. The overwhelming majority laid down their arms and surrendered. The remaining Dark Warriors were also destroyed very quickly. Now, there was only a thick layer of corpses on the ground. Chapter 550, The Arrival of the Elf Queen. After snowing for several days, on the day when the internal fight in Soaring Dragon City ended, the layers of clouds in the sky began to disperse. Even the sun, which had been hidden for several days, joined in on the fun. Merely, under the sunlight, Soaring Dragon City looked bloody and desolate. There were corpses everywhere on the thick layer of snow as blood dyed the land red. The entire world, which used to be white and pure, was changed into a gloomy dark red. Many common people who lost their family members were crying their hearts out, and there were even more people who had a lifeless look on their face after experiencing the wanton massacre. They knew that the heaven above had already changed. However, none of them knew their fate. The war, which had been brewing for a long time, had finally erupted. Counting the total number of casualties from the soldiers to the common people, there were at the very least 500,000 people who died. This was simply a shocking figure. Right now, the most bustling place in the whole of Soaring Dragon City would be the Zimin residence. Long Yi was staying in his own courtyard as he looked at the melting snow under the sunlight. He had a dazed expression on his face. After the death of the military advisor, he didn't bother about anything else. Such a tragic and brutal war. Even though his deposition was tough and tensile, it was impossible to say that he was not affected by it. Mu Hanyan. The black pupils of Long Yi shrunk as a painful expression appeared on his face. When he thought about her, a feeling of betrayal welled up in his heart. Although this betrayal was already within his expectation, when it happened for real, he became so angry that he almost lost control of himself. Did he trust in Mu Hanyan too much? He knew perfectly that her objective was not simple. However, he still decided to believe in her. Or so to say, he subconsciously didn't want to think that she would harm him. In the center of this courtyard, Long Yi was standing alone. Barbarian Bull and Li King were a bit further away chatting idly. In front a window of a winged room, there were several beautiful women. Intentionally or unintentionally, they were watching Long Yi. This is really infuriating. Why is that hateful fellow pretending to think about something deep? A beautiful elf in an elven dress carried an elven bow on her back as she muttered in dissatisfaction. She glared at Long Yi, who was standing in the middle of the courtyard in a trance. She was Nika, and she was the one who led the elven guards to help the Zemin clan. He is not pretending. I can feel that his heart is at unrest. Murong Shua refuted. Looking at the current appearance of Long Yi, she felt anguished in her heart. Even she couldn't understand Mu Hanyan's sudden disappearance. She didn't give them a single reason before she disappeared. Murong Shua could clearly feel Long Yi's deep affection for that woman. Zemin Wuan shook her head and sighed inwardly. Why did they have to fight wars? Was power truly so tempting? Throughout the ages, how many people went crazy after obsessing over power? How many of them lost their life? As a matter of a fact, she understood this second brother of hers. He just yearned for an unrestrained freedom. However, it was difficult for him to separate himself from the conflicts happening in the Blue Waves continent, and he happened to be the leading force of the conflict. Watching Long Yi, a hint of confusion flashed through Zemin Wuan's clear eyes. However, the confusion disappeared in a moment and her holy and pure became all the more intense. She appeared just like a fairy who was freed from the worldly affairs. All of the other women couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at her. The only thing they didn't know was that the more intense the holy and pure aura around Zemin Wuan, the stronger the suppression of her true feelings. It was somewhat unimaginable. How can the suppression of worldly desires and feelings cause one's temperament to become more refined? Perhaps, this was a special case which happened when something turned into its complete opposite after reaching the extreme opposite. In any case, this was happening to Zemin Wuan. Merely, she was the only one who knew how deep her feelings were for Long Yi. All of a sudden, two red shadows landed in front of Long Yi. You, tell me, that person, was he truly not my father Emperor? The eyes of Long Linger were red and swollen and she stared at Long Yi with expectation in her gaze. Long Yi quickly straightened his thoughts and he forcibly suppressed the rage and frustration in his heart. Nodding his head, he said, "Of course, he is not." "Didn't you hear that in person?" At that time, after Long Yi had used his seven-colored magic Gi to pierce through the heart of the military advisor, Long Linger had blankly held the corpse of the military advisor for a long time. However, Long Yi managed to sense a hint of fluctuation coming from the body and he immediately felt that something was wrong. He quickly re-examined the military advisor's body, but to his surprise, the shadow of his body came back to life. It strangled Long Linger's neck and the shadow said, "Today, everyone who has the surname Long shall be erased from this world." Long Yi immediately used his spirit power to deal with this shadow before feeding it to the blood-colored spirits. "Where is my father Emperor? Is he imprisoned by this military advisor?" However, where could he be? "I looked everywhere in the Imperial Palace but I found nothing." Long Linger said, "He might have run away. He might have left for a place where no one knew him and he hid his identity." Long Yi smiled with great difficulty. He knew that Long Linger was deceiving herself. She was obviously capable enough to guess Long Zan's fate the moment she saw the military advisor. She was simply unwilling to believe in the truth. It was just like the situation with Long Yi, where he didn't want to believe that Mu Hanyan would betray him at the critical moment. "I also think so," Long Linger muttered, and she looked at Long Yi. Her eyes were suddenly filled with tears as she rushed into Long Yi's embrace. As she choked with sobs, she said, "I'm sorry." Long Yi hugged Long Linger and soothingly patted her back, just like how she was drawing warmth from his body. Couldn't he also draw warmth from her? The matters of Mu Hanyan could go to hell. At one side, Lin Na smiled as she looked at the two people who were hugging each other. She was happy for her close sister and also was somewhat disappointed in her heart after recalling about the matter which happened in Mi Principality with Long Yi. Later, after she joined the Allied forces along with Long Linger and Zimin Wuan, her view on the world changed. She didn't want to deceive herself by saying she had no feelings for Long Yi. She also knew that many women had some feeling for Long Yi, so perhaps she didn't have a place in Long Yi's heart. Perhaps Lin Na's complicated feelings were detected by Long Yi and he looked at her with a smile on his face. In response, Lin Na swung her little fists at him as though she was prepared to fight against him. She turned and walked away from Long Yi with swollen arrogance. In the third month of the 8790 year of the Blue Waves calendar, the 300,000 soldiers from the Beastman clan were deterred by Charmin and Crystal. They used their identity of people from the dragon race to stop the 300,000 soldiers. They were actually afraid to cross the border frontier as the Beastman clan were innately afraid of people from the dragon clan. A week later, the Baimeng clan gritted their teeth and were prepared to forge ahead despite the two dragons in their way. However, they received the news of Long Zan's defeat all of a sudden. Meanwhile, Zimin Nu had rushed over to the western border to aid the local troops. The moment they got the news, the Baimeng clan started to retreat hastily. However, the soldiers from the Violent Dragon Legion pursued them all the way. In an extremely short period of 1 month, both the Sandwave Kingdom and the Enlightened Hero Principality which had openly aided the Beastman clans were completely exterminated. On the 4th month of the same year, the troops of the Beastman clan that wanted to cross the Blue Waves River and retreat to their supreme headquarters encountered the attack of the Allied army led by Betang Yu. Turning back, they realized that the army of the Violet Dragon Empire was waiting for them. Under the attack from both sides, the Beastman army lost 1/3 of their soldiers in the Blue Waves River. The patriarch of the Baimeng clan was slaughtered by Tyrant Bear in this battle. After the battle, the Fox clan, under the leadership of Bertha, began to take over the authority of the Beastman clan. On the 15th day of the 5th month of the 8790 year of the Blue Waves calendar, that was the day when Zimin Nu would ascend to the throne. He would be coronated on this day and inherit the throne of the Violet Dragon Empire. He would also take over the territory of the former Proud Moon Empire, becoming the Blue Waves Emperor. As for the name of the empire, it would still be called Violent Dragon. At that time, all the races of the Blue Waves continent were invited to attend the ceremony. In addition, new laws and decrees would be issued. At this moment, there were still 5 days before Zimin Nu would be coronated. Long Yi was playing with little Shuxian and Nair in the Zimin residence. Every time he saw this small niece running all over the place without any worries, he would think about the future. When she became a little older and learned that her father and mother had both died, would she still be able to smile so happily? When Long Ying had activated the puppet curse magic, although he was completely fine, his big brother Zimin Tian died after killing his wife. At that night, Long Yi saw that his father stayed in his big brother's room the entire night. "My husband, save me." At that time, Feng Ling ran out of the house with a loud shout. Behind, a group of laughing women was pursuing her. Each and every one of them was a matchless beauty, enrapturing Long Yi. Long Yi looked at these women and sighed in his heart. Taking a look, he saw the sisters, Feng Ling and Shui Ruoyan, Si Bai, Lai Lai, Lai Yuxu, King Wu, Piao Zhu, Yu Feng, Nangong Xiangyun, Long Linger, Zimin Wuan, Nika, Murong Shuo, Wu Yala, Charmin and Crystal. Although not all of them were his women, when so many beauties gathered together, any man would be able to die happy. Listening to their sweet voice was a kind of great enjoyment. Feng Ling hid behind Long Yi, but the others rushed over as well. Long Yi was dazzled, but he was unable to differentiate who was who. Since he was a brave man who took advantage of ladies whenever he could, he used both of his hands to climb over peaks and jump over gorges. He made all of the women to scream out repeatedly. As fists rained down on him, He had no choice but to cover his head and sneak away like a rat. One should know that there were 4 Shiti.Rex in the crowd. It wasn't a joke when they wanted to beat him up. When Long Yi walked out of the Zeman residence, he saw that Soaring Dragon City was bustling with people everywhere. It seemed that this city was even more bustling than before, which made him sigh with emotion. One might well say that the current Zeman clan had truly reached the apex of power. Even though the Nelan Empire didn't fall under the territory of the violent Dragon Empire, it was after considering the thoughts of the people from the Nelan Empire. It was impossible for them to accept that their nation changed into a part of another country in a day. They needed a period of time to get used to it. However, the power of the Zeman clan had already extended to every single corner of the Blue Waves continent. If could be said that the current Zeman clan was considered the heavens above the Blue Waves continent, a sneeze from the Zeman clan would be akin to a flood. Outside the city gate, guards were running between the Imperial Palace and Post House as they continuously delivered letters of the arrival of different people. Many common people were shocked to learn about the identities of the guests. There were remarks everywhere about the illustrious identity of these guests who were here to congratulate the Zeman clan. The Elf Queen and Elf Princess have arrived. A messenger soldier agitatedly shouted while dashing on horseback. When the arrival of the Elf Queen and the Elf Princess was announced, the entire Soaring Dragon City went into an uproar. They had long heard about the beauty of the elves and all of the citizens became restless. Countless people swarmed at the city gate and main streets, wanting to get even a glimpse of the Elf Queen and Elf Princess. One should know that Elf Clan usually remained hidden in the Elven Forest in Hengjuan Mountains. Other than the rare case where a few elves would leave the Elven Forest in order to temper themselves, they would rarely appear in the Blue Waves continent. This time, the Elf Clan broke their rule. Not only did they dispatch elven guards to help the Zeman clan, even the Elf Queen and the Elf Princess appeared to participate in the coronation ceremony for Zeman Nu. Many people started to speculate about the relationship between the Elf Clan and the Zeman clan. The heart of Long Yi shook. He was in the midst of the crowd as he raised his head to look at the entrance of the city. Before long, a group of Soaring Dragon City's guards cleared the path from the city gates. The guards wore brightly colored armor and it was impossible not to notice them. In the middle of them, there was a team of several dozen elves. They were wearing exquisite and beautiful elven armor. The male elves were handsome and the female elves were extremely beautiful. Of course, there were exceptions. The 7 great elders of the elf clan were pretending to be dignified even though their face was filled with wrinkles. From far away, Long Yi could see the Elf Queen and Luzia. They were surrounded by a group of elves. Even a retard would be able to guess their identities by looking at their temperament and appearance. It didn't matter if one was a man, woman, old, or young. As long as they laid eyes on the Elf Queen and Luzia, they would be mesmerized from the bottom of their heart. Elves innately had a natural air around them and their temperament was also tranquil and comfortable, just like a spring breeze. Many people would not forget their appearance throughout their lives. "Silly girl, what are you looking at?" Seeing as Luzia was looking everywhere, the Elf Queen smiled and asked. Nothing. Soaring Dragon City is so flourishing." Luzia said in a daze. "No need to look. He won't be here. Now, the news of our arrival might have just been reported. He will definitely appear after we reach the post house." The Elf Queen smiled. How could she not know the thoughts of her daughter? Even though they had been separated for a few years, this girl was still pining for that cheeky fellow. "Oh, but I can feel that he is nearby," Luzia replied. "Well, don't think so much. You have already waited for so long. Can't you wait for a bit more?" Elf Queen consoled with a smile. However, before she was able to finish her sentence, she caught sight of a familiar figure from the corner of her eye. Turning her head, she looked at that figure carefully. In the crowd, there was someone looking at the both of them with a smile on his face. Who else could he be other than that bad boy Long Yi? Luzia followed the gaze of her mother, the Elf Queen, and she saw Long Yi. The moment she laid eyes on him, a light flashed in her eyes and her beautiful face flushed red in excitement. At this moment, she was so excited that her mind was in chaos. Long Yi. After a few seconds, Lucia screamed excitedly as she rushed towards Long Yi. When the crowd saw that Lucia was running towards them, they made a path for her without hesitation. Only Long Yi remained in his place as he spread open his arms. He had a warm smile on his face as he looked at Lucia, who was rushing towards him. In front of so many people, Lucia rushed into Long Yi's embrace. They hugged each other tightly as though there were no other people around them. A faint fragrance of nature entered the nose of Long Yi. This was the aura he had not felt for a long time. With Lucia in his bosom, Long Yi felt as though he was dreaming. After all, it had already been a very long time since they had seen each other. The reaction of Lucia was even more intense. She tightly hugged Long Yi's waist and it seemed as though she wanted to be stuck to him for the rest of her life. That yearning for him was a kind of sweet torment. Now, it was an essential part of her memories. After recalling that yearning she had for him, she felt pain as if her heart was torn apart. Often, she would wake up in the middle of the night in the past and discover that there were tears all over her face. Now, she could finally hug him once again. He was no longer an illusion of her memories, but he was actually standing in front of her. After feeling his existence and smelling the familiar scent coming from his body, Lucia was so happy that she nearly passed out. "My little elf, I really missed you," Long Yi whispered into Lucia's pointy ear. "Me too." The entire body of Lucia suddenly softened when the warm breath of Long Yi blew into her ear. Her mind became hazy soon. Perhaps, after seeing Long Yi again after such a long period of time, she was unable to remain clear-headed. The onlooking crowd silently looked at these two people. Only after a long time, someone applauded and started to cheer as though they had been awakened from a dream. The scene of these two people hugging together was too glorious. It looked everlasting and unchanging even if the seas were to run dry and rocks were to crumble. People were involuntarily immersed in it and even their emotions seemed to overflow. "That man is truly fortunate, he actually got the favor of the elf princess. Who exactly is he?" A man at one side of the street asked his companion. "Do you live under a rock? You don't even recognize the second young master of the Zimin clan. Now, he is the only son of the Zimin patriarch," his companion said with disdain. "Then, wouldn't that make him the crown prince? No wonder, no wonder." The man was shocked but calmed down immediately afterward. If someone like this didn't deserve this devastatingly beautiful elf princess, who else would be worthy of her? Right, no wonder. No wonder the elf clan helped the Zimin clan. They are actually related by marriage. Second young Master Zimin is even able to obtain such a hard-to-come-by girl. He is truly amazing. I made up my mind, from this day onwards, second young Master Zimin will be my idol. Another boorish man made a big fuss. "Second young Master Zimin, kiss her." Suddenly, someone among the crowd began to cheer. "Kiss her, kiss her." These words instantly ignited the enthusiasm of everyone and they started to chant loudly. Long Yi and Lucia, who were deeply immersed in their own world, woke up with a start when they heard the ruckus around them. Looking around, Long Yi recalled the time when he had proposed to Long Linger in the Mi-Holy Magic Academy. Now, they were regarded as the legend of love in the academy. All of the junior and senior schoolmates, including teachers, talked about Long Yi's story with delight. "Don't know, woo." Seeing the cheeky smile on Long Yi's face, how could Lucia not know what he was thinking? However, just as she opened her mouth in order to protest, Long Yi sealed her mouth with his.